Hello and welcome to Whilton Mill for day 2 of the BUKC 2020 qualifiers. We have got 63 teams competing across 7 half-hour races for the chance to race in next year's BUKC Championship. Only half of those teams will go through to our mains championship. Some will not qualify at all, and the middle group of that will go through to our intermediates championship, which runs side by side. We have got race number 1 just about to get ready, and I believe Cardiff A's Fraser is on pole position, so we'll be keeping an eye out for him coming through the gate. You can just see to my left drivers preparing themselves, weighing them, making sure they are up to the 75 kilos that they need to be. Henry Jackson there of Nottingham having a good look at the scales, and we should be getting going in about 10 minutes time. Down to Dylan and the Nottingham Trent team, they're counting their grid slots. Each driver has had a 20-minute qualifying session already this morning, followed by a massive telling off from JV about the driving standards, which have admittedly been a lot lower than yesterday's. Congratulations to anyone who raced in our Saturday qualifiers. You're a lot better behaved than the lot we've had today. But a number of unis are here today that we didn't see yesterday, the likes of Cambridge, Exeter, Birmingham, Nottingham Trent, and indeed Sheffield are all here today competing for their slots in the championship. Drivers are on their way out now. We will head as far down the grid as we can. I know we have a few signal issues as we go over here, so maybe if Josh waits by there and I make my way over to the kart, we can use some sort of zoom function. But we'll wait by pole position for our man from Cardiff 18. Now, I think Cardiff have done what a few teams like to do in the qualifiers and split their good drivers, or who they perceive to be their best drivers, across different teams in an effort to qualify them all for the same day of the championships. Whether or not that pays off them, we will have to see over the course of the afternoon. And we've got a first driver coming up, and he's shaking his head at me right now. I think this is Josh Ladd of Cardiff, and despite the shake of the head, I'm going to talk to you anyway. Josh, why don't you want to talk to me?
The gap's quite big in qualifying between me and P1, so I'm kind of embarrassed about that.
The gap's between you and P1? Isn't P1 one of your own drivers?
Yeah, that's what's more embarrassing.
Well, you know, there's not much of a gap on the grid physically. You could just blame it on the kart in qualifying and make up for it in the race, right?
I'll put him off at T2.
Okay. I was literally just explaining how that you've put people in different teams to make sure that both teams qualify, and now you're just going to punt them off. Yeah,
it could really easily backfire. That's the thing. So.
Okay, so you're in B team, is that right? Let's walk over to your car, and you can put your lots of lead down. You're in the B team, is that right?
Yeah, Cardiff B.
So explain to us the thinking behind having quite clearly the best driver, you know, in the B team.
Well, we'd like to qualify both A and B for mains. We don't really mind too much Prems or Clubman. Just get both in. We find it a bit more fun in mains than Inters. We've got Cardiff C as well. Can't forget about Cardiff C. Trying to qualify for Inters. They're doing well at the moment.
All right then. Well, we'll see how they go through the event. I'll let you start getting your lead on. I'll go talk to Fraser. Any words of encouragement or otherwise for him?
Yeah, he's just going to drag me up with the draft.
All right then, let's see what Fraser has to say about that. Fraser, pole position, first pole position of the day, and a nice padded seat insert there as well. That looks very comfortable.
Very leady seat. Hoping for a good race, hoping we can just pull away. Obviously I've got my teammate alongside me.
Josh says drag me up the hill. Is that the plan?
That is the plan, yeah. Yeah, we're just hoping for a good start, get that one too, hopefully.
And this is your first race in the BUKC. You hoping to debut win?
Yeah, that's the plan. Done a lot of Club 100 racing in the past. Did the series this year, so yeah, should be good.
And it's been a while since we've seen Cardiff at the front end of BUKC. Do you reckon this is the season to return to the glory days of 2014, 2015?
It's a new era. I heard you were at Cardiff.
Well, I once upon a time might have dabbled in a bit of karting at Cardiff University, yes.
Secretly backing Cardiff then?
Let's just say you're definitely my favourite.
Perfect, there's.
Right, so speak to you later. We'll check in with the Cardiff team later on, no doubt. Sam Rowling is in What, it's third place. Oh, look at it. Rory's got a Christmas sandwich.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Rory, official verdict.
Don't let me take this interview.
All right, Sam, at what point can you start listening to Christmas music, eating Christmas sandwiches and watching Christmas films?
I reckon last week of November is acceptable. Anything before that is too much.
Yeah, I can go for that. And so we're saying as of tomorrow then?
Pretty much. Yeah. Start doing it.
I'll go for that. I mean, it was 5 weeks yesterday to Christmas, so I think that's when you got to. If you leave it till December the 1st, you haven't got enough time to fit all those fantastic films in, have you?
No. But you only need one, and that's Love Actually. So.
Exactly. And have you ever tried watching Love Actually as a TV series?
No, is it any good?
So Love Actually Day was yesterday. You know, at the start when it's like 5 weeks to Christmas, that was yesterday. So what you do is you watch 5 weeks to Christmas up until 4 weeks to Christmas. Then next Saturday you watch the 4 weeks bit, week after the 3 weeks bit, and you build up to Christmas like that as if it's a TV series.
Yeah, I might have to give that a go. I'll do it.
When you get home tonight, you can watch the and that's how it works. Anyway, on about karting, you're in third place here behind Cardiff A and Cardiff B. Obviously, we know that Cardiff's a better uni than Birmingham, but can you beat them in the race?
I think it'll be tough. They were very strong in qualifying and practice, but yeah, it's just going to be a case of trying to pick our way through the traffic and keep it clean.
And we find yourselves on the Sunday of qualifiers with no Brooks, no Loughborough, depleted Coventry team. We've got Exeter today, yes, but then we also had Manchester yesterday. Would you say this is the easier day? And if so, does that benefit the Birmingham potential title challenge?
No such thing as an easy day in BUKC, but yeah, no, like it's obviously luck of the draw. There are obviously some strong guys in this race, so yeah, it's still going to be a challenge.
Sam, thanks for talking to us. I'm going to wander back down the grid. Sam Rowling of Birmingham. We have got, I think is it Jack or Jake? I can't remember. Jonathan. I apologise. Southampton's newest recruit. Tell us a bit about the Southampton team this year. What can we expect from you guys?
Well, I think we're hoping to get 2 teams into the mains and hopefully build 2 solid teams, have a good crack at it, and then see how it goes.
Diego's still hanging around. He must be in his about millionth year of BUKC now. Have you been learning from him?
Well, I've heard he's got grey hair soon, so he's an experienced driver, so he's good at telling us the way.
I think he's older than me, Diego, but we'll leave that there. And I wander further down the week, so I'm very limited on time for this first street walk, but I'll speak to you later, Jonathan. Right, one last one. We'll jump in with Scott Jeffs because I owe you an interview.
Oh, yeah.
You can't. I interviewed you at Shennington on our very last stream, and we lost all electrics and signal. And I joked that you'd never won a race, and then you went and won it.
I did. I said that was a goal for the race. It was a really difficult race. Actually started raining halfway through, but Shennington, I used to go there years ago when I was 8. I must have done 10,000 laps around there. So yeah, really good to get that win. It didn't actually count because I was ineligible, but like.
But here we are with an interview anyway. That's what you wanted it for.
Yeah, no, thank you for. I forgot about that, so I'm surprised you remember. I don't think I'll be winning today though.
It's a tough field, isn't it? You're what, 6th here, are you?
Yeah, 6th. I don't have the energy for 30 minutes either. I'm just, I'm tired already.
Lazy summer, was it?
Yeah, fantastic summer. So, yeah, I'm gonna aim for top 25, I think.
And Trent,
I can't be disappointed then either, can I?
No, you absolutely can't. But Trent A in general, what's the aim there?
Well, we've got Sam Pooley, who's just ridiculous. Dante's just ridiculous, and we've got Jake Millsy, he's a new boy, so he's pretty good. So as a collective, we've got a really strong team. So I think we'll do well today. I think it's the others. We've got 4 teams at NTU, so I'm hoping we get some of the others into at least the clubmen's.
All right. Yeah, good to speak to you, Scott, and glad to have finally got your interview.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks.
I'll speak to you after the race, maybe. Okay, we are going to cut to the commentators in a minute, but I think I've got just about enough time to squeeze in one more interview, and this man has caught my eye here in the 105. Who have we got here?
I'm Ben Wallace.
From?
Exeter C.
Exeter C. We don't normally get to Exeter B or C. We normally see Konstantinos and get distracted. But what are hopes for Exeter C today?
Well, we're going to be pretty borderline with clubmen and intermediates. So this being up in 12th, I'm hoping to get some good points for the team.
Absolutely. You can probably get top 10 from here, mate. I'm going to have to cut this short because it looks like you're getting going. But all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, now that the drivers are going, I'm going to hand over to the comms team. That's Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell of Double Dash Motorsport Media. Over to you guys.
To the BUKC for 2022. It's like University Challenge, only less cerebral and with two-stroke oil. My name is Howard Mitchell. Alongside me in the box here is Andrew Mather. And once again, it's our pleasure and privilege to be taking you through all of the action for the BUKC. And we're going to be going into our first race of the day very shortly. Already controversy, by the way. Jacob, formerly of Cardiff University there, making the mistake of saying that Cardiff is a better university than Birmingham. Obviously untrue. That's all I've got to say on that one, really. I know my commentary colleague agrees with me. Let's take you through the grid, shall we, for this first race of the day. Cardiff A and B making an all-Cardiff front row. But we heard from them on the grid. They've split their drivers between the teams in a bid to get both teams qualified. It's a risky strategy, as the old film adage goes. Let's see if it pays off for them. Birmingham A and Exeter B are on road 2. Southampton B and Nottingham Trent A are road 3. Then it's Sheffield A and Nottingham Trent B on 4. Leeds A and Coventry B to round out the top 10. Bath A and Exeter C on row 6. Row 7 is Leeds E and Nottingham Trent C. Coventry A and Bristol A are on row 8, and then it's Sheffield Hallam A and Leeds C on row 9. The top 20 are rounded out by Liverpool A and Imperial A. Sheffield C and New Clan B are next, with City A and Surrey B on row 12. Row 13 is Birmingham D and Leeds D. Then it's Bath B and Reading A on row 14. The top 30 rounded out by Nottingham B and Imperial C. Then it's Nottingham Trent D, Sussex A, Sheffield Hallam B and Liverpool B on row 17, and Liverpool C and Sheffield D rounds out your 36 kart grid. Fantastic to see such packed grids. We've got 126 teams at qualifiers this weekend. We dealt with 63 of them yesterday, 63 more today. The driving standards have been in question during the practice and qualifying sessions this morning, so there will definitely be an eye on the standards from race control. There always is, but I think there'll be a particular will to see an improvement on that front. Thank you for joining us for the Alpha live stream. Do please like, share and subscribe. Let's get some people talking about this exciting new BUKC season for 2022. And we're about to get underway for the second day of qualifiers here. It's Cardiff A in the 18, Cardiff B in the 65 kart, and away we go for racing, and it's a great start from Birmingham A on grid position number 3. Sam Rowling immediately swooping past Cardiff B and up into the second place spot, and he's chasing Fraser Brunton in his BUKC debut. Very experienced racer, as we're hearing down on the grid. We've got one kart stationary there on the exit of turn number 1, but I think otherwise that start is going to be called good. They've got through Christmas. I can see a few karts at the back, perhaps 2 or 3 who have got involved in a spin. Out front though, it is Cardiff A versus Birmingham A in the early exchange here. Brunton, as I say, on his BUKC debut, albeit very experienced in Club 100 machinery, and with Sam Rowling on his tail. Now one of the more experienced racers for Birmingham. There's one of the karts that was stricken at the back. It looks like it was the 113 of Nottingham B. But at the end of lap number 1, it's Cardiff A who leads. Birmingham A, Exeter B have had a good start to get up to 3rd place. And it's been a difficult first lap for Cardiff B, down to 8th place, as this is the 41 of Exeter B challenging with Southampton B over 3rd place. The number 11 of Nottingham Trent A with the ever-experienced Scott Jeffs, as well as that is the 98 that's become stranded there, and that's from quite high up, I think. I'll double check on who that is who's come to a start. It's Coventry B, and it is from the top 10. So that's a costly moment there for Coventry B. Remember, every single driver takes part in just one race today. Every single team, therefore, taking part in just 4. It can be very costly if you have a bad race. There is one dropped race score to determine your score at the end of the day, but it's still crucial that you convert these good qualification spots on the grids into good results. The 33 of Nottingham Trent B following its sister team here. That's Nottingham Trent's A and B in the 11 and the 33. Nice numbers to remember for this year. If you are tuning in to support particular universities teams, bear in mind that the teams do keep their numbers throughout the whole season now. So if you're looking to follow a particular team, try and learn that university's numbers, as Nottingham Trent C here, or B, excuse me, coming under pressure from X to B, and that is a stricken Kart there. It's the number 67 of Liverpool B. Issues so far, I believe, for Surrey B, Reading A, Sheffield D, Coventry B, and Nottingham B have all had some kind of issue. The 67 there just seems not to be able to get the kart started. It's something to get used to with these karts. When you're in a race situation, you hit the power switch on these Club 100 karts. It can be very easy, as there's a driver off. Oh, and that's a driver who's gone way off there in the run-up to Christmas corner. That takes some doing to get out onto the banking there. Oh, we've got drivers littering Northamptonshire at the moment. There are so many drivers who have gone into some sort of spin, and we were saying just at the top of this one that driving standards will be of particular focus for race control here. My take on it in the box, and this is obviously just subjective for me here. I'm not the person who makes these decisions, but for my money at the moment, there's one too many karts coming to a stop here. Sheffield A and Coventry A are both dropping down the order now. Leeds A lost 5 positions on the last lap, but Sheffield A and Coventry A are dropping here, and this is big, big stuff, particularly, well, for both of those teams, very established within the BUKC, but for Coventry A, who are on their return, if you like, off the back of a 2021 season in which they weren't able to compete and mount a full championship campaign to defend the title that they won previously. The former champions in Coventry A are dropping down the order. They're down in 33rd place. That's going to be really costly there. Liverpool B there being pushed back to the pits, one would presume, by the pusher cart. So one has to assume some sort of mechanical there. It is so easy though. When you're pushing the switch to switch on these Club 100 carts, patience, bizarrely, for a motorsport, is the order of the day. Press that power button, give it that little bit of throttle, and wait. Don't be, what you sometimes see new drivers doing is they'll start pressing the button, and the car doesn't start with the greyhound out of the trap urgency that they were looking for, and so they immediately start panning and flicking back on the switch, and that's something you definitely don't want to do because your car won't get started, and also you'll start to hammer the battery as well for the starter, so you don't want to be doing that. Nottingham Trent A now with the close attentions of X to B, who've got past their sister team. You'll see the 41 now ahead of the 33 as they're already hitting traffic here, such is the nature of the dramas that have fallen the field in the early phase of this race. That is Liverpool B in the pit. That's been a bad race so far for, well, I say that, Liverpool A is running in 17th place, but it's been a difficult race for Liverpool's B and C, who currently, I'm sorry to say, occupy the last 2 spots on the road. That was a very wide moment there from the 41 of X to B, and it's I think that might have been part of what allowed Nottingham Trent B to get back up into 5th place, as they now are. Look at this pack of karts that they're coming upon now. I'm not sure if these are all on the same lap. As, oh, there's a spin there right in front of the battle over 4th place there as it goes through Christmas corner. Dramatic start to the day's running here. There are a lot of karts coming to a stop around this Whilton Mill circuit, and it means that there's been a lot of field spread. Cardiff A lead by 2.6 seconds. This is a dream debut in BUKC for Fraser Brunton in that Cardiff A kart. Birmingham A's Sam Rowling is next to 2.6. Oh, it's gone out 4.2 seconds, and to me that suggests that either the lap time from Birmingham A isn't bad enough to suggest that there was a spin. I think they've hit traffic now of the leaders, and it means that the gap is going to ebb and flow as they go through the traffic. Here's the battle still going on over 4th place. Nottingham Trent B versus X to B through Christmas corner. I'm just trying to remind myself, we have got driver names in the box today, I have to say. So I want to say it's Andrew Wong in the Nottingham Trent B kart, and it's Sam Hampshire in that X to B kart. And Sam having a bit of a look there into the booth, but there's no move on at the moment. This battle going on over fourth, about a second behind Southampton in the 61. There is Southampton. Jacob was talking on the grid to Jonathan Dalton, the Southampton B driver, new driver for the Southampton squad this year. As there is, look down the inside of some of the traffic as they're going through Inkermans. Crucial to get through this traffic nice and cleanly here, as there's a penalty for Imperial A, and that's for advantage by contact, bump and pass. So if you're seeing that either by looking at live.alpha timing, or if you're maybe you're tuned into the sister stream that we've got going on our Double Dash Motorsport Media channel, where you can see the penalties and the live timing on that. Would recommend that if you've got an additional device or monitor to watch on in addition to your Alpha live stream here. If you see that, you'll see penalty and you'll see ABC-BAP. And that is advantage by contact, bump and pass. It means that the driver has got by on a fellow competitor by making contact with them and maybe forcing them wide. And that is a no-no. That's going to be 4 positions docked at the end of the race. Cardiff A leading by 6 seconds now over Birmingham, and that is impressive because Sam Rowling in that Birmingham kart is not too shabby on the old pace around this Whilton Mill circuit. I do just want to make clear though that if Cardiff A do go on to win this race ahead of Birmingham, Jacob is still wrong and Cardiff is still not a better university than Birmingham. And on that inarguable fact of life, I bring in my commentary colleague. Hello, Mr. Mather, how are you?
Hello. Apologies, folks, we've been having some technical audio issues that hopefully are fixed now. In the interest of balance, I feel now is an appropriate time to mention that whilst Sam Rowling's doing a fantastic job on the circuit, this is good from Rowling at the moment. He's probably got in the back of his mind the last time he was here. We'll be glad he's not having to do a pit stop today.
No.
Because the last time he came here, and it's probably still on the brain, he had a bit of an incident in the DDMM Barnstormers kart and crashed coming into the pit lane.
He did. So if he gets
Birmingham, whilst good, are not perfect.
Well, yeah, okay.
Pretty close to perfect.
I'm going to keep quiet because I know Sam can lap the circuit quicker than I can. But anyway, here is the battle going on for 15th place, or at least some of the karts in your shot were battling over 15th place. Some of them were a lap down. But that's the number 30 of Leeds A in 15th spot there. And who's chasing Leeds? It's the University of Central Lancashire. I think Leeds may have just got past City A. Who are in the number 66. And we're definitely close on this lap, so I think that is a pass there. Does Leeds go up the order? Yes, they do. Leeds indeed have got past City. Further up the road, Imperial A have got past Leeds E, which is important for them because they've got a penalty to be applied at the end of the race, as now has Nottingham Trent B, and that's from high up. That is in 5th position, and they've been given a track limits penalty. Docked 2 positions. Now the 2 areas for track positions is the 111 of Liverpool C is continuing to have a few trials and tribulations out there. The new drivers out there today. I should say hello to all of well, obviously not if they're out there right now, but hello and welcome to all of the drivers who may be racing for their first time today, or maybe you're a driver who raced for your first time at the BUKC yesterday. Very welcome along for the ride. Focus on the basics, focus on the stuff that JV's talking about. That is important to get down, and the pace will come to you in time, as side by side here are going the 27 and the 64. This is Sheffield Hallam B and Sheffield A battling over 19th place. And I think that was the 64. So that is a spin from that battle. So that's definitely been decided now, that battle. We'll double check which way that went, actually.
over on the DDM YouTube channel, you'll have all the points which have just been updated with the scores from qualifying 7. So we've got our first shot of projections of the qualifying results. At the top, I can tell you that the best qualifiers in time qualifying this morning were X to A, who actually joined X to A and Trente. I'm just going to mention these teams that are currently on the outside looking in. Coventry B need a good run in this race. Where are they? Well, they're down in 22nd place. They've gone backwards. X to C, Reading A are all teams in this race that have work to do. Birmingham B as well, not out for a while, but they need to pick up the pace as well. I think we're already see. Oh, Hampshire's in trouble. That's the number 41 of X to B.
That's from high up, and he just received a penalty for track limits as well, just to add insult to injury. This is from 5th place. Now, what has happened here? This is very unusual. This is on the exit of, well, if I'm being really nerdy about Whilton Mill, this is on the exit of Fine Lady, which no one really ever talks about as a corner because it's the kink on the straight up to Christmas corner. How have you come to a stop
HT
there?
lead, I think.
Okay. Oh, that's gutting there.
Assistance.
I should just say a bit of housekeeping for the previous. That was Sheffield Hallam B who spun on that lap in that battle that we were watching between themselves and Sheffield A. So that went very much the benefit of Sheffield, that particular battle. But yeah, this is gutting for X to B. And the other one, mate, so far that I've seen there, I've got, oh gosh, that's going to be costly, is Liverpool B, who had that problem from quite high up in the order. They're now going to be well out of kilter relative to where they qualified, and thus that is one that when we update it with the race scores, I think your spreadsheet of doom is going to be pushing out a bit of a warning sign for that squad. One of the long-standing universities in the BUKC is Liverpool.
So yesterday we saw Oxford A getting into trouble very early on due to having a not so great result in their first race. I don't want to put the curse on X to B. I'm just having a look at what... Okay, no, X to B have got sufficient opportunities to race their way through into mains. They've got a 2nd, a 10th and a 9th coming up. The pressure for them now, though, Howard, hopefully that for Sam Hampshire will be a drop score for X to B, but they cannot afford any more races where they finish, 25th downwards, because otherwise they could be in a spot of bother.
Leeds D aside, who's just dropped down another hunk of places as well.
Hampshire recovered to the pits.
Gotta say that it's a pretty good race at the moment for Leeds. Leeds C in 8th place, Leeds E and A in 12th and 13th. This is quite a strong showing from Leeds. And I've not got that much of a sample size right now because we're only 20 laps into the racing, but I have got to ask the question. As I understand it, all those Leeds karts are eligible.
Yeah, thank you, Sunday qualifier. There are only 4 ineligible drives in the whole day.
Indeed, but I have got to ask, is Leeds another uni that's tried this fairly risky strategy of splitting their drivers? Because there's 2 ways of interpreting that. I go, wow, your Leeds squad is great. You've got the C, the E and the A team, all in the top 15. But also, have you split your drivers?
I'll say this.
Have you spread yourself too thinly across the teams? Maybe they have got that many fast drivers, and fair play to them if they do, but that would be my initial question of concern off the back of that.
I'll say this, Howard. On the projections at the moment for Leeds, and it's just passed through on the ticker, Leeds A projected 9th, Leeds B 16th, Leeds C 24th, Leeds E 34th, Leeds D 42nd.
Okay. That's a fairly good distribution.
Fairly good, but they've still got to deliver it out on circuit.
As there's a spinner there, and it's the 74, which makes it the
Imperial
C. Yeah, it is indeed. See, at the start of the season, this is where Andrew and I start racing each other to try and identify things, as we're learning the numbers. But yes, fair enough to Leeds then. I mean, it's worth saying that the way that the drivers have been distributed across the team is the captain of each team, or the committee, however each uni team decides who's in what kart, it is their first attempt at it this season based off of the test days. So, it's going to be the first and therefore worst. It's the first attempt at working out what the pecking order is within your own team. As there's a driver there who's gone quite a way off. at Inkermans, and this is one of the things. Yeah, good technique. Pick it up by one of the bumpers, whether it's front or rear. My preference tends to be the rear bumper, but whatever works, and get it back on that way. Don't try and you started off well, but you've gone back to the bad habit there of trying to push it from the rear with the steering, and that never works because you're fighting a lot of inertia. The cart's going to put resistance in your way, but they are recovered back now, and away they go. And that's good. That's good heads-up driving there, by the way, and indicating, hey, pass me on the left whilst I'm getting up to speed. That is the correct thing to do. We have 12.5 minutes left in this race. Cardiff A lead. Fraser Brunton doing a fantastic job. Good battle now going for second place between the 7 and the 61 of Birmingham A and Southampton B. That is a really good Jonathan Dalton doing a great job for the Southampton B squad. Here it is, that battle. Sam Rowling in that blue helmet, black suit, and Dalton in the blue suit and the black helmet. They're inverted just for your ease of viewing. This the battle over second place.
I'm just saying this because an alumnus is stood to our right, but this is a very strong start from the Cardiff squad. This is what their drivers were asked of. Go out there, get some points on the board. And at the moment, from time qualifying, Cardiff A projected 4th for the round, Cardiff B 15th, which is a very solid start for them. There's the number 74 on your screens, having recovered. This train going down through the Zulus, with our battle for second place, Birmingham A and Southampton B.
Has been a pass for 7th place further down, by the way. George Wallage of the Imperial A squad getting by on Cardiff B's Joss Ladd. There's the spinner there, that is the 66, and that's City A. So 66 dropping down the order. That was 76 going through on that was a lap down. That was Bristol A moving up the order. This is the battle for 4th place. Which is between, actually no, excuse me, it's not, is it? It's the battle. As we cut back to Cardiff A leader, Fraser Brunton just putting a lap on one of the Leeds carts. Yeah, so the two Trent carts running together. Trent B and A putting in a good showing so far. There's a spinner out of Inkermans there. Keep an eye on timing for who that is. Just trying to remind myself. Yeah, it is Sheffield A. Okay, Sheffield A. See, some of the traffic that people are hitting now, quite difficult to put the lap on because they're actually of quite equal speed. So the 33 and the 27 look like they're lapping on the same lap. But it's Sheffield A lap down. But they've just got very good pace at this phase of the race. Here's the battle for second place again. The 7 just went through shot there. That's Birmingham A. Just see there the Trent carts coming through. Bath A is next in the 42. But they're not going to come through shot for a while, I don't think, because it's quite a gap between the two, between 5th and 6th place. There's the 42, that was Bath A, Imperial A and Nottingham Trent C running quite close together.
You mentioned Sheffield A there. Apologies, I was away for a bit. They've fallen down the order from where they started.
They did,
it's not
yes.
an absolute crisis for Sheffield because, again, they're a team with some good grids coming up, as Sam Rowling's done well there. He's broken away from the Southampton B driver in the back of the second place. Yeah, 16th place for them at the moment. Just wonder, have they got sufficient time to pull themselves back up to 13th, 14th? Yesterday you needed an average finish position of 12th in your 3 counting races to go through. It's what works out is at the end of the day 145 points. There's a very stern-looking Mr. Harris next to me. Cardiff A still leading this race by 4 seconds.
Sorry, did you say that to placate him?
He's looking tense.
It's all right, Jacobs. Cardiff's still leading.
No, he's not used to seeing Cardiff up there. Especially round here. Takeout penalty for Sheffield Hallam A. That's a black flag. They will have to come in and serve a stop-go penalty. They are currently in 14th. That's not what you want. That's not how you want to start your day, particularly when you're Sheffield Hallam and you were P27 in terms of projection through timed qualifying. So that is a bit of a hit for Sheffield Hallam. This is not their worst qualifying as well, so that could be a moment that Sheffield Hallam look back at the end of the day and regret. Cone penalty for Nottingham Trent B, who are currently in 4th place. So that's going to be a swap between the A and B karts. And it's for knocking over one of the cones or hitting a piece of the track furniture around this Whilton Mill circuit. It's there to protect the karts from underbody damage. You're back. What's he got to say for himself?
Nothing on that front. We're talking about something completely different. But Cardiff, oh, there you go. Cardiff have just set the fastest lap of the race. That'll keep him happy.
Here's a pit entry going on. This is number 57 of Sheffield Hallam A. Successfully navigating the chicken run, like certain Birmingham drivers. There's a Sheffield Hallam B track limit penalty that's come in. But this drive from Fraser Brunton, I don't want to be too nonchalant about it because it is his first race in the BUKC. But this is a driver that we've been watching in the Club 100 sprints for a couple of years, Howard.
Yep.
Came oh so close to a maiden A final victory last weekend at Bayford Meadows. He's clearly on good form and could be a big factor in the BUKC this year for Cardiff.
Definitely. He's going to be a big part of their push at the front. As you say, brings plenty of experience. And this is something that we did touch on yesterday as well. You know, we saw drivers yesterday like, who would be a good example? Seb Algeri was racing yesterday, wasn't he? You know, these drivers who've got a bit of experience in Club 100's own championships that they run as part of the large portfolio of championships that they run and facilitate. And I think that's an effect that we're only going to see intensify over the next few years with the Club 100 Young Drivers Championship now in existence. That was started last year. Now up to sort of full speed with the Young Drivers Championship. Obviously 2020 turned out to be a difficult year to start a new championship, but start at Club 100 did, and that's now got growing numbers as well. So I think that's going to be something that we only see more of as there's a driver off coming onto the back straight, which is where this battle, you can see the yellow flag being waved there, it's where this battle is just coming between yeah, okay, that's
on the those tyres have gone a long way down the back straight.
They have indeed, and I'm intrigued what this car. Okay, it's the number 90, which is Sheffield D, who have already had some dramas this race.
Pace of this race at the front has been brutal. The fact that Fraser Brunton has lapped up to 8th place, I don't think we saw that many times yesterday.
I wanted to ask you that. I think the 43.89 is the fastest lap I've seen this weekend.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
And I think it's the fastest lap by quite some way, because I don't know I've seen anyone else break the 44 marker into the 43s. So this is another time loss there, as there's a black flag for Exeter B for speeding under yellows. There are a few out there, aren't there, mate, who are putting themselves in a difficult situation here for qualification. You've got to avoid getting these penalties. You've got to avoid getting those black flags. With 3.5 minutes to go of this one, there's a change for 10th place out there. Leeds A and Exeter C getting by on Leeds C. Liverpool A as well, battling away with Sheffield A. Good battle going on between the 55 and the 27, as we're still watching the battle for second, which has kept going throughout this whole race. Number 7 car. Oh, and it's changed. It's changed. Excuse me. Yeah, it has changed. But it was on the last lap that it changed, and I think we were looking a bit further down the order. So it is now Jonathan Dalton who's ahead of Sam Rowling in that Birmingham kart.
Cone penalty for Bristol A. Kart number 76. So their cross city or regional rivals, UWE, do pretty well yesterday. Where are Bristol at the moment in the order? The 16th at the moment for Bristol A. How are they looking for their other races? Another team that have been around for a long time. Pretty good. 8th and 24th for Bristol coming up.
It's going to be a good haul of points for Nottingham Trent this. B&A, I still think that Nottingham Trent, well, there's going to be two things. Firstly, I think they're looking good for 3 teams. Well, they've surely got to be thinking about getting 3 teams in to the mains today. But the second thing is I think that Nottingham Trent, I know you were reading off who it was Exeter, wasn't it, who I think had done the most successful qualifying run, but I really think Nottingham Trent must be in the hunt for the honorary round victory, I'm going to say for now, because I think it's still up in the air as to exactly whether this will count as a round of the championship. The spinner at Christmas Corner was the 67 of Liverpool B.
Tough race for the Liverpool teams. They've got 2 teams at the bottom of the order at the moment. Liverpool A are doing okay. They're in 14th. Actually, yeah, it's not all bad for Liverpool A. What I will say, there's a spinner down at the boot. Liverpool A's driver in this race has done exactly what you need to do if you're one of those teams that after time qualifying are a little bit nervous. Doesn't matter about going and doing an absolute Hamilton hero drive from the back of the field up to 5th. It's just oh dear, what's going on here through Christmas Corner? 2 karts off at Christmas Corner there, and looks a little bit winded. Move forward, even if it's by 1 position. Just move forward and improve your situation. Take the pressure off your teammates. Liverpool A's driver, I don't know if we've got who it is, has gained 5 positions in this race. Started 19th, is now 14th. Yeah, it's further solidifying Liverpool's claim to a top 27 place. They were the 23rd best performing team in the time qualifying this morning.
Sorry, mate, which?
Liverpool A. Kart's number 20.
It's Johnny Pinder.
Johnny Pinder, well done, Johnny. Good race so far as the 85 recovered. That was Sussex A. Who else was spinning on that last lap? Surrey B, I think, were off. Liverpool B have recovered again, but they had a 3.5-minute lap.
We need to keep our eyes, though, here on the 18 of Cardiff A, because Fraser Brunton is going to complete here on the dream debut in the BUKC. He's going to come round the final corner now, and Fraser Brunton takes the first win of the day, and it's for Cardiff A, winning on his debut in the BUKC. And save for a contact warning on like the last lap, he absolutely nailed that. Clean run there. Bit of showboating across the line. You love to see it.
Sorry for those on the DDMM stream who just see me dancing. This is a great message in from David Whitehouse. Hey all, over £46,500 has been raised at the current count by Jimmy Broadbent and all the guys racing over on iRacing for the Race for Mental Health. Fantastic effort. Not as important, but I'm still pretty happy about it. Our car has finished 3rd in class. Well done, everybody.
Oh, well done.
Well done.
Cardiff A taking the win.
It was that engine blow that I caused in the middle of the night. That's what it did.
Probably was. Cardiff A take the win. Southampton B, really strong points in 2nd there. Birmingham A in 3rd. Good finish for Nottingham Trent's B&A in 4th and 5th. Then it's Imperial A, Bath A, Nottingham Trent C. And then it's Leeds A and Leeds C to round out your top 10. Exeter C, Cardiff B, Sheffield A, Liverpool A, Bristol A and Leeds E. Coventry B, UClan B, Coventry A and City A round out the top 20 in that one. Then it was Trent D, Reading A, Sheffield, Hallam's A and B. Difficult race for Hallam B, I think there. had to take to the pits at one point. Sheffield C, Birmingham D, Leeds D, Imperial C, Surrey B, and Bath B ran out your top 30. And then it was Sheffield D, Nottingham B, Sussex A, Exeter B, and then a difficult race for Liverpool's B and C there in 35th for the Liverpool C Kart and Liverpool B, with one to forget there. Perhaps a bit of pressure on going forward into the rest of their racing for the day, down there in 36th place. A few penalties to be applied post-race as well, so don't forget about that. Head to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on BUKC for the confirmed results as they come through. But I think we should be ready to, or at least in a moment's time, be ready to hand over to Jacob down on the grid.
Okay, also drivers that have finished their racing for the day that are wearing Club 100 attire.
First race, first win for newcomer Fraser Brunton. Fraser, tell us how you did that.
Yeah, it was exactly what we wanted. Got a good start. I tried to get my teammate to come into the second, but it just didn't happen, and third managed to get into second. Yeah, and then we kind of drove away. But coming off the Zulu section, there was a spinner, and there was nothing I could do to avoid it, so I just hit it, and then I must have lost about 20 seconds to waiting, so kind of made me slightly worried, but yeah, managed to bring it back.
Some blistering pace out there. Andrew and Howard saying that they think you set the fastest lap of the weekend so far. What's the secret around this track?
Curve, curve, curves. JV won't like that, but yeah.
We'll pretend that we didn't say it. I'll ask you no more about it. But a great start for Cardiff season and a great start for your BUKC career.
Perfect, thank you.
Fraser Brunton there of Cardiff A, the best university that ever did exist. Right then, pole position for this next one is taken up by this man here. I'm not quite sure who it is though. Who have we got?
Andreas from
Andreas
Coventry.
from Coventry. Coventry A, I take it?
Yeah, Coventry A.
And a newcomer to the Coventry A team, Andreas. Tell us a bit about you guys taking over from the former champions.
Well, we've obviously been like trying our best and trying to replicate this previous success. So yeah.
Do you think you can get yourselves up there where they left off?
We'll try our best.
I mean, you're doing all right for pole position in this race. Have you had a look around the grid, seen anyone you don't like the look of?
No, I haven't. No, not yet.
All right, then. Well, tell you what, I'll go and have a look for you, and I'll report back if there's anyone to worry about. All right.
All right.
Andreas there of Coventry. Let's see who's alongside him. It's Mr. Ethan Brooks. Ethan, quick chat. I'm told you drive Genettas, is that true?
It was for a few years ago, yeah.
Okay, are you any good?
I'd like to think I had a good run at it, but I'm happy to be here right now in karting.
Yeah. And what are you going to do for us in this race?
I want to bag a good result for the team because we had a DNF due to a mechanical in race 1, so pressure's on a little bit more now, but just a nice clean race, stick to the front, and hopefully we can all keep it clean, work together and get a gap and see where it takes us.
Excellent. And my favourite thing about you is that, unlike some drivers whose name I forget, I'm never going to forget yours because it says it right by there.
I made it specially for you, don't worry.
If everyone was more like you, Ethan, we'd have a lovely time on the live stream.
I know, cheers.
Have a good race. I'll speak to you
Cheers.
later. Ethan there, my new friend Ethan, whose name I will never forget. Let's have a chat to someone further down the grid. We've spoken to Birmingham, but we haven't had anyone yet from Cambridge. And Alistair Senior is in the B team, I believe.
Yeah, in the B team, that's right. I've got to fight my way back to the A team.
Just tell us how you're going to do that. What are you going to do in this race to make them regret the decision to ever drop you?
Well, I want to go forward, that's for sure. I mean, a lot of it depends on how good the kart is. I've had a bit of a mare at times in the qualifying. We had a poor kart in the first stint, so I had to change that. So I just hope I have a good kart and then see how far we can go forward. But I'd like to be on the podium at the end, but we'll see.
I'm sure you'll do all right. And you being in the B team, is that an example of the strength and depth that Cambridge has this year? And can you challenge for the title accordingly?
Yeah, we've got a really strong team this year. I mean, our B team this year is better than our A team was a few years ago. So, yeah, we've got strength and depth, and we're hoping to get 3 teams in the mains this year. And, yeah, definitely go for the win with the A's.
Excellent. Well, all the best for that, and I'll speak to you later in the season.
Cheers, thanks.
Alistair Senior there of Cambridge University. Diving in behind, we have Mr. Adam Kernis. Adam, what happened last time you were at qualifiers?
Who told you?
Oh, I know everything. Adam.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it was It was going quite well 2 years ago, and then on the final lap I had a little bit of an excursion at the exit of Zulus, and that's history wrote itself.
Where did you finish?
Yeah, well, I dropped from P9 to P17, so yeah, a bit rough.
That's 8 positions.
15-second gap behind me as well to P10 or something.
You can't afford to do that today, Adam. You only got 1 race. You had 2 races that time. You could afford a slip up maybe in one of them, but this is one shot.
Yeah. No, hopefully I can go forward. I had a few penalties from qualifying that dropped me down a little bit, so I'm hoping that I can make those back up.
And tell us a bit about Leeds this season. Obviously, you've always had 4 or 5 teams knocking about, and I'm sure Kieran will be in and around the front of the grid later on. But give us a brief overview of this current Leeds squad.
I think we've got a good chance. I mean, probably a top 5 or a top 10 in Prems if we get the results together. So, and the rest of the team, we've got loads of drivers. So, yeah, we can definitely get a decent amount of teams in mains.
Is the long overdue retirement of Tom Dent going to have a negative impact on the team?
We're really missing him. It can't live without him. He's Tom Dent. Come on, you're missing him, aren't you?
No. For any viewers unfamiliar with sarcasm, Adam's being very sarcastic there. Have a good race. I'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
All right, let's get in one more just before the end, and we won't go to another Leeds driver. We'll go to this man with his feet up in the number 59. Who have we got here?
Liam from UClan B.
UClan B. Liam. 3 teams, is it, for UClan this season?
Yeah, 3 teams.
And you happen to get everyone in mains, or what's the aim?
Just to get everyone through this weekend would be ideal. Yeah, so this year we've got mostly a new team, so we'll see what happens. Yeah.
And where are you? You're about 20th here, is it?
19th, yeah.
19th.
Yeah.
And you hoping to go higher or maintain, or what are we looking at?
To try and stay on the track would be ideal. But yeah, maybe a few more places forward would be good. Top 20 would be goal, so we'll see what happens. Yeah.
I got faith in you. Apparently you're from Blackburn.
No.
Sorry?
No.
Yeah, well, my director's wrong then. I'll speak to you later.
Not Blackburn, cheers.
Apologies there for the terrible direction in my ear. This is race number 2. Back to Andrew and Howard, who are hopefully better judges of accents than Mr. Adam Chapman.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take you through the grid for this second race of the day. Then Coventry A will start this one from pole position with Exeter B alongside. Surrey A and UClan A are your second row, and then it's Birmingham A and Reading A on row 3. Cambridge B and Bristol A are next, with Sheffield A and Imperial B rounding out your top 10. Leeds B and Coventry B are on row 6. Row 7 will be Cardiff B and Nottingham Trent A. Sheffield Hallam A and Liverpool B are row 8. Row 9 is Nottingham Trent C and Cambridge C. UClan B and Leeds A round out your top 20. Then it's Bath A and Bath B making it an all-Bath affair on row 11. Nottingham A and Leeds E are on row 12. Nottingham B and Bristol C are row 13. Row 14 is Bristol B and Nottingham Trent D, with Sheffield Hallam B and Coventry C rounding out the top 30. And then it'll be Sheffield D and Nottingham C on 16. UClan C and Sheffield E on row 17. And on row 18, it's an all-Cambridge affair of Cambridge D and Cambridge A. So, yeah, interesting to hear from Alistair Senior from the Cambridge squad there in the B Kart, talking about the strength and depth of Cambridge. I'm not sure if that was an exclusion for Cambridge there. I think it was in their qualifying session, so they've got it all to do in the A team from the back. And we are going around again for another rolling up lap for this one. Do hope you're enjoying this streamed coverage of day 2 of the BUKC qualifiers for 2022. Alpha Live bringing you the coverage with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. That's myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather alongside as we get ready here for the second of 7 races. It already feels, I was going to say, it already feels like the shadows are lengthening. It's actually just the shadows never get that short on a day like today, being the shortest day of the year. It's like you're constantly in sunset.
It's still quite brisk out there.
It is
well.
very
you can
cold.
Probably hear the wind on the cameras. There's the thumbs up from Pace Kart driver to indicate we are good to go for this next race, race number 2 of 7. For a number of these teams, this will be their first race of the day, first race of a new season, and of course a return for Coventry University to the BUKC after a enforced hiatus last year. Former champions, can they start off this day perfectly for them in terms of racing? Here we go then. There's a spinner towards the back of the field already, but Coventry A take us into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Fairly even start between those at the front of the order. Heading up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Coventry A have gone down the field a little bit. It's the number 41 that started P2. Is there a spinner or a half spinner in the middle of the pack there? So X to B from second place take the lead of this race. Through Inkermans they go for the first time, and they'll be coming down through the Zulus. There's one spinner or two spinners off towards the back. We'll try and capture who those are in a few moments' time once everybody's completed this first lap of the race. But Exeter B, very strong squad over the last couple of seasons from Exeter, and they've been able to retain a lot of their drivers as well. It's a young squad with a bit more experience now to tackle this assault on the BUKC. There's the Reading A kart in second place. It's a good appearance from them towards the front of the field. This is their best grid slot of the racing this afternoon. Starts 6th on the grid. On the 27th and the 17th later on. Outside chance based on those grid slots of getting into the top 27 at the end of the day. A performance like this, running second in the order, and hope these two drivers will just work together now. Not fight too hard. Bridge that gap back to Birmingham A in third. Cambridge B have hopped up to 4th place on that last lap, now ahead of Surrey A. The rest of the field filing through. There's number 48 of Imperial B looking down the inside of Surrey A for 5th. Coventry A, you didn't quite see what happened to them at the start. I just wonder if they got ran wide a little bit through turn 2. But they're still there. They've got a rear gunner in Coventry B just behind them as well. Intriguing situation for Coventry B today. Now, a team that have historically got through to the qualifier, through the qualifiers and into the top 27 from their day, do have work to do, especially in this race, to try and get some points. And in fact, the two of them have switched. I wonder, is that tactical between the two Coventry karts? So focusing on trying to just get as many teams through as possible today. Coventry B have improved 5 positions from where they started, and there's a penalty for Coventry A, and it's a monster curb. So that is the final corner. Well, there is quite a large curb on the inside on driver's right as someone's off in the boot. Can't quite make out who it is. They've got going again. There's the monster curb. So obviously Coventry A have hit that curb, and it really does give the karts a bit of a jolt. Oh, someone has spun out on the back straight there. It's someone in a Praga suit. It's the 47 that's gone round for a spin there. And that is UClan A. Oh, now that's a driver from quite out. Started 4th on the grid. So that's not good for UClan. They needed this race to be a big points haul. It's going to shuffle them down from, well, they were in 14th place. Penalty now for Surrey A. And Nottingham C, quite a few coming in here. So Nottingham C's is a track limit warning. Apologies, I didn't quite catch what the Surrey A one was for. But Exeter B doing a very nice job at the front of the field here. Ethan Brooks has the measure, it would seem at the moment, of Ross Deal. Ross Deal, very experienced driver, has done a lot of owner racing. I've seen him race several times before. Here he is racing for Reading A. Another penalty, this time coming in for Cambridge A. Cambridge A having a funny day so far. I mean, they're in 17th place. I want to say this is the race qualifying in which they were disqualified. So yeah, Cambridge A have worked their way from the back of the field and up to 17th, but they've now got a contact penalty. So that undoes a bit of their work. End of lap number 6 New fastest lap of the race from Brooks, 44.819. See Cambridge B there having a look. Alistair Senior, who's got, he must be pretty high up the list of experienced drivers now in the BUKC. There's a driver off in the boot, I can see out of the window here in the clubhouse. "25 minutes of this race to go. Still a long, long way, the length of a standard BUKC sprint. As, oh, round there, and a bit of a collection as well. That's Liverpool and Leeds involved. And the, oh dear, and the Leeds driver, I think it was Leeds, I think that was Leeds A number 30, Bath A number 42, because they were very close together on track. And Liverpool B Kart, oh dear, another driver has fallen off into the boots. That's a tricky place to recover a kart. Penalty for Nottingham Trent D, so keep an eye on your live timing. It's the number 92 that's gone round there. As, oh, off. That's the Bath karts that we saw off earlier, has gone wide and come join the club. That's the DDMM tyre barrier of joy, where I was a few weeks ago. That's going to be a big recovery for kart number 42 from Bath A. They'd had that incident on the previous lap. And I bet what's happened there is the driver's run a little bit wide, got on the grass with the left-hand wheels of the kart, and it just pulls you away from the circuit and pulls the kart from underneath you. There's nothing you can do, and you slide off towards the grass. Driver's okay, which is the most important thing, and on their way again, but this has not been a good race for Bath A. They're going to tumble down the order now. Started 21st. Oh, that's a shame, because they were making good progress up through the order. So who else had spins on that last lap? We've mentioned Leeds A, that they had an off. I think it was UClan A that were the other kart involved when we had that 3-kart spin up at Inkermans. Not that that's any trouble for X to B. They're still leading this race. There is the number 97 of Coventry A, which has got back ahead of its teammates' kart, and Imperial B as well. So our pole sitter, Andreas Moreno, starting to get back on top of this race. Number 96 is just ahead on the road. I think that may be, yeah, it's the Cambridge D kart that is 2 laps off the overall lead right now. As, oh, there's a chop across there. I think Imperial B making contact with Coventry B, and Coventry B's driver, understandably, is not too happy about that. Penalty for Liverpool B. That's a speeding under yellow flag. This is getting a bit fractious in this race. A driver who keeps a cool head could be one who benefits from this. Good move there from Nottingham Trent A, the number 11 kart. I've got a feeling that they've moved up through the order. That's not Dante Dillon in the kart, as it says on our crib sheet. Try and find out who their driver, I think it's Mills in it for them right now. 21.5 minutes to go. X to B still leading. Reading A in second. Birmingham A having a good start to the day, and I feel laying down a bit of a marker. They are one of 2 teams that do the first 4 races in consecutive fashion, and then that is them done for the day. No more racing for them. But they'll be in the clubhouse with a score that they would hope would be taking them towards the top reaches of the league table come the end of this session. Contact warning for Nottingham Trent A, the number 11. And a new fastest lap of the race, 44.413 for the race leader. Almost 5 seconds clear now is this front duo of Ethan Brooks and Ross Deal. Showing some great pace and working their way through the traffic nicely as well. Getting too caught up in anybody else's incidents. And And you see number 94 behind them. That's Bristol B. Currently running in 27th place. Oh dear, there's a commentator curse. Just as saying they were working their way through cleanly, there is a contacts warning for our race leader. 1/3 of the race done then. Here we're having a look at the 115 and the 27. This is a battle for 23rd place. This is Sheffield A in the 27 and Trent D in the 115. Bit of a strange day so far for Sheffield A. They started this race 9th and have gone a long way down the order. Trent D, on the other hand, had a brief chat with some of the Trent team members in between the races, and they were very, very happy with how the first race had gone. And our Trent D driver here, apologies, I'm not quite sure of their name, has again done exactly what we like to see drivers do on a day like today. Just move forward, just by a couple of positions. 4 places gained for Nottingham Trent D right now. There is the race leader though, closing in to put a lap on these drivers for the first time. Looking a little bit further back, there's Cambridge B. That is not a battle for position, because that's with the UClan A driver that we saw having the spin earlier on. Ross Steele works his way past some more traffic. Surrey A, you just see there, we've not mentioned them too much in this race so far. They're running in 5th place. Had a strong season last year, first season at the mains level, were promoted up from the Intermediates Championship. They don't always come to qualifiers as well, so it's good to see that they've made the effort, got the team together and got them up here to Whilton Mill. They've had a good morning. 19th best performing team in the timed qualifying sessions. This is a strong start for them as they look to earn away into the top 27 here today. New personal best from Ross Steele, 44.528. Slightly quicker than Ethan Brooks last time around. Brooks won't mind that, because he's got a 1.3 second lead over Ross Steele now. Black flag for Nottingham Trent D for multiple track limits, so that may seem a little bit harsh, but that is the jurisdiction that the Club 100 Race Control have made, because they're seeing a lot of track limit infringements, and the reason why it's against the rules is for the safety of the drivers. As off there in the boot, in the grass, that's going to need a push recovery for that particular driver there. As, oh dear, Sheffield A's race gets worse and worse, and we'll start putting the numbers into the spreadsheet. I've got a feeling Sheffield A already, after race 2, may be in trouble here, because this race is now a complete write-off. But I think I want to say that their first race wasn't particularly strong either. And we've been saying all week how you really do need to have 3 solid races. You can't afford to have 2 really good ones and a bit of a not so good one. It's going to be 2 or 3, well, 3 top 10s is really what would get you in comfortably. And Sheffield A might be in for a rough afternoon here if this form continues. 16 minutes to go here in race 2. You're watching live coverage of the British Universities Karting Championships 2022 season starting here at Whilton Mill. Second day of our qualifiers. If you missed any of the coverage from yesterday, don't worry, you can watch it all back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Make sure you press that subscribe button. That's down the inside of the number 97. Goes to 40. That's a change for 5th place. Surrey A getting back past Coventry A. Good scrap this.
So Sheffield A's result in their first race was 11th, having qualified 7th for it. I think they benefited a little bit from a few penalties being applied, but it was backwards, They went backwards from where they qualified, but it wasn't a disaster for Sheffield in that one. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Coventry A back down the inside of Surrey A.
Indeed, yep. Up at Christmas Corner. The textbook move here at Whilton Mill, no matter which layout you're doing. Through increments into the Zulus, the 1, 2, 3. The exit of this onto this back straight has been a particular area of concern for track limits, but the two of them this time around do well, as there is a black flag for Nottingham-Trent D. That's a re-showing of a track limits one, isn't it? Yeah. There's also been a penalty for UClan A due to contact out there, as this battle goes on to another lap between Coventry A and Surrey A. Both former champion teams in some way, shape or form within the BUKC. Coventry A, a former champion overall. Surrey, former champions in what is now known as the Intermediate Championship. It was the Rookie Championship, I believe, when Surrey took the victory in that. Bit of a moment there for the 95 ahead of them at Bristol C as they come onto the back straight. That's the area where you've really got to be careful about the track limits, and it's difficult coming off the Zulus in a way, because the nature of the apex curve on the final bit of the Zulus mean that you can have, as there's a black flag for Cambridge A for ABC takeout. Gap closing significantly though for the lead of this one. Exeter B, Reading A. The gap just went down by 1.8 seconds, so presumably they're in traffic at the moment. I think they're further ahead of this battle we're watching now. I think they're coming around to finish a lap now, the 41 and the 52. Here it is, the lead battle. 41-52. Exeter B, then Reading A. And it is indeed traffic that I think may have given the opportunity here for the 52 to come back in it, who's having to go for a pass on the grass around the outside of Boxing Day in order to stay in touch with the leader. This is what it's all about at the forefront of the BUKC. Can you get through this traffic nice and cleanly? And that is exactly what they're trying to do. Ethan Brooks in that Exeter B kart, whose name Jacob will never forget. And then being chased down by Ross Deal in the 52 Reading A kart. The gap's gone out just a little bit again now to a second. It's going to be crucial for both of them to navigate this traffic cleanly if they're going to stay in touch with each other for the race win. But you've got to balance that by not picking up a silly penalty by going for a banzai move to put a lap on somebody. Good battles going on throughout the field. Coventry and Surrey A still relatively close for fifth. Just looking down the order a bit further, Leeds being Nottingham-Trent A having a very good battle out there at the moment to see who can get themselves into the top 10. Gap out now again to 1.3 seconds for the lead.
Just having a look around my 27th place spot and who's doing good things in this race. Nottingham-Trent C I'm going to give a shout out to. They may be 15th, but they've moved up 2 positions. So they didn't have the best of qualifyings, but they're pulling their way very much into the picture with this racecraft. Or saying that their Trent D driver needs to sort out the track limits. I'm just going to ask about how are Liverpool B doing out there? They're doing pretty well. They're up to 12th place. That's an improvement of 4. Doing a similar job to Nottingham-Trent C, putting their names in the picture. There's a contact penalty for UClan.
Cambridge A and Sheffield Hallam B having a good battle out there. We've seen them swapping positions again out there. That's Mason Cairns by our records in here in the Sheffield Hallam B kart, and Catherine White in the Cambridge A kart.
Yeah, another driver that we've seen on Alpha Live streams past and present.
Indeed.
And a good amount of racing here at Whilton Mill over the years. 44.334, new fastest lap of the race from Ethan Brooks. X to B back on top now. Oh, they've got this race under control. They had that moment where the lead came down to about a quarter of a second. It's back up to 1.168 now. Still 10 minutes of this race to go, and a lot can happen.
Whilst it's quiet, famous last words. Jacob stood next to us again in the box. I'm going to correct something. I don't know where I got this idea from when I keep saying that today's the shortest day of the year. He just tapped me on the shoulder. He went, you know, there's December, right?
I was thinking that yesterday, but I don't like to question my commentary colleague whilst he's on the air.
It's just one of those genuine things where I go, I have no idea why my brain said that. It's the kind of thing you want to hear from your commentary colleague, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So it's not the shortest day of the year.
It's why I keep you here.
I don't know if it's how my brain deals with the sadness that the days are going to get even shorter from here on in, but nevertheless, it's still quite a short day, eh? Sorry, Jacob. Perfectly legitimate thing to say. 30th shortest day. It's a good point. That's what I meant. Nottinghamshire, black flag, track limits. It's something that race control really don't want to see, and it's going to be costly for the 114. Gap now at 1.4 seconds. It's stabilised now that the traffic's been cleared for a little while between the top two. And it's Birmingham 8 running some 9 seconds further back in third. Another good solid haul of, well, at the moment it's looking set to be Birmingham's second run to third place of the day. Getting some really good stable points on the board nice and early here are the Birmingham squad. Cambridge B and Alistair Senior. Actually, no, hang on. Yes, it is Alistair Senior at the wheel of this one. I should say, of course, Cambridge A's effort up to 21st so far is from the back of the grid, isn't it?
Yep.
For that, so that's why, or one reason why the Cambridge B kart is at the forefront of the Cambridge effort in this one. This is Nottingham Trent A chasing Coventry B that we're watching on your screens right now.
It's an interesting battle, this. Coventry B we've mentioned already in this race. This is a good one for them. They've moved forward. They started 12th, they're up to 9th. At the moment they are on projection on the outside looking in. They could do with 10 more points or so to give themselves a real fighting chance. So those 3 positions behind are pretty key, as there's a driver off just on the run-off there. Down the inside go Leeds. It's Kernis driving for them. That's the Leeds B kart, we should remind folks. So seed number 9. This is the unique way that Leeds like to run their operation. The B team is the best. And they similarly have moved forward. Started 20th actually in this race, so that's a really good move from Leeds B, getting up to just outside the top 10.
The battle comes up the hill once again, still going defensive is Coventry B. Down through the Zulus once again. And what at the moment is noteworthy about this is they're not holding each other up that much. If you're Liverpool B in 12th place, and we've spoken, here is the opportunity here for Nottingham Trent A, and down the inside at Paddock Corner. You used to see a lot more moves into Paddock Corner, but since the reprofiling of the curve, you've really got to be alongside and have a nose in front, and that is exactly what was the case there for the number 11 kart.
Just to warn you, I've picked up change drivers from Vincent, because that's definitely not Dante.
I was going to say, that's why I just paused there. It's Jake Mills, isn't it?
Yeah, we've been watching Dante a lot in the in the Club 100 sprints this year.
You could sense me just
like
pause.
That driver is way too tall.
Yes.
No offense, Dante. Statement of fact, he's a very diminutive driver and a very quick driver.
He is extremely, yes, very quick. Successful as well. BI British Indoor Karting Championship champion. As this battle continues on, with just over 5 minutes left on the clock now. The gap has just dipped below the 1 second mark for the lead for the first time in a fair few laps. So Reading A coming within a second of X to B. But again, I think this is all to do with how they're navigating the traffic out there. And unless there's a real mistake made in navigating that traffic by Ethan Brooks, then he's looking all right. Yeah, but this thing I was saying about the battle between, well, it's now headed by Trent A, Coventry B and Leeds B. They're not holding each other up, so Liverpool B, at the moment, some 5 seconds back and not being able to reel them in. Liverpool, one of these teams that the first race didn't go well, so we're just keeping an eye on how they're getting on in these subsequent races, just to see how they're looking for qualification. How are Nottingham looking?
Nottingham generally as a squad.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm doing this thing where I just throw random assignments.
It's all right, we can do this now. So Nottingham A at the moment projected to be finishing in 11th. This is their weakest race at the moment. They started 23rd. Not so good for the B and C teams. 43rd and 56th at the moment projection for the B and C teams. They've got a lot of work to do. That's your Nottingham, University of Nottingham situation. Former winners of the BUKC 24-hour. Round winners in the Club 100 format of the BUKC rounds as well. A long-time team that are capable of a race victory.
Sorry, I just got something pointed to me by Jacob. Did you mention the former 24-hour? The former 24-hour. You did. He did. It's like you're a BUKC commentator.
Not so good news for Sheffield Hallam.
No.
They're making life difficult for themselves. They are currently projected 31st, and that's having seen a 17th in as down the inside. There's lots of battle going on here, and that's Leeds going back past Trent, isn't it?
Yeah, Trent's lost out twice.
Coventry A.
Trent's lost out to both Coventry B and Leeds B on that previous lap. They didn't navigate the traffic well. So in this battle that we're watching, as the lead battles, since I said it went to within a second, they've responded. It's now out to 2.3 seconds, the biggest gap we've seen for the lead of the race. But sorry, mate, go on.
Yeah, Sheffield Hallam making life not so easy for themselves. They started off this phase of the day with grid positions 17th, 15th, 8th. Solid, pretty good, around that 12th average that we've been talking about. And then 31st. So the job really was on those first 3 drivers to bring home the bacon, and they're not doing so at the moment. So Sheffield Hallam A hoping to just improve that little bit. Seat number 57 from last year, trying to get in the top 54, 27 yesterday, 27 today. They've got a bit of work to do, and especially their driver who's going to be starting 31st. Now the good way of looking at it is like that's a lot of room for improvement from the qualifying. It may have been that, you know, it just didn't happen for them in qualifying, and they know they've got the speed in race trim to pull their way back through the order. But saying that is one of those things, it's easier said than done. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go as somebody is off there. Oh, that's not a nice place to be stationary, and I'd be getting round and turning that kart round by hand, not trying to do a U-bend in the circuit. Otherwise, yeah, this is the problem. You're going to be waiting there for a long, long time, driver number 96.
Oh, that's a big hit.
And that's, oh, I hope everybody's okay down there. I hope everybody is okay. That was a big impact. It was Cambridge D, the number 96. I didn't see which of the karts it was who went in. Well, both drivers are on their feet.
Yeah, that's a relief to see, because that was a nasty... That's exactly what we were fearing when we were watching the driver facing the wrong way.
This isn't a criticism, but Howard was mentioning this yesterday for new drivers.
Yeah.
I know it's a little bit scary when you first do it, but that's as across the line, the number 59 is just spun out.
Clan B, that's from quite high up for them.
This is in reaction to double waved yellows. This is why we say to drivers, get out the kart, turn it round, get yourself out of the dangerous situation by being able to drive forward out of it instead of doing a U-bend.
It's the 64
that is exactly why.
The 64 was the other kart involved. So that would be Sheffield Hallam B.
Yep. Well, the race is effectively neutralised now with those yellows out at turn 1. Where is our leader? It's just coming around the final bend now. X to B going to take a great victory here.
It's not a full course yellow.
Yeah, it takes out a good number of the overtaking
it does. You're
opportunities.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
But X to B take the race win then after 40 laps, 60 points for them. Reading A second. Birmingham A should come home in third. There's more dramas up at Christmas Corner. Birmingham A do indeed take third. Cambridge B fourth. Coventry A will finish in 5th place. More good points for them. In fact, no, they've got 5th place, but they do have penalties though. Surrey A, good points, 6th provisionally. Will benefit from place deductions ahead of them. Imperial B 7th, Bristol A 8th, Coventry B 9th, Nottingham Trent A in 10th. Sorry, we've got Leeds B. They're still on the lead lap. Well done, Leeds B. 11th place for them. And then all of these karts were at least 1 lap down. Liverpool B in 12th, Cardiff B 13th, Trent C 14th, UClan B 15th, Sheffield Hallam A in 16th, Cambridge C 17th, UClan A, Cambridge A and Nottingham A complete the top 20. We've got Leeds E in 21st, Nottingham B 22nd, Coventry C 23rd. That's good. That's the best news. That both drivers are okay.
Yep. But we cannot stress.
It may have been Sheffield Hallam B.
No, it is. It was the 64 of Sheffield Hallam B. Mason Kearns at the wheel, and it was the Cambridge D kart, wasn't it? The 96, which makes it Jack Hepworth, according to our info in the box. It's great to see that they're both, fundamentally okay. But
yeah,
we cannot stress it enough, folks. If you get into a spin. And we mentioned how it's been different since the Rotax Evo era, where we don't have the clutchless karts anymore, so drivers are less used and they get out of their karts less readily as a result because it happens to them less. But if you're spun facing the wrong way on the the fastest section of the track, turn it around on a dime. Get out the kart and turn it around.
That'll take mere seconds to do, as opposed to spending a good 20 seconds waiting for that to happen.
That was race number 2 anyway. Good win there for Ethan Brooks in the X to B kart. Good win for them there. Reading A in 2nd, Birmingham A were 3rd, with Cambridge B, Coventry A, Surrey A, Imperial B, Bristol A, Coventry B and Nottingham Trent A rounding out your top 10 in that one. I think we might be ready to cross down live to Jacob. So we'll take a break here in the box and do some points mathematics. And be back with you soon for race number 3.
Down here in the pits, I'm about to find out if Adam Kernis did any better than last time. Adam, how did you do?
I sort of got screwed over at the start. Someone stopped their nose up the inside of me, so I lost probably about 10 positions there. I think I gained a few back. It was all right. Could have been, it wasn't as bad as last time. I didn't bin it on the final lap.
That's what I was looking for, not as bad as last time. Did you enjoy yourself?
I did. It's always fun.
Adam, if you had fun, then you won.
Yes, I did.
Excellent. I'll let you back to your teammates. Adam Kernis there. I'm not quite sure who these people are coming out on track. I'm going to get our race winner, Ethan, come to the front of the queue. Ethan's going to jump in. Get yourself weighed, and then we'll have an interview. Ethan Brooks of X to B jumping on the scales. In fact, Ross, I'll have a word with you afterwards as well. Ross Deal, who came in 2nd there. But first, the race winner, Ethan Brooks, my new best mate. Ethan, how did you manage that?
Oh, I'm actually really, really happy with that one. It's my first race back in 2 years, so I thought I'd be a bit rusty, but I'm really happy to come out first in that one.
Pushed hard by Mr. Ross Steele over there. Did you ever notice him behind you and get a bit worried?
Oh, all the time. Whenever, often pulling gaps, closing up, kept me really honest throughout the whole thing. There wasn't a single lap, single corner when I wasn't fully on it. It was really hard.
Excellent. Well, it's good to know that, and it must have been a tough half hour for you.
Oh yeah, my arms are dead.
Well, I'll let you go and recover, and I'll have a word with Ross about just how close he came, A, to winning the race, and B, how close he came to getting turfed out by a backmarker at the top of the hill there.
Oh yeah, I think I hit about 20 back markers in that one, not going to lie. That was really intense. I mean, the guy in front of me definitely had the legs on me, but he made a couple of mistakes, so I get to caught up every now and then, and yeah, it was a really good race, to be fair. I enjoyed.
And we haven't yet spoken to anyone from Reading, and you are, well, I'm going to call you Reading's lead driver because you win every race in Inters last year, but you hoping to get into mains this year?
Yeah, I hope so. I think we've got some big drivers this year, so hopefully we'll be able to get into mains. But yeah, if we get into intermediates, it's still fun. It's a good championship, so I enjoy it.
Second place is a very good start in that regard. All the best for the rest of the day, and hopefully see you next season.
Thank you very much, mate. Cheers.
Ross Deal there of Reading A. Right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers to get on the scales, starting with Jake Mills by here. He's having a little bit of trouble, and it's borderline. It's borderline, but he's underweight. Jake Mills is disqualified. He is a couple of grams under. Unfortunately, he will not be included in the official result of race number 3. Let's have a chat to some of our waiting drivers. We've got a couple of Leeds drivers here. When to go out?
Where am I going out?
Are you waiting to go out?
Waiting to go, yeah.
Where are you starting?
P19.
Okay, it's a good job I came to talk to you now then, because it's a long way back.
Yeah, it is a long way back.
What are you doing all the way back there?
Not putting in a very good lap.
No.
No.
You put in some better laps over the course of half an hour, do you reckon?
Probably not, but, you know.
Yeah, it certainly won't with that attitude, will you?
No. We're not very optimistic, Southampton, this year.
Well, it can't be any worse than the last 2 seasons have gone for Southampton.
Yeah, they've been pretty bad. I mean, Diego hasn't pulled his weight.
No. I mean, he didn't even turn up to half of them.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
I've only seen him once today as well. Where's he gone, mate?
He's hiding away after his interesting qualifying.
How interesting are we talking?
Not top 10.
From a former BUKC race winner, not top 10.
Yeah, exactly.
That just goes to show the talent that we've got here today at BUKC qualifiers. I'll let you get on with it as everyone is filtering out on the grid, and we'll do the same. Go and find ourselves a couple of drivers to talk to. Our pole position man is not yet there. I'm guessing he's in this gaggle of drivers next to me. So let's instead go and talk to our man in second place, the 97 plated Kart. Who have we got here? It's Pavlo.
Yes.
And which team are you racing for? Remind us.
Coventry A.
Coventry A. Decent race earlier from your man who put it on pole position. Can you equal or even better his race result?
I'll try my best. The main thing are the back markers, but yeah, we'll see how I'm gonna do.
You got some stiff competition in terms of Mr. Rory Smith next to you, and a couple of tasty-looking drivers behind as well. Are you at all worried about that, or are you going to focus on your own game?
No, I'm always focused on my own game.
That's exactly what I like to hear. Well, I'll let you get on with your own game, but thanks for talking to us. Pavlo Dyshenko there. Let's have a chat with Rory. Rory, hello. How are we doing?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
Pretty good, thank you. How's your summer been?
It's been nice, yeah. It's been good. I was on a placement year, back from that now.
Yeah, you've been working all summer then?
Yeah. Well, I was working all summer. Now I'm back to uni.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Are you a full-grown man now who just likes to go in 9 to 5, or are you still on the student hype?
Uni's harder than I remember it to be. Yeah, so I thought like if I got up early and cracked on with work, then I'd be able to finish 4 o'clock, but it's not like that. I was working on the weekends and stuff like that. It's outrageous.
You're probably doing the wrong degree. I never worked on weekends, or in the week for that matter. Pole position for this one. A bit of a strong field though. What do you reckon?
Just give it a go, see what happens. Yeah, decent pace. I've done enough laps around here, so keeping out of trouble. It's a super long race, so avoiding penalties, which I seem to be quite good at picking up. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. All right, cheers, Rory. We'll hopefully speak to you after the race. I'm going to wander down the grid. I'm looking for driver number 97, as I've got a bone to pick with him specifically. That's Alistair Gregg. He seems to have qualified a long way down. This is race number 4, isn't it? Maybe he's in the pit lane. He may well be in the pit lane. I cannot see a 97 all the way down here. But whilst we are down here. Let's have a chat with the number 100. Who have we got here?
James from Coventry.
James, what are you doing all the way at the back of the grid?
It's my first season in BUKC, so first time giving it a go. Kind of looking to maybe get some positions in the track, but just going to take it to come, keep it clean, keep it safe.
All right, yeah, I can accept that. Left-hand side of the grid, would you rather be on the right-hand side?
I would rather be on the inside because it gives me the line going up to Christmas as well, and also there's been so much wear. So Andreas, who was our Cup A driver, he lost first off the start because he got cut up, he got squeezed on the start, so lost first place off the start on the roll. So don't really want to be on this side, but got to be here. It's where we are, so we'll take it, get on with it.
I'm actually on the lookout for one of your teammates, Mr. Alistair Gregg. I don't suppose you know where he is, do you?
He's in the next race.
Next race? I'm a race early. I thought this was race 4. Is this race 3?
Yeah, this is race 3.
I'm getting too excited. Too excited to go home. All right then. Well, I'll let you get in the car. I think we're nearly ready to go. But
cheers, thank you.
Enjoy yourself. Let's wander over to the right-hand side and to kart number 95. Who have we got here?
Ed Hilson, BUKC, Bristol C.
Bristol C. I haven't got anyone in Bristol so far. You've upped your Instagram game this year. Is that anything to do with you?
Yeah, well, my secretary, Zach, he's been a bit of a mogul on the Instagram. Okay. He's putting up a lot of stuff. He's been good.
Man after my own heart. How's the Bristol team getting on today?
We're doing all right. We've had a couple good results, couple not so good. Just going to keep it clean and try and get a good result this race.
Absolutely, and has our main experienced man, Abhishek, been giving you some tips and tricks? He's done about 9 years of BUKC at this point.
Yeah, definitely. It's nothing but experience from him.
What words of wisdom has he imparted? Can you share any with our viewers, or is it all private to the Bristol team?
Don't bin it.
I hope you're listening at home. Do not bin it. All right, I'll let you get on with your race. Speak to you soon. And wow, this goes quite far back. It's 99 are struggling to get their pins in, but I really want to speak to this guy about his helmet. Look at the colours on that thing. I'm going to squeeze in, let him take care of that. And what's the deal with this helmet?
It's something that I just did when I started racing back in 2009. So
I really like it. Where were you racing in 2009 then?
Back in Portugal, some regional championships.
Karting, cars?
Karting, yeah.
Okay, so you're experienced karter then?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Okay, but not experienced around Whilton Mill. You are quite far back.
Yeah, I got excluded from the qualifying.
What did you do?
I restarted from the grass.
Okay, but you've got the pace to improve on this position then, you're saying?
Hoping to improve, yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. Yeah, have a good race. I'm going to start. I'm going to go one further back, actually. I was going to go back further down the grid, but I may as well whilst I'm here. What are you doing at the back? Who is this?
I had a penalty for Birmingham, so I didn't make the weight, unfortunately. Well, that can be my excuse. So I can't get any further back in my thinking. So yeah, we'll see what we can do.
See what we can do from the back. We've got Birmingham on pole. We've got Birmingham in last. Andrew, Howard, back to you, Birmingham lads, in the comms box.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take you through the grid for this third race of the day. Birmingham A and Coventry A start this one from the front row with Exeter A and Imperial A behind. It'll be Southampton A and Liverpool C on row number 3. Manchester Met A and Sheffield Hallam A are row 4. Row 5 is Imperial B and Nottingham Trent B, with Southampton B and Liverpool A on row 6. Row 7 is going to be City A and Cardiff A. Then it'll be Surrey A and Cambridge B on row 8. Row 9 is Sussex A and Sheffield C, with Southampton C and Nottingham B are rounding out your top 20. Trent C and Birmingham B are next, with Bath C and Exeter C on row number 12. Row 13 is Coventry D and Leeds B. Nottingham Trent D and Birmingham C are row 14. Sheffield D and Bristol B round out your top 30. Leeds D and Imperial C are on row 16. Row 17 is Cardiff C and Imperial D, and Birmingham C and Coventry C round out your 36 kart grids. And I think a talking point we must acknowledge, Andrew, is driving standards still being commented upon by race control here. They really want to see a stepped improvement in the driving standards out there. Otherwise, we're going to see some increases in penalties.
And they're absolutely spot on. And yeah, just to reiterate as well, absolutely in agreement. Drivers need to slow down on the yellow flags. It takes 2 to tango. Saw in that last incident. Everybody okay, and we're set to go for race number 3. Rory Smith takes us from pole position for Birmingham A. Good start for the pole side of the grid. Exeter A looking to try and get P2 already as they stream up the hill towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Rory Smith has been able to hold on to lead, but it's a mess.
That's a mess.
It's an absolute
False
mess.
Start. And I could see the yellow. I could see the yellow out on the marshal's post out there, Andrew, but I couldn't tell how big the incident was.
And I think I could see the steam coming out of JV's ears as well.
Yeah.
This is not great, and he is not wrong when he says that the driving standards in relation to yesterday are worse. They are far worse. I will fully second him on that one, and the drivers need to improve here.
Yeah, there's a yardstick for this as well. The last qualifiers that was held, there was a day where the standards were such that it was deemed appropriate to make it was every penalty became a black flag.
Yep.
I seem to recall on that day, and
and qualification got messy that day as well.
It did.
It really did.
I mean, it's so it's it's a difficult one right now. Well, it's not a difficult one. Keep it clean.
Yep.
Keep your
Long race,
eyes forward.
30 minutes.
Look up the road. Look for the yellow flags. We saw a kart spinning out. Seemingly just got spooked by everyone slowing down for a yellow in the last race. You know, it's all about improving those standards, and it's ultimately in the lap of race control. Away we go though for the second. Oh no, we are going round again. Sorry, there's too many. There's more karts being recovered from that one. Thought that was a bit of a slow start.
We're going to race 2 results.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I'll go away and process that.
So I said that very nonchalantly. Yes, there is a confirmed result for race number 2, and it is ready and waiting for you, sir, to plumb into the spreadsheet of doom. But yeah, I think one of the carts still being recovered. There's still a yellow waving out on the first marshal post. It's now come in, so I think carts are now recovering. And that'll be 5 minutes off the race as well. So it's a 25-minute race, I would presume now. So back to the
number of exclusions from that second race. Nottingham, 2 of the Nottingham Trent karts got disqualified, and Leeds A kart got
there was a weigh-in
thrown out of the result. As you say, there was a weigh-in. I'm not aware that any of those karts were ineligible. So yeah, that is a bit of a hit.
Here we go, though.
Those karts.
Ready for the start. Rory Smith in the number 7 Birmingham A kart, and then it's Pavlo Denisenko alongside in the number 97 Coventry A kart, and away we go for the start of this one. Big start there from Denisenko, straight up into the lead of the race there for Coventry A. In fact, it's not my call to make, but was it a bit too good? I don't know. That was a very good start from second on the grid.
Yes, it was. It was a jump start confirmed on timing. Coventry A cut the beam before Birmingham A. That'll probably be a stonewall penalty.
Through Inkermans they go. We'll have to wait and see how that one is called. There's the penalty. Coventry 8, yeah, jump start there.
You don't get away with that one.
And as Andrew says, it's a pretty open and shut case. If you're in second on the grid and you cross the timing line before the pole sitter, that is a penalty. So that will be 2 places deducted for every row they are deemed to have jumped, and that will be 2 positions, because it will count as basically he jumped from the first row to the 0th row, if you like, on that one. Rory Smith, though, well, you'll have seen that Pavlo reacted to the penalty there, as there's a penalty for Sheffield Hallam for track limits, and that is very early on to be getting that. And that is a wide moment from Denisenko, and that's going to give Rory Smith the opportunity. He'll be on the outside for Zulus, bearing in mind that this is not for an extra change in position net because of the penalty now applied to that 97 Coventry A kart, but Rory Smith will want to get on up ahead here and get on up the road. He won't want Denisenko to be able to control the pace.
Yeah, that is true. It depends, though. It's like, is there an option here for Rory Smith to work with Denisenko and push him along?
True.
You know, there's no need for Rory Smith to overtake at the moment, and if Denisenko can work with him, they pull a gap, as we've seen a couple of duos pull already today.
That's
He'll
true.
have the race win. He'll have the 60 points.
Very true. And he should have clocked that that was a penalty for Denisenko, because he'll have seen the reaction to the penalty at the end of lap 1. Even if he hasn't memorised all of the kart numbers to know who's being penalised when he sees a message on the board.
Rory Smith, a very experienced racer in the BUKC now. This is his 4th year of competition for Birmingham A. A Formula Ford Festival winner as well for the FF 1600 class. Start of a new lap, Southampton A. And this is their first race. Yes, it is. It is for Southampton A's first race. They've had a strong set of qualifying so far. As the number 4 is looking down the inside of the 111. That's Exeter A on Liverpool C. Liverpool C still fighting in there, as they're perfectly obliged to do. And that's a good defence.
Yep.
That's a really good defence from Liverpool C.
Tim Edwards at the wheel of that one, holding off Josh Kraft in that Exeter A effort.
Yeah, Josh Kraft, another great example of makes me feel old, because I remember when he was a youngster coming into the BUKC. He's been there for a few years now and is part of this Exeter squad that's got real depth and experience now, and I expect to be challengers in the BUKC for 2022.
Yep. Imperial B dropping down the order. Oh, no, not dropping down the order, excuse me. Just lost out a few positions on that lap. Cardiff A, Liverpool A and Southampton B all getting by the 48 of Imperial B on that lap. But it's often the way in this form of racing. If you get upset off of your conventional line, you know, your rhythm gets upset by someone pulling a move on you, then you can lose more than just one position. So there's a cone penalty for Exeter A in their pursuit of the 111 that we're seeing here.
Hello to RG Hobson, who agrees that drivers need to slow down through turns 1 and 2. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting in the YouTube chat over on the Alpha live stream and on the DDMM stream as well. Thank you for your continued support. Down the inside of a back marker, that is the... No, that's not a back marker at all. What are you on about, Andrew? That is for position. That is Liverpool C going past Manchester Metropolitan. Bit of an M62 rivalry there. Nottingham Trent D have got a contact warning.
I don't know if we do too much driving around the country to go-kart tracks when you say that, and I go, good motorway. I like that. It's a very scenic motorway. Anyway, at the moment, it's going the way of Liverpool C, confirmed now up to 5th place. Penalty for Bristol C for attempting to launch the Bristol space program by hitting that monster curb on the final apex of the circuit.
Hello to Jeremy, cheering on Exeter, and Joe Baker as well, cheering on teammates in kart number 81, which I'm going to have to remind myself which one that is. It's Manchester Metropolitan, of course. We see them there in 6th place on the road. And this is their strong qualifying. They had results of 7th, 35th, 35th and 25th. So I'll be honest, probably not the kind of form that will see you into the top 27, but having fun nonetheless, and that's the most important thing. Here come Exeter up the inside of Manchester Metropolitan, who realise that that's going to be a bit of a losing battle there. In the end, just elects to point Josh Kraft and Exeter A through and not lose any unnecessary time. 90 minutes of this race to go. Shortened race after the aborted start on the first attempt. Coventry A on the road, leading it. Not anymore. Rory Smith has gone through. Right, so Rory Smith has changed his tactics up here, has decided that he wants to go alone. We have seen Rory do this before, and has elected to go past Denisenko, and now we'll try and pull away, because for Denisenko, he can get back ahead. It's reducing the effect of the penalty in terms of, you know, it becomes he's now in a position where he would be 4th once the penalty's been applied. And get back in the lead, but be 3rd. More taking away the opportunity for other teams around you to take advantage of your own penalty woes. See Denisenko there, shrimping down, trying to get into an aerodynamic position behind Rory Smith. See Imperial A having a good run here, just behind in number 25.
So it's good. It is a very good run, excuse me, from Imperial A. Alexander Doricott at the wheel of that one, and staying in touch with these top two, as you say, Andrew. They've got a gap, this top three, of 4.6 seconds back to Southampton A. Pascal Pook at the wheel, but starting their day's racing, as you say, this odd nature of this format that some universities, a small number of them, are in their penultimate race here.
Who out of interest drove the Imperial A kart in race number 1? Because they've done a very good job in setting this up for Imperial A's second driver.
George Warledge.
George Warledge moved from 20th to 8th in George's race.
Very good.
And that was their lowest grid start as well. So Imperial A, if they can keep this form on, may be going on for a top 10
so if memory
here
serves,
today.
Sorry, mate. If memory serves correctly, you mentioned earlier that Exeter A had the strongest qualifying.
Yep.
Earlier on.
I don't know what that noise was.
Yes. And Exeter A, for example, in this race, have dropped back a little bit from where they qualified. Not much. They're running in 6th there, but they qualified 3rd. And Birmingham so far have had 2 third places and are currently leading this.
Yeah.
So I wonder if we're looking odds on. It was 2019 when yesterday we were talking about how Brunel had a good day. They won the qualifiers that were held for the 2019 season on one of the days, and on the other day it was Birmingham who took the win. I just wonder if we're heading towards that situation, because they've definitely got an impressive scoreline developing here.
Well, a score for Smith, if he was to win this race, would leave Birmingham A on 176, even with a race to go. Manchester A yesterday, well, that would have been enough to win yesterday.
Yeah.
Because two Oxford Brooks teams finished on 175, Manchester A clear on 177. So a 176 would at least, I think, leave Birmingham A on the podium. And this is what I'm really impressed with Rory now. And he'll take it on the chin. He can take this comment from me because he's a good lad. When he first joined the BUKC, he was the classic owner, experienced driver in other forms of motorsport, coming in and needing a bit of time to tune himself into the racecraft and the clearing of the traffic quickly and cleanly that you need to have as a front-running driver in the BUKC. And over the years, he has honed this to, I think, now be one of the best drivers in the field at doing this. Look at the gap that he's established now ahead of Denisenko, because he's getting through that traffic quickly, and he's just pulled it back. He was always quick. He was always able to make these overtakes, but he's just pulled it back a little bit that he's now not making pieces of contact. He's making an overtake first time. You see Denisenko there struggled to get past the back marker.
And it is opening the door here for Imperial A, we should say here. Doricott looking for an opportunity now on Denisenko through the traffic. And there's not, you know, we haven't taken a massive sample size here. We've just watched Denisenko for a couple of laps. But it is an important skill.
It's an attitude thing as well, to accept, you know, those penalties, to come in and go, actually, I do need to change how I'm racing here. I do need to do something different for this style of competition. Take that on board. You know, it's not just Rory who does it. Take an example of Carl Morby yesterday for Oxford Brooks B. There's an off there for the 113, I think it is. Nottingham B, who are currently in 36th position.
Andrew, I just want to say they're doing the thing that worried us in the last race again. The driver has got back into the car.
Yeah,
he's not facing the right way.
Pivots it round 180.
And he's doing it round the fastest corner on the circuit.
Yep.
Which is slightly blind. I know we don't think of the first corner as blind in the way we think of some of the corners maybe at Putmore Park, but yet your eye line doesn't fully go round that first corner as you turn in. It's often looking at, you know, you've got the fencing there that makes it slightly hard to. It can be hard because it's an S-shaped corner. It can be hard when you're approaching it at speed to work out if there is a stationary object exactly where it is around the corner. So that's we've got underway again. But please, new drivers, do not do U-turns in parts where you just can't do them. So.
Yeah, Pascal Pook's having a good run here. Has got past Manchester Metropolitan, is now 6th on the road. This is what Southampton wants. Based on the squad that they've got, they should comfortably qualify. And that's the job that Pascal's been set to do, is to set the stall out, get some points on the board, allow the later drivers to maybe be a bit more aggressive and a bit more adventurous to get some really, really big scores. Hello to Carolyn, who's tuned in and is cheering on the Leeds teams, who have had a solid day so far. They have taken a risk. They have spread their drivers across the teams here, but at the moment they're being rewarded for their bravery. Like they could get at least 2 teams into the top 27, maybe even 3. Hello to lots of support actually coming in for Don Valance and the Manchester Metropolitan team. Good to see.
Running well in this one for certain. In 7th place. And in a good battle actually with Southampton. Further down from this one that we've stayed with the last few laps.
Archie Hobson puts in an interesting statement here, which I quite like.
There it is, by the way. Sorry, the battle. Manchester Met there coming through in the 81. Go on, mate.
Archie Hobson from Warwick, I say he's a driver who will have experienced the TKM era as well. Suggests it might be a good idea at test days to teach the rookies how to move karts properly before getting licenses. I'm going to take that one further, Archie. A theory exam as part of your license. I put it out there. Let me know what you think in the chat about that suggestion. 11.5 minutes to go. There's your race leader, Birmingham A. Now well clear by some 3.3 seconds ahead of Coventry A. Imperial A sat on a 2nd place at the moment as a result of Coventry A's penalty. What's going on further down the field? I can see Sussex A and Bath C. This is karts number 85 and 93. They've just got past Birmingham B for 25th and 26th places respectively. Back with our trio of karts going on for 5th, 6th, 7th. Liverpool C, the 111 at the front of it. Pascal Pook there in the DHR suit. DHR drivers, of course, are very familiar with this place. Their workshop and HQ. Quite literally a stone's throw away from where we're stood here. You need a pretty big arm.
I'm not a good throw.
You probably could do it.
I'd probably smash a windscreen on the adjacent B road.
Actually, yeah. DDMM does not advocate chucking stones at the DHR building or anywhere else for that matter.
We don't.
It's a phrase, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes to go.
Tim Edwards in the 111, having a good run here for Liverpool C and holding off Pascal Pook for now. And indeed keeping Exeter A honest here. Josh Kraft there in 4th place in the number 4. Nice and easy one to remember. Just a few kart lengths out ahead of Liverpool C and Southampton A. As we've been saying, Manchester Met, as the driver spun out there in the boot. And it's 9 seconds further back then to Cardiff A, who are getting more solid points on the board. And hey, Cardiff A have got close attentions as well. Cardiff A, Nottingham Trent B, and Liverpool A in a good battle over 8th, 9th and 10th as well, further down from this one. And then there's another gap, and then there's a good battle going on. Liverpool A having a relatively quiet one in the number 55. They've not got anyone too close to them, they're just running well there. And then there's a good battle again between Southampton B, Sheffield Hallam A, and Imperial B. Hallam A being one of those squads that I think need some really good points on the board here to bolster their qualification chances.
Yes, this is a better response from Sheffield Hallam. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast that they were making things difficult for themselves.
Yeah, so there's on your screens now. That's the Nottingham Trent B and Liverpool A. In fact, that's Cardiff A ahead of Liverpool A now, 18 ahead of the 55.
Unsafe release black flag for Leeds D.
And Sheffield Hallam A have now got past Southampton B for 11th spot.
Actually, I've got a little bit of bad news for Sheffield Hallam. I'd say it's a good response. They have actually lost positions from where they started this race.
Okay.
Started 8th. So at the moment, this would be their 3rd race, and they would be on 133 points.
Yep. That would need their 4th driver to come from 31st on the grid to somewhere in that 12th region.
Yep.
And it's going to be pretty tough for Sheffield Hallam to do that. We'll keep pressing on though.
Yep.
8 minutes to go. Birmingham A lead now by 6 seconds ahead of Coventry A.
This battle that we're watching on screen for 8th place coming up on a little bit of traffic now. 33 of Nottingham Trent B is the first to arrive on the scene. Then it's the 18 of Cardiff A in 9th and the 55 of Liverpool A in 10th.
Have we talked about Nottingham Trent C?
No.
No.
Although, nice segue, because they are on screen right now just as they go a lap down to these cars that we're watching.
Doing okay. They're 27th at the moment, but it's points on the board. They've had a 5th and a 15th so far. There's a penalty for contact.
There's penalty
Cardiff A
for 2 runners in the top 10. Liverpool C and Cardiff A both hit with penalties. For Liverpool C, it is track limits. So it's going to be a 2-place deduction, and then for Cardiff A, it's going to be the contact penalty. That will be 4 positions deducted. So the 18 has now been hit with that penalty. And that means Aaron Farmer will have 4 places deducted from wherever he finishes. Still running okay, but these things all cost positions, of course. Further down the order, Coventry C has just got by on Leeds B. Birmingham C moving up past the number 100 of Coventry D.
Other critical drives, just to tell you about Surrey A doing a great job, and an even better job now because they've just got up another position to 13th. That is a gain of 2 from their starting position. Their projection was 148. If they can bring this home, it'll move to 150. 145 is what you needed yesterday to qualify, and at the moment we're imagining it's going to be about the same.
Imperial B dropping down the order, Andrew.
So was that Imperial B? Oh, now that's an opposite. That's a team that's also in that region.
Crossed the line now, but they dropped 9 positions on that lap, down to 21st place.
That could be a big moment for them. They were right on the bubble on projection.
Penalties coming through as well. Track limits for Ecstasy and Imperial C. Overtaking under yellow for Leeds B. This is the kind of scruffiness that race control did not want to see in this one, Andrew. There's just a few penalties coming through in the dying moments here. I wonder if we're going to see a tightening of some of the regs, which very much this is race control's prerogative. They can absolutely do that if they so see fit. 21 of Southampton A and Manchester Met cross the line again, close together in their battle over 6th place. A bit of a gap that Liverpool C has out ahead of them. Just navigated through this latest bit of traffic a bit more cleanly. Out front, 10 seconds the gap that Rory Smith now has in the Birmingham A kart.
Leeds B. Leeds are doing a very bolshy strategy today. I don't think they're throwing caution to the wind a bit.
Oh, big incident there. 3 karts spun out of the boot. Is that Cardiff?
May well be. Let's see if there's who's falling down. In fact, yeah, if you keep an eye on the timing tower, Howard, let me know who's falling down the order. Just checking karts through. Leeds B, they've got an overtake under yellow penalty. Now, this is their weakest grid position to go from. There's a good scrap going on here between the 74 and the 37.
It's not Cardiff. Bristol B just had a slow lap. They've dropped down a few positions.
So it's in 4th position. The 74 is a lap down or so, but the 37 Birmingham C having a good race here up in the top 20.
I'm going to say it was Bristol B, Imperial C and Imperial D. Oh, and possibly Bath C as well. They've had a very slow lap. All of those karts having a bit of an issue out there.
3.5 minutes to go. Birmingham A leading now by 11 seconds.
It's got quite close between Coventry and Imperial A for the 2nd spot. Imperial A have closed it for the last couple of laps, so Doricott putting Denisenko under some pressure at the moment. Just as they are... I'm wondering, where are they? Just turning on to a new lap, aren't they? I think. The battle for 2nd, and it's changed round. Imperial A are ahead of Coventry A, so change for 2nd place. as they head up the hill. Now, we already knew that Coventry A had a penalty to be applied at the end of the race, but it's a change on the road for Imperial A getting up into that second spot. As we're watching Southampton B and Surrey A contesting over 12th, and there is a move from Surrey A. And up they go into 12th place. Two and a half minutes to go.
Have we noted a change between P2 and P3 on the road?
Yes.
Sorry, my bad.
It was a lap ago that Doricott got through. This is where it's costly, really, the penalty, because even you know, Coventry A running there in third place, it's 8 seconds the gap to Exeter A, who would be forgiven for wondering if there's anyone else in this. Josh Kraft has just found a little space here where there's not really. He's 8 seconds behind third place. He's about 3 seconds ahead of the Liverpool C Southampton A Manchester Met battle that we've been following so much. Here is that was Denisenko going through shot there.
Hello to Colby, who's got in touch on the chat in the Alpha Live YouTube. Getting placed for race 4. All the best for Liverpool C. Let's go. Have a good race out there. That'll be the next one up. And there's a black flag for track limits for Imperial D.
Sorry, I thought that was Pascal Poop making a move for position. It's not. It's him getting by on Sheffield C, putting a lap on them. But this battle's still going on here between Liverpool C, Southampton A, that's the 111 and the 21. And then Manchester Met having a really good run here in that 81 in 7th spot.
A difficult race for Imperial B continues. They've just got an ABC bump and pass penalty. That'll be 4 places demoted at the end of the race.
Yep.
Further sinking them down the order in a race they really needed to score points in. 35 seconds to go. Where is our race leader? According to the tracker, he's on the back straight.
I can see him. He's in the boot. There you go. The driver tracker works because that is immediately after the back straight.
It is indeed. Here comes Rory Smith around the final corner. Then one more lap for Birmingham A, and this would post quite a big score on the board. And Birmingham A still have a race to go, of course, which will be race 4, starting from 5th place. But Rory Smith has put in a bit of a masterclass here. Didn't panic when he lost the lead off the race start. Worked with Denisenko early on in the Coventry A karts. Coventry A have got back into 2nd place on the road, by the way, ahead of Imperial A. Imperial A will still take 2nd place once the penalty has been applied for the jump start for Coventry A. But into the boot, and once again Rory Smith performs for Birmingham A round the final corner, and it's going to be a race victory for Birmingham A here at Whilton Mill. 60 points on the board, and that brings them up to 176 already. This
second place battle, sorry Andrew, coming through the boot now. It's going to be nip and tuck for who takes 2nd place here. They're still battling as they're going to come into shot now, but it is going to be Denisenko. It's a drag to the line, but it's just about going to be Coventry A at the line. Sorry to cut across you, but that one was brewing nicely there all through that final lap. It's Coventry A who finishes 2nd, although they do have that penalty to be applied, and then Imperial A follow them home by 33 thousandths of a second. Exeter A, Liverpool C, Southampton A have all crossed the line. Manchester Metropolitan A as well, good points there in 7th. And then the battle between Trent B, Liverpool A and Cardiff A is due. There it is. Trent B, Liverpool A and Cardiff A round out your top 10. Sheffield Hallam A, good points in 11th. We'll see how they get on. Surrey A, Southampton B in 13th. 14th is City A, Exeter C in 15th. Then it was Coventry C in 16th. Leeds B in 17th. 18th was Imperial B. 19th for Sussex A. Birmingham C rounded out the top 20. Then it was Cambridge B, Bristol B, Coventry D, Birmingham B, Cardiff C, Nottingham Trent C, Southampton C in 27th, Bristol C, Sheffield E, and Nottingham Trent D rounded out the top 30. Then it was Sheffield C, Imperial C, Leeds D, Bath C, Nottingham B, and Imperial D, who had an issue early on. several laps off the back of the field. Well, it was a very impressive victory from Rory Smith and Birmingham A in that one. Some good, important races for some of the teams there in the top half of the field, getting some important points on the board. Let's cut down to Jacob on the grid to hear from the drivers.
Make your way out. Be aware that we're fueling up these carts as well. So stand clear of the fueling rigs, please.
I have Rory Smith with me, or at least in front of me. Rory, get yourself over here. I've got an issue, actually, Rory, on that very last lap. Do you know what you did wrong?
What's that?
See this white line by here? I'll just step aside. You got to keep two wheels to the right-hand side of that, and you didn't.
Did I get a warning for that, or did I get done for that?
I couldn't tell you, but...
Is it just something you observed?
Well, myself and the observer observed and called it in, and race control have now put that down as a track limits exceeded.
A penalty?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Did you do any others over the course of the race?
I don't think so, no.
Did you see it come up on the board?
No.
You should be all right then. You got away with it this time, but you need to learn your lesson, Rory.
I know. Do you know what I was trying to do, which is probably stupid, is I was trying to do like a nice quick lap to finish, but probably wasn't the best idea.
We don't get points for fastest lap here. It's not the F1.
I just thought I was in Qatar momentarily, so...
Keep dreaming, though. No, it was a good race.
Yeah, it was good. I think the guy next to me slightly jumped the start, which kind of neutralised it a bit because I got a penalty straight away. But yeah, it was good. It made it a bit interesting. But questionable that he decided to defend too early on, but fair enough, do your thing. But yeah, I managed to get by him and then just had to be as careful as I could be through the traffic, which can be tricky sometimes. So yeah.
You had Andrew and Howard on commentary, waxing lyrical about your ability to manage the traffic, and Pavlo did get a penalty for a jump start at the beginning there. So
yeah, luckily my team were actually quite helpful because I wasn't really sure what number he was. I should have probably checked, but the first time we came round, they were all pointing at the digi flag, and I saw a penalty. So I thought that must mean that the guy in front of me has got a penalty. So
either that, or you had a track limits warning that they wanted you to know about.
Not on that one though. Yeah.
Well, it was a good victory anyway, and if you want to apologise to JV.
Yeah, I'll personally apologise to him. Sorry for going over his white line.
That's all right. Rory, I'm sure you'll learn your lesson. Good race victory nonetheless. Congratulations, and we'll see you later.
Cheers, thank you, Jacob.
Let's go talk to Sam Pooley, who's on pole position for this one. Titanic matchup between yourself, Sam, and Konstantinos over in the Exeter Kart. Have you got a measure of him or what?
I mean, I was pretty close to him on track in qualifying, so I seem to have a bit of an edge, I think, and maybe getting through the traffic. So yeah, I'm hoping that I can sort of repeat that and hopefully take home the win, but we'll see.
What's the plan? Well, are you going to defend hard into Christmas, or are you going to get your head down and shrimp?
It's half an hour, so like if he decides to make a move on me, I'm probably not going to defend too hard. I think I need to try and break away first, and then we can have fun in the last 10 minutes.
All right, good to hear. I'm going to go see what he thinks about that, but thanks for chatting with us.
All right, you can let me know what he says.
Well, you know, I don't like to give two people too much screen time, but I might come back to you if he says something interesting. Konstantinos, you're back.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
Very well. Very looking forward to this race, actually.
I missed you so much last season.
I miss you too, especially when I beat you in chess.
Yes, we had a game of chess over, I think about a year ago now, wasn't it? And you absolutely battered me. I haven't played chess in years at that point, and I'm not going to make any excuses. I'm still not very good, but one day we'll have that rematch.
Definitely. And I want to see you on track as well at some point, please.
Oh, well, yeah, well, it might be a little surprise coming next season. I haven't announced it yet to all my followers, but I'll keep you posted. Let's talk about you, though. P2, got Sam Pooley next to you. Sam Pooley's a very, very good racing driver. Do you think you can match up to him?
Well, I mean, we need the points. That's the number one thing. And then we'll see how it goes. Always try my best. Fingers crossed.
All right, then. Good luck. Hopefully, I'll see you at the end of the race.
Thank you very much, sir.
Konstantinos Didymas there from Greece. Now, I am going to wander back to Alistair Gregg in the 97 kart, as I mistakenly thought he was in the last race. Alistair, what's this I hear about you posting negative comments about the live stream?
Negative comments? Oh, you didn't mention Coventry yesterday.
Sorry?
You didn't mention Coventry yesterday.
You only had one team here, and it's your E team.
Well, you said you were talking about the teams for tomorrow.
I get it's been a long
All
time
right, just because I didn't give you a little bit of attention, no need to cry about it. What's this I hear about?
I didn't get any of teeth.
Okay.
I want it.
You're getting an interview now. Is that all right?
This is good. It worked.
What about the comments about me personally?
I said you were a handsome man.
Is that true?
That's very true.
I'm told you said that I look sad.
You're a handsome man. Sad men can be handsome.
Brooding.
Exactly.
Well, I'll let you off. How are you going to get on this race? What are you, 10th?
9th. I did qualify P5, but I was naughty with track limits. So...
Just had a word with Roy Smith about that one. The white line, you see that white line? It's right by there.
I went over there.
Yeah, no. We need 2 wheels. This side of that white line. Can you do that for me?
I'll try to do that for the race.
All right. And maybe if you do that, I'll give you another interview later in the season as well.
I'll enjoy that. I'll be looking forward to that.
Good man. Alistair Gregg there of Coventry University. Let's jump over here to this brightly coloured suit. Who have we got here?
Exeter B.
Exeter B. Exeter B have already won a race today, and I believe it's someone with the same surname as you.
It is indeed.
Is he related to you?
He is my brother.
You've got brothers racing for the same team. I think this might be a BUKC first. We've had brothers before, but in the same team. Are you better than he is?
Definitely not. I think you'll see that from the previous race.
Okay. Well, Ethan was very impressive in his race, I'll say that. And you're Callum Brooks, is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, then. So keep an eye out for Callum Brooks. We could have our very first double brothers podium job. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Callum Brooks there of Exeter B in the brightly coloured suit. Right then, race number 4 is getting underway. Let's head back to the commentators, Andrew and Howard.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take you through the grid for this 4th race of the day. Nottingham Trente and Sam Pooley starting on pole with Konstantinos squared in the Exeter A car alongside Leeds B and Nottingham Trent B are on row 2, and then it's Birmingham A and Coventry D on row 3. Liverpool C and Imperial A are next, with Coventry A and Exeter B rounding out your top 10. Birmingham B and Liverpool A are on 6. Row 7 is occupied by Reading B and Coventry C. Bath A and Birmingham C are next up, with Birmingham D and Exeter C on row 9. Then it's going to be Southampton B and UCLan C rounding out your top 20. Leeds E and Sheffield C on row 11. Row 12 is Southampton C and Sheffield B. Bristol C and Leeds C on row 13. Row 14 will be Reading A and City A. Leeds D and Nottingham C rounding out the top 30. Then it's Sussex A and Cambridge D, Sheffield D and Imperial D, and Manchester Met A and Coventry B rounding out your 36 car grid. So experienced front row here. The return of Konstantinos on that Exeter A squad, going to be a real bolster for them. But here we go away for race number 4. And it's a good start from our pole sitter, but pretty even start from both sides of the grid as they file into turn number 1 for the first time. And I think they've all gone through cleanly there, as there's a very darkly lit, there's quite an ominous cloud that's gathered over the circuit over the last few minutes as they go 2 wide through, and that's a spin from quite high up there, and it's caused everyone to splay out in avoidance. One person has to go cross country, so we'll look for who that was dropping down the order. But it looks like it's been a decent start for our pole sitter, Sam Pooley here in the number 11, doing well early on here, and Exeter have been able to hold on to their grid spot as well as they come around to finish lap number 1. It is Nottingham Trent A who leads ahead of Exeter A. Birmingham A, as well as battling into oblivion there was Leeds B versus Trent B. How did that all work itself out? Birmingham A there up into 3rd. Good start there for Josh White in that car, and a good battle going on up the hill here between Coventry D in the 100 and the 55 of Liverpool A. It was Imperial A who spun out from quite high up there at Christmas Corner, and Leeds D as well having a difficult first lap. City A losing out quite a few positions, and Coventry A dropping 10 positions on that first lap as well. So dramas aplenty there, as some of the cars had to avoid that incident at the top of the hill.
Key karts to look out for in terms of the top 27. Sheffield B, the number 68, currently projected to finish 26th. But this is their first race. This is their first race. The slightly odd thing with this format of 7 races and each driver racing once. You've got the likes of Birmingham A, this is their last race, Sheffield B, it's their first race, and they'll do the last 4 races in consecutive fashion. How have they started it? They've actually held their position, 23rd, that's a nice start for Sheffield B. Who's in their Kart, do we know? For Sheffield B?
Sheffield B, stand by. Kai Damani.
Okay, so
that
Kai's
Kart.
got the job of starting this off for Sheffield. Their A team's had a few problems so far, should still qualify. But yeah, Sheffield trying to get 2 teams into mains. Reading A I want to keep an eye on in this race as well. Currently projected 28th place finish.
As Coventry G has a bit of a look at Leeds B, so I may have thought that was going to be a pass there. But a good battle this forming early on between Trent B in the 33, Leeds B in the number 9 and Coventry D in the 100. This is the battle over 4th place.
Reading A have improved. They've started 27th and they've gone up to 25th, which is good. Good work there from Reading A.
I should say Imperial A, after that incident on the first lap, Tom Newnham now has it all to do, but is advancing rapidly up the order here, up to 27th place already. So trying to make up for the lost time up at Christmas Corner is Imperial A. As the Birmingham Karts have swapped round for 9th and 10th. B now ahead of C. Sister team Birmingham A running in what's becoming a bit of a customary 3rd place at the moment. Finished 3rd in their first 2 races and won the last race that we just had.
Yeah, Birmingham B have got work to do. They're currently not doing enough to qualify for the top 27. And so they'll want a strong result here, and that's probably quite a wise thing to get the B team ahead of the C team, get them further up the order if they can. Who else am I looking at? Well, Exeter C doing so far in this race. Not bad, 14th. 14th, they've gone up 4. That's great progress from Exeter C. Kart number 105 is down the inside. There goes the number 11 on some back markers, Sam Pooley. Another driver back for another year of BUKC competition. Nottingham Trent A have looked very good so far here today.
Sticking with Exeter news, Exeter B got by Liverpool A. That is for 7th place. So Jacobs dreams down on the grid for us having the first ever brothers to win at an event. Little way to go yet for Exeter B's Callum Brooks, but he has just got by on Max Lorenz in that Liverpool A Kart.
ABC takeout black flag for Coventry B. So that is not good news for Coventry B. Started 36th. That was from a disqualification from their qualifying session. They've got up to 21st. All of that hard work has just been undone.
Not good there for the number 98. This is Exeter A putting a lap on Leeds D. Go around the boot section now. They are 1.5 seconds behind Sam Pooley in the Nottingham Trent A Kart out front, and 4 seconds up the road from Birmingham A's Josh White, who in turn is 2.5 seconds ahead of the number 33 of Nottingham Trent B. So it's fairly spread out between the top 4, but then it's still quite a tight battle that just went over the line there between Trent B, Leeds B and Coventry D, and Birmingham B still moving up the order as well, having got past the sister C Kart. The number 32 of Birmingham B now ahead of the 55 of Liverpool A.
Good work from the the Nottingham C driver there, methodically turning the kart around. Callum Brewell's been in touch, the former Warwick and Cranfield BUKC driver, and also known as the encyclopedia of Warwick Motorsport. Of course, reminds us that it's not the first time brothers have raced in the same team. Alex and Sam Cobb, of course, for many, many years, raced alongside each other for Warwick. Warwick were here yesterday, got one team in.
Did they ever both win on the same day? That's what we're trying to go for. But it is a very good point. Of course, the Cobb brothers, one of whom still actively racing.
Well, it's a Rich T Racing. This is an unbelievable comment. Rich T Racing is supporting someone who is not from Swansea University. Cheering on Shahib, racing for Liverpool C. He's having a good race. Triple one up to 12th place.
And I would say that's the second race in a row that we've seen a very good show from the Triple One. Liverpool C featuring very well in the last race.
Yeah.
So indeed, they must be looking.
Yeah, they'll have a bit of work to do. They're in the very last race of the day as well, starting from 19th.
Right.
So they will have some work to do there. But a good result here, getting a top 12. Will be just what the doctor ordered for the one-on-one. You can just see Shahabi there. Oh, what's going on there? Just ahead.
Well, was it just ahead, or was it putting a lap on City A?
Yeah,
just spooked the kart a bit. Well, good save from City A, to be fair.
Reading B were looking down the inside there as well.
Yeah, here we go.
Look at
So the
this
66
again.
is being passed by the 105.
It's a little bit rude
okay.
there. A bit unnecessary.
So that was X to C.
X to C.
Yeah, just coming across. Well, I'd say coming across too soon, having got past.
Did not need to do that.
Didn't need to do it. Could have just taken a slightly later turn into turn number 1. So that's what we talk about when we talk about getting by quickly and cleanly. It is a classic thing to misjudge your overspeed on the kart that you're passing on a straight and to just cut across too soon. But in that situation, you may as well leave the space going into 1 anyway. It's not going to hamper you too much. Liverpool, they collected a cone penalty a lap to go, and so that means that they're going to be down another position at the end of this one. Coventry D continue their progress. Coventry D eligible for points. This is a very impressive showing from the number 100. If it sounds harsh when I'm saying this team's doing too well, are they eligible? It's just because of the pattern that we've seen over years of, you know, if maybe one of the lower teams in a university's squad, they've maybe had a last-minute dropout from a driver or some such. Sometimes you'll get a more experienced driver subbing in just to fill that space. They won't count as being eligible. I can answer that question because I've got a list of ineligible drivers in front of me. I don't know why I asked.
That's not one of them.
That's not one of them. So brilliant run so far from Coventry D and Dan Skelton.
Yeah, qualified 6th on the grid. Tells in that region. Outside chance, I'd say, for Coventry D, but Skelton, a mature drive here, as the fastest driver in that team. Yellow flags has to be relied on, I feel, to get those points on the board and give the chance to the other drivers to do their bit and pull forward.
Yellow flags out for the boot for Nottingham C, who have just gone into a spin there. The driver's already got out of their cart, turned the cart round the right way, and have got straight into the cart and are underway again.
How are Nottingham C doing at the moment? Apologies. They are in 60th place in the standings. 29 points acquired by them so far.
We're watching a battle on your screens between Coventry A, the 97, and the 119 of Reading B, who are in hot pursuit. That's one of the areas was it Reading B you were talking about earlier, mate?
Yeah, yeah. Reading B. This is a key race for them. They are in that region. Sorry, no, Reading A. Sorry, is the team that is quite key. So is that a potential getting the team selection slightly wrong there? That a quick Reading drive is arguably being wasted at the moment in 15th place.
I mean, just for reference, we've cut slightly further forward here to the Coventry CX to C and Liverpool C. The battle of the C teams going on here for 11th, 12th, and 13th.
Big lap's just gone in from Konstantinos on his BUKC return at 44.248. He's less than 0.2 of a second behind Nottingham Trent A's Sam Pooley now. They are coming onto the back straight.
Yeah.
They do have traffic.
And
in fact, it's changed. And Konstantinos has got through. So X to A to the lead of the race then, with 18 minutes and 45 seconds to go. You'll see it come around the shot. There is the golden helmet of the number 4 shod Kart.
And I was going to say it was in traffic that the gap had closed up, and you can see how it's causing them to close up with each other. But I've got to say as well, it was actually a relatively clear lap. So I wonder if Sam just got onto the back of this pack of traffic and just couldn't find a way through. And that's what's allowed Konstantinos through. Plenty of traffic up ahead of them. In fact, I think, it is Reading A. Reading A are the next kart for them to go by, running in 22nd place. who themselves, this is a battle for position that they're coming up upon here. Reading are chasing Sheffield C, who in turn are chasing Southampton C. Southampton C is the 122 and Sheffield C is the 75, and those are the cars they're just working by now. The 66 is a further lap down, that's City A, and our leaders carry on, having gone through that.
The one thing to bear in mind, though, for Trent A, I say on pace they should be comfortable, but they are in this slightly anxious situation. Remember they had oh dear, someone's had a spin in increments. They had an exclusion from their second race, so they've effectively used up their drop score already. Whilst it'll be very tempting for Sam Pooley to get this win and go all out and fight hard, the last thing they need right now is some form of incident that loses a significant number of points.
Yep.
So if I'm Sam Pooley, and I'm playing this on the slightly negative side,
they go around the outside.
Take 59 points right now.
Absolutely, they go around the outside of the 122 Southampton C, who it's got to be one of the better runs of the day from Southampton C in 20th place.
Have a look at them, see how they're getting on. And that was a classic example of if you get out the kart, you can get going again a little bit quicker. Southampton C, yeah, they've had a 30th place so far. Got some grids in the mid-20s. Development squad for them. Both of their A and B teams are looking like they could get into the top 27 without any major issues.
Changes in that battle that we were looking at for 11th, 12th and 13th. And the changes that Coventry C dropping down the order a bit there, and Southampton B picking up an ABC takeout black flag.
Yeah.
One wonders if those are both connected.
Yeah, it looks like Southampton B have taken a direct hit from HMS Comms Curse and its cannons. So we'll move them down the order. They were 15th. They have got some good scores already booked in, 2nd and the 13th. "15 minutes to go then. Race 4 out of 7. You're watching live coverage of the second day of qualifiers here for the British Universities Karting Championship 2022 season. Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell on commentary duties for you. Together we are DDMM, Double Dash Motorsport Media. We've got our live points tracker and comms box cam available over on our YouTube channel. That will start getting pretty active after this race.
It certainly will. We're watching a good battle, by the way, coming through the traffic here between Exeter B and Leeds B. Birmingham B getting involved as well. You're looking for the 41, the 9 and the 32 amongst all of these. In fact, there you can see the Birmingham B car having a look there at Leeds B, but just bailed out at the very last moment. Yes, indeed, do if you have a spare monitor or device to put alongside your Alpha Live coverage, do join us over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel as well, where we've got a bit of the live timing on show, but perhaps most interestingly going forward for the rest of today's racing, the ticker that is ticking through each of the teams and showing you what the status is of each team in reference to whether or not they are on course to qualify. And indeed which position they're projected to finish in. As this battle carries on between Exeter B, Leeds B and Birmingham B. Oh, there's a cone that's just... Colin the Cone's just camping out after Inkerman's. He's not sat on the curb at the moment, he's just chilling.
Big lap going in from Konstantinos.
Oh yeah.
44.082. Birmingham B.
Move there, Birmingham B down the inside of Leeds B, Andrew. That's a change for 7th place.
This is a good drive from, is it Ethan Herford in the
It is.
car? Yeah.
It is Ethan Herford.
That's remarkable. I've recognised the driver in a black suit and a white helmet.
I was impressed then.
It's the eyes. It's beautiful eyes.
Yeah, getting by on the number 9 of Leeds B, which is Jack Moulton.
Genuinely, this is a good drive. I'm not just waxing it around his eyes, because he's moved up from 11th place to 7th. There is still work for Birmingham B to do. Their next race is quite key because they start 27th. But Ethan leading the line for them as they try and get back in the top 27. Here is your race leader, both race leaders. Konstantinos. That's why we call him Konstantinos Squared. Sam Pooley just behind. There was the 119 of Reading B being lapped. Sam Pooley not too happy with the back marker there because he's lost a bit of time as a result of let's take the long way round.
I do feel that we talk a lot about lapping. We talk about it quite nonchalantly. People going, oh, lapping, that means you're a lap down. I mean, there's two things. Number one, relatively short lap here at 45 seconds. Number two, the pace of the leaders that we're seeing in these races. When we say, oh, they're lapping the 119 of Reading B, Reading B is running 15th in a field of 36 karts. You know, they are not having a shabby race. No. But these two at the front have some impressive pace. This is the closest that Sam Pooley's got in a while as they come onto the back of some of this traffic now. Trying to get through on Cambridge D and Bristol C. And Sam Pooley trying to find a way. It is going to be a bit of, brilliant judgment there by Sam Pooley. And there's a change for the lead as they try and go through the traffic. Bit of a Spa. Bit of a Hackett and Schumacher at Spa moment there, perhaps.
The Nottingham Trent boys in front of us here in the comms box liked that one. Sam Pooley just pulled to the inside. There was nothing really much Konstantinos Rexter could do about that. Sam Pooley pounces, takes that lead.
Yeah, I know I say good judgment by Sam Pooley, but to be fair to Konstantinos, that one was a little bit in the lap of the gods, that one. There was so many karts around and better to take the... You know, it's better to step on the brakes and not make contact and pick up a penalty. Yeah, better to have discretion, the better part of valour on that one. As Coventry A and Liverpool C having a good battle. You can just see out there on the 97 and the 111. And that's the thing now. They're going to be coming up on some good battles now. Are our leaders. So they've got by on everyone up to Bath A, and the next karts they come up to is one of the battles that we were looking at earlier, which is the battle between Coventry A, Liverpool C and Imperial A. Can we just note how good a recovery drive this is from Imperial A? They spun out to the very back of this field, and they're now battling over 12th place. That is the battle that our leaders are coming on to now, who themselves are going through on some traffic. So the 25 is chasing the 111. That is Imperial A on the tail of Liverpool C. And then Coventry A is the 97.
Yeah, they should comfortably get Imperial A in with, not formally yet, because there'll still be some mathematical
Sample that goes through, but look at this, Imperial A using the opportunity to try and pull a move there on the 111 of Liverpool C. And he's still going down the inside here. Is the 25 of Imperial A, gives the racing room good respect, but this is not what Konstantinos wants to come through on. He picks the moment with Imperial A. Good judgment being shown by Exeter A there. Just breaking up the fight for a little bit over 12th place.
You mentioned Bath A few moments ago, Howard. They've had a very understated but strong day so far. Just wanted to mention. They're one of those teams that kind of get lost on a qualifiers day, because we talk about the guys at the front for obvious reasons. We talk about teams kind of around that 25th through 30th region a lot. Bath A are above that. They're in that middle ground where this is just a nice solid day, get in the top 27, have some bigger days when we get to the new year.
Yeah, Tom Newnham resumes his pursuit of Liverpool C. Being piloted by Shahid Khanna. Oh, there's a driver spun out. It's the 61 spun out on at the boot, which makes it Southampton B. As there's a black flag for Birmingham C. Oh, that's costly for Birmingham C. ABC takeout. That's going to be from 10th place, and that's got to be one of Birmingham C's better runs today, with the black flag being shown for the number 37.
Yeah, that's a really bad moment for Birmingham C. They needed to do some big work to get up from projected. They're currently around 135. I think that's going to drop now as a result of that flag. Apologies on the DDMM stream. I think we just had a little blip there in connection, but we're back now. working for you. 8 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Sam Pooley leads this race for Nottingham Trent A, ahead of Exeter A's Konstantinos. Birmingham A still holding in third. Not improving their score from earlier in the day, but potentially taking points off other teams.
Yeah.
Which, if they're wanting to win this qualifier, is a good thing to do.
Birmingham C pull in for their black flag. Yeah, is this going to be the first time in a while that we don't see the
more than one Birmingham team in the top 54?
Yes, read my mind. It became a fairly standard thing for... Well, it was always a standard thing for two Birmingham squads to get through.
Yep.
There's never been a season where there's only been a Birmingham A in the Maze Championship. For as long as there has been a Rookies Championship or an Intermediate Championship, there's always been two Birmingham squads in the A squad as a...
the Crazy Bugs are out.
The Crazy Bugs are out. One of the things that you can do here there's Coventry D putting a move on Birmingham A. That is a move for third place.
It is indeed. It's not too consequential, I think, for either of these teams. Coventry D, this is their strong driver in a team that probably doesn't have the depth to get into mains. A strong run for them nonetheless. 6.5 minutes of the race to go. Gap is now at the front of the field, 0.5 of a second. Josh White has a check over the shoulder. And okay, this may end up as the drop score for Birmingham A, but that is a good indication of their strength this year. They had a very strange the last couple of years have been a bit odd for them, all the way back to the last qualifier that we had here in 2019, where they nearly didn't make it into mains. Ended up in Clubman's, probably unsure of pace, should have been up in Premiers. Just to remind folks that once we've got our 27 teams that get up into mains, top 13 go into the Premier subclass. Everybody else, so 14th down to 27th, goes into the Clubman's. That's a split to give teams in the mid-pack something to race for when we get into the mains championship in the new year.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is more of a return to form for Birmingham, back to what we saw from them 2 or 3 years ago, as Konstantinos challenging for the lead here, trying to get through past Sam Pooley. He's got to be heads up here, so he's got a lot of traffic to deal with. This is a pressure situation. He's going to go to the inside of the 83 and, yeah, gets through. Really good stuff there from Sam Pooley. Is Konstantinos going to have a run up the hill to Christmas Corner? There's 1, 2, 3, 4 carts ahead, and they're fighting. This is one of the most tricky things as a driver in the BUKC to do.
Yeah, there's no one too close for position. One of them is Leeds E, but they're a second or so behind Southampton C, so they're sort of all relatively spaced out at this point. But difficult times. This is putting a lap on the 55, which is 9th placed Liverpool A. The pace of these leaders. I mean, Liverpool A's got to be going, you know, Liverpool A isn't necessarily thinking about, oh, I might be being lapped here. It takes a moment for these drivers to go, oh, okay, this isn't for position. You know, they'll see a driver coming through them and they'll go, I better defend that. But no, that was Leeds A. And now it's a pretty...
Chance.
Yeah, definitely
big chance.
A chance.
Pooley's got to defend to the inside and try and overtake at the same time some of the back markers. This is a proper scrap now, round the outside of the number 96, who's going to bulk Exeter A. That's a good moment for Nottingham Trent.
Yeah, Cambridge D is the number 96, and I want to say that it was they who was... yeah, I think they were been involved the last time that there was a major opportunity to change for the lead. I could be wrong.
Yeah, Konstantinos has a little tap on his head there saying, come on, think about it.
Frustration.
To be honest, I don't think the 96 could have done much different there.
If there's any salvation, well, actually it's not going to be salvation because Konstantinos will want the opportunities, but they've now entered a relatively clear part of the lap. 20 seconds is the gap back to third place Coventry D. So the 1.2 seconds back to Birmingham A in 4th place, and then 6 seconds down the road is the battle that's still going between Trent B and Exeter B. I don't know if they're ever going to stop that battle. To be perfectly honest with you, I think they might be doing that over Christmas. It feels like it's been all race long, but yeah, frustrating time for Exeter A. Doing the right thing, we should stress. You know, they haven't picked up any penalties. They are doing the right thing through the traffic. It just means that they've just got to have extreme patience and understand that sometimes things aren't going to go their way, as that is the 42. Sorry, that was the 111 of Liverpool C and the 42 of Bath A coming through, still battling away over 12th place. Now themselves hitting a bit of traffic. Everybody up till 9th place has been lapped. Everybody up till 24th place has been lapped twice. So that means that for everybody from 9th down to 23rd, you know, some of those are doing lapping of their own. So it's lapping upon lapping going on here as our leaders approach that. As there's a couple of minutes left to go. And the gap has closed down again on this last time around. Just coming through this time to finish a lap. Penalty for Exeter A. Penalty for 2nd place has just shown up there. I've not got that coming through on my timing. I'm wondering if my timing may have lost a bit of timing in the box here. One minute to go though, and here is Konstantinos. I definitely saw something show up then on the screen that said penalty, but I've not got anything showing up on timing, so I'm going to consider that unconfirmed for now. It's been a brilliant battle between these two, working their way through the traffic. And starting now, what is the last lap is Sam Pooley. It's been a great showing from both of these drivers, as I say. Strong drive as well from Coventry D. In 3rd place. And Birmingham A are going to finish their final race of the day with another good haul of points in 4th place. Coming round now. There he is. Sam Pooley will take the win for Nottingham Trent A. It'll be Exeter A in 2nd, but unconfirmed actually whether there's a penalty to be applied there. And Birmingham A will wait a while for 3rd place to be confirmed, because it's swapped back around, hasn't it, since we last checked in. Birmingham A finished their day in 3rd. They do indeed come across the line in 3rd. Finished their day with a very, very high score to Birmingham A. Coventry D in 4th. Nottingham Trent B in 5th. 6th for Exeter B. 7th for Birmingham B. Leeds B in 8th. 9th for Coventry A. And Liverpool A rounding out your top 10 on what was a very interesting race there to watch the ebb and the flow through the traffic. And a good win there for Sam Pooley as they come round to a stop, and we will cycle round to our 5th race of the day. Some of our teams have already finished their racing, while some have barely just started it. We're going to take a moment here in the box just to do a bit of maths, and we'll throw out to Jacob down on the grid.
Well, what a titanic battle that was. Sam Pooley and Konstantinos Dimas are just gathering their number plates and transponders. I don't think either of them need any lead, but they'll be over for a chat momentarily. Sam is just waiting for the go-karts behind him, and it looks like he's going for a shake of the hand as well. There they are, just to the left-hand side of me. All right, they'll both come over for a chat, and we'll get the verdict. I think Konstantinos got a penalty towards the end there. Sam, if you come on my left, and we'll have Konstantinos on the right. Well, when he finishes talking, come stand on my right. So, Sam, we'll start with you as the race winner. Under pressure a fair bit from this man. I think he got past you at one point, but once you got back in front, never looked behind?
There was definitely pressure. Yeah. Definitely pressure. The back markers, of course, I think played a big part. And yeah, he got past me and actually managed to get away a little bit. But yeah, I just kept a cool head and managed to use the back markers to my advantage and then get a bit of a gap towards the end.
Konstantinos, obviously, as I said, you got past at one point. Do you think you could get past again if you had another 10 minutes?
Well, first of all, went down to him. He had great pace. To be honest, I don't know, because, you know, there are many factors in place. I thought I was quicker, but that doesn't matter. Overall, it matters how the race goes. And I think I got a bit unlucky, and to be honest, I'm gonna go to the stewards and stuff, because I don't think, especially the second penalty I got, I don't think it was fair. I didn't touch anybody, yeah. But well done to him, yeah.
Thank you. And is this a sign of things to come? Can we expect to see the two of you fighting at the front of races in BUKC 2022?
I think if we're in the same races, and I think there's no reason why we can't put on more races like that. I mean, we've both got, I mean, I'm not sure what the gap was to third. It seemed like, to me, we were pretty far ahead, so yeah, I think so.
Konstantinos, do you want to race him again?
Definitely, I think. First of all, we want to have fun, so that was fun, and honestly, we had some clean racing, so I'm very pleased with that.
Gents, fantastic race. Let's have a rematch at Buckmore, shall we? Cheers, guys. Right then, moving on to the next race, where Sam's teammate, Dante Dillon, seems to have plonked himself on pole position. We got Henry Jackson grilling him at the minute. Let me get in here. Here's the boys. I'll start with you, Dante, on pole position. Can you emulate Sam in that last one?
I'll do my best. Unfortunately, with these type of races, as you've seen throughout the day, they can be very unpredictable, penalties galore, so just drive and do my best.
Henry, can you manage the back markers better than him and get yourself a race win? Another BUKC race win?
I mean, I'll try, but as you said, it's all about where you find back markers, like if they're going to turn in on you, how quickly you can get through them. It's just the luck of the draw this time.
If you do catch him, where are you going to get him?
Well, I can't tell him that.
I was going to keep it between me and you, but Dante, if he does catch you, where are you vulnerable?
Oh, that's a very hard question because I don't even know myself.
You don't have any weaknesses, do you?
I know when I'm vulnerable when someone gets me, then I'll know.
All right, well, both of you have a great race. Let's jump in with Max. Max, two very good drivers in front and behind you. What do you reckon your chances are here?
We'll see. I mean, it depends on the start. So far today, I've seen third on the grid get forced wide into and lose a few places. So I reckon if I keep it clean, I can do all right.
Well, let's hope for another titanic Exeter versus Trent battle, shall we?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Dante might lose.
We'll
find out.
All right, then. Let's go see who else. We got Kieran Harrison. I mentioned Kieran to Adam Kernis earlier, and he's going to come and have a quick chat with me about this one. I said I'd see you at the front of the grid at some point this afternoon, Kieran, and here you are in second place. Strong lineup for this one, though.
Yeah, it is. It's certainly at the front of the grid. There's a good few big names, so I was quite pleased just to get a clean lap in quali and put it on the front row.
You usually go well at qualifiers. I think you've won a race or two here before, haven't you?
Well, I had a bit of a controversial one where
yes, I remember.
Penalty and then it got taken away, but yeah, generally I've done quite well at qualifiers, so hopefully I can get an actual win this time.
Well, you stick to the rules, and we'll see what happens at the end of the race.
Yeah, that's been the big thing today, just avoiding the penalties, and then you tend to do well, it seems.
Yeah. Leave those back markers alone. Don't punt them off. All right.
Yeah, give them loads of space. I know.
Good man, Kieran Harrison there for Leeds A. You in the A team?
A team, yes.
Yeah. Bit of a struggle with Leeds, you never know who's where. Ami for Sheffield is in fourth. Ami, I've just been saying to the man in front, this is a very strong lineup. We've got multiple BUKC race runners around you. What are your chances?
I've never won a BUKC race before.
Now's the perfect time. This would be, you know, the height of impressiveness.
He's just trying to distract me already.
Dante's had to change his visor. He's not. He's unnerved by that. He's used to the iridium visor. He's unsettled.
I know, I can see it in his eyes, yeah.
Well, I'm certainly hoping you're wearing that after the bribes that Sheffield have brought to the race today, and indeed to the test days. And your social media game's been really strong all season as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the dog and the fudge.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yes. You have a good race. I'm going to see you a bit further behind.
Cool. Thank you.
Amy there, captain of Sheffield. Right, let's dive to the back. I've had enough of all these good drivers. Oh, Sam Gerrard's in here as well. Sam, we haven't had a word with Cambridge A yet, and I was just saying how good the driver lineup is in this. Another BUKC race winner in yourself.
Yep. Just going to try and not get a penalty in this one. That's the aim overall.
Trouble is, that's what Kieran said in second, so you're going to have to overtake the case.
Yeah, as long as we do it cleanly, I think we'll be both, doing all right. I think that's the biggest challenge for today's race.
All right, and Sam Gerrard there came a sixth BUKC race winner, I think, that we've spoken to in this grid walk alone. Let's dive in with this man here in the 47 Kart. Who've we got?
Alex Bond.
Alex, who are you racing for?
UClan.
Go again.
UClan.
UClan. UClan A. I've spoken to someone in your B team earlier on, but how are the A team getting on?
Yeah. We struggled in the first race because Jack looped it on the formation lap. But we're in decent positions now. We got a long race, half an hour, so hopefully we can come forward a bit and make up for what we lost in the first race.
Sounds like you've got it in hand. He's not gone to plan so far, but you've got a plan to make up for it.
Yeah, I mean that was our first race. This is our first race since that, so it's still got a couple of races to try and put it right. But yeah.
That's right. I mean, we're on race 5, but due to the nature of the round, it's nowhere near the end for some teams. You've got 75% of your points to come.
Exactly. And fingers crossed he's not looping it on the formation like this time.
I reckon he'll be all right. Alex, have a good race. Alex from UClan, we're waiting for one more driver, apparently, which gives us some time to dive in somewhere further up the grid. Let's go for number 122. Who have we got here?
Hello, I'm Nikolai.
Nikolai from?
Southampton Sea.
Southampton Sea. How is Southampton Sea life treating you, Nikolai?
It's been decent. It's quite cold here. Can't really say I like that.
No, I'm freezing at the minute as well. These jackets aren't very insulating, to be honest, and the race suits aren't much better, I take it.
2 layers of gloves. Like my hands froze last race.
You got a nice little, is that a scarf you got going on there?
No, it's a sort of a hoodie with a thing there. Okay. Just keep me warm, because it's gonna get even darker, colder.
Yes, this is the race where we have to have clear visors, not a problem for yourself borrowing from Club 100, but do you reckon you can warm yourself up with a few hot overtakes?
Hopefully. I mean, I'm hyped from Alonso podium in the F1 race, so gotta emulate that,
All right then. Yeah. I'll speak to you at the end then. I'll give you an interview if you get there.
I mean, hopefully, yeah. I don't bin it.
Yeah, don't bin it, you'll be fine.
Yep, there's the go.
Nikolai there of Southampton Sea. I think we've got time for one more. There's a man in a green and blue and yellow suit smiling at me. I can't not sit down. The fancy suits are what get my attention, really. Tell us a bit about this get-up.
This was just a cheapy suit bought off eBay that I thought I'd just put random patches on.
Okay, how much did that cost you, if you don't mind me asking?
I think 35 quid.
35 quid's a bargain for this.
Like that.
You can wear that on a night out.
I will.
Who are you racing for today?
Hallam.
Hallam. I haven't spoken to anyone in Hallam yet. Good job I got to you then, isn't it? Good job you wore this.
Though.
Sorry?
Shocking qualifying.
I can tell, yeah, we're a mile back here.
Hey-ho.
Are you going to make up for it in the race?
I'll give it a good laugh.
What's the plan? Come on, are you just going to get around the first couple of corners and dive to the inside for Christmas?
Everybody's been getting penalties. I think I'll just take it easy, see what's happening with things, and then go from there, basically.
All the best with that.
20s, I'll be happy. So.
Get your engine started. That's our man from Sheffield, Hallam, in the fancy race suit. Okay then, this one's going to be a good one. Andrew Howard, several BUKC race winners. Who's your money on for race number 5?
Honest answer, I'm really not sure who my money's on for this one, Jacob. Thank you, though, for getting the driver's thoughts down on the grid. Let's take you through it. Nottingham-Trent A and Leeds A are on row 1. Exeter A and Sheffield A are on row 2, with Nottingham A and Southampton A up next. It's Cambridge A and Bristol A on row 4, and Cardiff A and Leeds D to round out your top 10. Leeds B and UClan B are next. UClan A and Liverpool B are on row 7. Row 8 is going to be Sheffield B and Surrey B. Reading A and Birmingham C are row 9, with Exeter C and Bath C rounding out the top 20. Surrey A and Southampton C are next, with Cambridge C and Imperial C on row 12. Imperial B and Birmingham D are followed by Birmingham B and Cardiff B, with Bath B and Reading B rounding out your top 30. Then it's Sheffield Hallam A, Bristol B, Sheffield E and Sheffield Hallam B, Cardiff C and Manchester Metropolitan A. The floodlights are on, and that means you need to be having those clear visors. There are yellow tinted visor variants that are allowed, but you can't be having those tinted visors. That is going to get you in trouble with the stewards. Jake Mills. Well, it's not Jake Mills, is it? It's Dante Dillon, because they switched it round. In that number 11 kart on pole. Leeds A's Kieran Harrison alongside. Getting to that pinch point for a few teams now, where qualification has to be on the forefront of their mind. Away we go for the 30-minute race of race number 5. Dante Dillon immediately moves across to deter any moves there, but it looks to me like he may have got mugged. There's a yellow flag out, I can see, for turn number 1, and he did get mugged in that first corner. It's the number 16 of Nottingham A and Henry Jackson who has come to the head of the field as they head through Christmas Corner for the first time. And it's largely pretty clean there through the top of the lap. There's still a yellow flag out at turns 1 and 2 though. And there is one spinner up at Christmas Corner I can see as well, but it's Henry Jackson who's got to the forefront in the early stages. And the number 2 of Cambridge A, and Ami Jurga, who's got up into second place. It's a great start there from rows 2 and 3. Henry Jackson leads for Nottingham A, Ami Jurga in second. Looking for a way through the captain of that Cambridge A squad. She's followed by Leeds A in third. Fourth is Cardiff A. Sheffield A in fifth. Sorry, I've definitely got my drivers mixed up there, haven't I? Ami Jurga is the captain of the Sheffield squad, so it's Cambridge A's Samuel Gerrard. I knew those helmets didn't match up. Sorry to all concerned. Both still running well though. You've got Gerrard in that second spot, and you've got Ami running in fifth there, following the 18 kart with Harvey McBrien piloting that one in fourth place. Sorry to all Sheffield and Cambridge. I'll get it sorted out. It's the first event of the season. Nottingham A and Cambridge A though setting the early pace here. Exeter A and Nottingham-Trent A on the move as well. Up past Reading A on that last lap into 10th and 11th. Reading A down to 12th. Manchester Met A and Southampton C, I think two of the karts that were having issues on that first lap. As Sam Gerrard continues his pursuit of Henry Jackson. Already, the back is going to start to hit upon a little bit of traffic ahead of them. As darkness begins to fall here, we're already into these twilight conditions here. Cone penalty for Sam Gerrard in that Cambridge A kart. So that means that he cannot take the win here for Cambridge A. He's going to be deducted one position from wherever he finishes. That news coming in just as they start to hit a little bit of traffic. It's the Southampton C kart they've gone by on, and Manchester Met A. Good battles going on further down the order. Leeds have been able to carve out a bit of a space for themselves here in Harrison, try and get onto the back of these two leaders actually as they come through the traffic. But Henry Jackson has clearly done a slightly better job of getting through this particular piece of traffic. In fact, Kieran Harrison has closed onto the back of Sam Gerrard. Cambridge A versus Leeds A is now the one to watch for the second place battle, because the 16 of Nottingham A has pulled out by a second as there's a change for 5th place. UClan A up past Cardiff A. Good move there for Alex Bomberg. Past Harvey McBrien. Still Sheffield A's Amy Jurga running in that 4th place. Home penalty for the number 74 of Imperial C. Oh, spin there, live on the camera. Actually catch who that was. But, and don't be doing it like that. Pick it up at the back. I shall get. That's not turning your cart round enough either. I shall get T-shirts printed. I will. We'll look to see who that was on timing. It is difficult to make these calls. I'm not out there in a kart, but it's just something that you get used to. Trust me, if there's one thing I've practiced a lot in a kart, it's spinning out. Just ask my endurance teammate to my left. Nottingham A leads by 1.5 seconds from the battle between Cambridge A and Leeds A. Oh, it might have been Southampton A who was your spinner. There, up at Inkermans, and Liverpool B had a slow lap as well. So this is going to get costly now. Liverpool B, one of the teams that in their very first race of the day also had a drop down the order. So the 67, I reckon it's looking pretty tight for Liverpool B on their qualification opportunities. And that is not what Southampton A needed either, to drop down to 33rd. That could be a costly moment for them as well. We've been talking about how this format does really put the pressure on. There's your race leader, Henry Jackson in the number 16. The number 2 is Sam Gerrard in that Cambridge A kart, and then Leeds A's Kieran Harrison. Then comes Amy Jurga in that Sheffield A kart, the number 27. And UClan A having a good drive here with Alex Bomberg at the wheel. Nottingham Trent A have just got past Cardiff A for 6th place as well. So good little battle going on between the 11 and the 18. And in fact, Extra A have arrived on that scene, and Extra A now ahead as well. So Max O'Shaughnessy in that Extra A kart, getting them up to 7th place. Still plenty of time to go in this one. New fastest lap of the race from Henry Jackson in the Nottingham A kart of 44.601. Pulls the gap out to 2 seconds. Here comes the battle between Sheffield A and UClan A. Amy Jurga navigating her way through the traffic. Ahead of Bomberg in the number 47 UClan kart. 11 of Nottingham Trent A in 6th place, quite close with Exeter A now. In fact, there is the move. Exeter A getting past on Nottingham Trent A. Saw it there on the stream. Exeter A up to 6th place. Bit of a tactical swap potentially further down the order. Imperial B now past Imperial C for 19th place. And who else? Surrey A have just got by on Leeds D for 14th place. We're watching Exeter though in that number 4 kart. The number 11 is Nottingham Trent A, who've been having a really strong day here, and Nottingham Trent A have Dante Dillon at the wheel. Experienced driver, not least around this Whilton Mill circuit. The very first series that Andrew and myself commentated on Dante Dillon in was the Northampton Karting League, which was held around here. Oh, the driver there, side on. And this is another one of those ones where I'd maybe elect to get out the car. That one might be a bit more borderline, because he's perpendicular, he's not facing literally the wrong way. Dante Dillon, experienced driver, particularly around this Whilton Mill Kart circuit. He sees the opportunity to use his powder dry for now in his pursuit of Exeter-A's Max O'Shaughnessy. Penalty for Sheffield B. ABC bump and pass. Let's think as well, just going back to remembering my experiences when I was running the Birmingham squad for the UKC. I'd know the numbers. I'd know the numbers of the other karts within the Birmingham squad, so I always wonder when you see like a penalty for Sheffield B. I reckon Amy will have clocked that running in 4th place in that Sheffield A kart. She'll have looked at it and gone, oh God, what's happening with that kart? As Max O'Shaughnessy tries to put a lap here on the 47 kart. No, he doesn't try to put a lap, excuse me. Tries to put a move for 5th place on the UClan A kart. What am I talking about? There we go. It is UClan A and Alex Bomberg trying to look for a move. They've closed up on Amy as well because she's pursuing some traffic ahead. There's the look from Max O'Shaughnessy. He's gone alongside UClan A and he's going to have the inside line, and Dante Dillon will try and muscle his way through as well, and indeed he will, and in all of that there's a back marker who's perhaps run out of road there. That was a costly moment there for UClan A. Still running well though in the points, but down to 7th place. And now Amy Jurger under pressure from both O'Shaughnessy and Dillon here. This is Sheffield A coming under intense pressure, but side by side as a result goes Exeter A and Nottingham Trent A. They're still side by side through the final corner. There's so much traffic around them as well. Exeter A going to look down the inside of Jurger here, but it doesn't pay off. Dante Dillon goes around the outside of Oblivion as a result, and that is Nottingham Trent A up into 5th place. What a lovely little exchange there. And now Dante Dillon will look for a way past Sheffield A as they both put a lap on the 89, which means that they're putting a lap on Birmingham D there. Birmingham D needs to sort of just let them go there. I think he's fighting that one a little bit too much because that's causing problems. The 47's through. And again, Dillon now looking to the inside into the boot on Jurger. This is Nottingham Trent. Oh, and they all check up behind the traffic, and Max O'Shaughnessy gets his lottery winnings coming all at once there. And that is Exeter A up into 4th place. It just all checked up in front of Sheffield and Nottingham Trent A. Jurger and Dillon didn't have anywhere to go there. They've lost out heavily as a result. Not too bad. Not too badly, but it's allowed Exeter A and UClan A actually. Alex Bomberg benefited from that as well. Not a lot that they could have done about that one. But really difficult situation with the traffic here, as this is the 9 of Leeds B arriving on the scene as well. Battle continues. UClan A now have Trent A. And Dante Dillon's going to be a little bit frustrated by what just happened in the traffic there. As they come, and he's going around the outside. What a drive he had off the latter part of the boot there. Dante Dillon. Looking for a move there on the 47 of UClan A. Got the job done. Now Amy Jurger will try and get by for Sheffield A on that Nottingham Trent, on the UClan A kart. Here it is. There's Dante Dillon in the Nottingham Trent A. That's kart number 11. Max O'Shaughnessy there in the Exeter kart. He's got a bit of a gap now in 4th place. This is the battle. Dante Dillon in Nottingham Trent A's effort. Number 11, the 47 of UClan A with Alex Bomberg, and then Amy Jurger in the number 27 of Sheffield A. Good little battle, this one, over, well, it was over 4th place, but now Max O'Shaughnessy beginning to stretch his legs out front now. Navigated some of the traffic a bit quicker. Further down the order, Leeds D past Sheffield Hallam A, that's for 16th place. Southampton A are on the move as well after they had a costly moment at the start of this one, or towards the beginning of this one. Penalty for Nottingham A. Penalty for the race leaders for contact. That's huge for Nottingham A in their bid to win this race. And 4 places will be deducted from the race leader come the end of this half-hour race. And that means that the lead gets inherited by Kieran Harrison in the Leeds A kart. So the number 30 is now your race leader, and there's nothing that Nottingham A can really do about that one, because it's a position penalty, not a time penalty. So Henry Jackson there with the contact penalty, and he'll have seen it on the board, can no longer take the outright win of this race. I don't think it'll be too bad for Nottingham in terms of their qualification chances. It should still work out well enough. But they can't get that race win on the board, which they would dearly have loved to have done. So that's the 16. And then there is your race leader, Kieran Harrison, the number 30. And he may not know it yet. He may not know it yet because unless he's memorized all of the kart numbers around him, he won't have necessarily known the significance of the 16 getting a penalty. But he is currently your race leader by my maths. And it does open the opportunity. I'll forget about Sam Gerrard. It's only 2 seconds. So the 30 of Leeds A leads, and then there's the number 2 of Cambridge A. And then it's 6 seconds back to Max O'Shaughnessy in the Exeter kart. And you know what? Max is setting about trying to close the gap to Cambridge A, but he's got his work cut out because the pace is pretty good at the moment. I say the pace is good. Their relative pace is good. The actual lap times have dipped quite a bit as a result of the traffic and the cooler conditions we're getting now as the sun has gone down. Not that the day was a particularly warm one, if we're being honest. It's been a pretty chilly November day here, but it's only getting cooler here around the circuit. Still just under half of this one to go. Plenty that could play out. Another penalty shown for Nottingham. Not sure if it's the same one or a repeat, I'm not sure if it's a repeat showing or a new penalty. I would imagine, given the spacing of time between the two, that it's actually a new penalty. As Max O'Shaughnessy for Exeter A bangs in the fastest lap of the race at 44.5. He's really trying to take the gap down between himself and Cambridge A, but he's got his work cut out. 6 seconds the gap between those two. As our net leader continues to go past some of the traffic. And Nottingham A, if that is 2 bumper pass penalties, that is 8 positions for Nottingham there that they're going to suffer. That could be really quite costly in where they position themselves. We are having a little bit of technical difficulty at the moment with some of the spreadsheet of doom. We're just trying to solve that. If you feel Andrew's been a bit quiet, we're just trying to sort that out for you. So talking to the exact ramifications for qualification is a little difficult at the moment. New Clan A and Sheffield A still fairly close together there. Alex Bomberg and Ami Jurger. Sheffield A keeping the New Clan A car honest there. It's the 47 and the 27. Who I can see now, they're just coming through the boot now, that battle, over 6th place. As our leaders make their way through some of the traffic. Let's put a lap on Imperial B, the number 48 kart. Further down, good battle between Leeds B. In fact, it's just changed. Reading A has just got past Leeds B, so they're just going through up towards Christmas Corner now. Is the 52, the 9 and the 59, having a good little battle there. It's got to be quite a significant one, I think, this one for UClan B, running in 11th place. And Reading was one of the karts that Andrew was talking about in terms of being on the bubble. So as there's a black flag for Leeds B for track limits, it's another costly one for them. Sam Gerrard puts a lap there on Leeds D, number 53. Reading A battle, and the Leeds B black flag will drop them out of the battle that was being had with Reading A, actually. It's going to be very costly for them. And they've picked a cone penalty. Gosh, it goes from bad to worse for Leeds B, albeit a cone penalty is nothing compared to a black flag. Whilton B as well with a cone penalty. So, with 10 minutes just over to go, what are the good battles to focus on? Well, the gap at the front is 1.2 seconds. Leeds A have just gained quite a bit on Nottingham A, but that battle is kind of much of a muchness. This battle here, the 47 of UCLan A versus Sheffield A, and this is the opportunity for Amy Jurgen, trying to go around the outside of Boxing Day. And as they go through Inkermans now, she's not been able to do it there. Sheffield A still pursuing UCLan A here, and they've got a little bit of breathing space here, as there's a penalty for Nottingham Trent A as well. I'm not seeing what that's actually for, but that's to the benefit of these two who were watching the battle between right now. The 74 is just in front of them. That is... who is the 74? It's Imperial C. They're trying to put a lap on now. There's yellows out at Christmas corner, I think. But Jurgen being patient here in the Sheffield A, can't wait for the opportunity. You can see she's looking for the opportunity there. Goes, okay, I'll try and get the switch back out of Inkermans because I can see that Alex is going to get bolted by traffic. He does, but doesn't provide an opportunity this time around. Go through the boot. Run it. That could be crucial for Alex there, getting by on the Imperial C car, as yellow flags mean that Jurgen can't get by on Imperial C to put the lap on them this time around. Penalty for the 68 of Sheffield B. Not yet seeing as Amy Jurgen finally in the Sheffield A car clears that Imperial C car, but she's lost a little bit of time there to UCLan A. 57 of Sheffield Hallam A is the next car that these two will be lapping. Heard from their driver on the grid. Bit of a tough one for Hallam A. Gonna have to definitely take a look at that one to see how they're getting on for qualification. Get our stuff back up and running here, which I'm delighted to say. I think Mr. Mather has stopped steaming next to me. I think he's slightly less tense than he was 10 minutes ago, as the battle between UCLan A and Sheffield A is resumed in earnest here. They're nose to tail again now. That's the 48 of Imperial B. They're putting a lap on, and good heads-up driving from the Imperial B driver to go, look, go through me on my left. Although the Imperial B drivers opened the door, and Sheffield Hallam A has snuck through for 17th place. Cheeky move there, nicely judged there by Hallam A. And Daphne James. And this is the opportunity for Jurgen, is it? No, she thinks about it, going to the inside, but decides to stick to the outside. It's 9 seconds the gap behind them down to Cardiff A. It's otherwise fairly spread out amongst the top 10 here. A reminder, Nottingham A lead this one, but they've accrued at least one penalty, if not two, which means that your net leader is Kieran Harrison in that Leeds A kart. Cambridge A's Sam Gerrard in third, but would inherit second. This is definitely the closest battle in the top 10. Other good close battles out there. Surrey B are defending against Exeter C, that's for 13th place. Imperial B and Imperial C are quite close, but one would hope it would be fairly civil by those two sister teams. Reading B and Bristol B having a good battle as well, over 24th place out there. And Amy Jurgen looks to the inside at Inkermans, and here's the move from Sheffield A. She won't have the inside for the next corner. It'll be Alex's to fight with, as I might be being alerted to a penalty we've missed here of consequence. being told here, Leeds 8 have a cone penalty, which would mean they haven't got the win in store either. That must mean that Sam Gerrard of Cambridge A are going to inherit this one, because the two carts ahead of him both have a penalty. Oh, he's got a cone penalty as well. Come on, Jacob, we've got to work this out. Who's leading this race? I think it's Exeter. I don't know why I said that as if I'm opposing you, because I think you think that as well. Exeter A and Max O'Shaughnessy, are we agreed on that one? Okay, let's do it. We're saying that Max O'Shaughnessy leads this one once all this shaken out, as there's yellows out for two carts who have gone off at the boot. One of them is the 87. Which I'm immediately doubting. No, it's Cardiff C. It is Cardiff C who've got off. Yep. We're aware of the penalties for Nottingham Trent A. So not... Oh, yeah, okay. Yes. So, of the top 5, the only kart that we think doesn't have a penalty is Exeter A. So Max O'Shaughnessy, who is almost 10 seconds off the lead of this race on the road, is actually looking set to win this race. And an important lesson here and thank you, Jacob, for taking me through those. So I can't scroll down on the penalties on this screen I've got. So as we enter into the last 5 minutes of this one, is that another penalty for Nottingham A? So this is going to be quite costly now for Henry Jackson. It's going to be good points wasted, I'm afraid to say, for Nottingham on this particular one. Nottingham A lead. Leeds A in second, but have a cone penalty. That's one position to be deducted for them. Cambridge A have the same in third. Exeter A's Max O'Shaughnessy is the one with the golden ticket for the win of this one at the moment. And then Nottingham Trent A in fifth also have a penalty. And then it's 9 seconds back to a battle that we've featured a lot in this one, which is UClan A in the 47 versus Sheffield A in the 27, albeit I think Sheffield A have a penalty as well. Oh my goodness me. This is Reading A in the 52 versus UClan B. Two karts that I'm relatively confident are actually running in the positions that they should be running in and would be registered as such, although they might benefit from a few penalties ahead of them as darkness begins to fall on this Whilton Mill circuit. Good little battle in the closing stages here between Reading A and UClan B. Who's in this Reading kart? It's Daniel Booth versus Jack Smith in the 52 and the 59 respectively. As they work their way out of the Zulus. Cardiff is some 4 seconds up the road. As they come round to start another lap. Reading A there. One of our teams who we are keeping an eye on here. I think we're a little bit worried about their prospects for qualification, but hopefully be able to bring you a bit of an update soon on that one.
Hello.
Hello. You all right?
No.
No, okay.
Thank you, Network, beginning with B, for throttling the whole side down.
That's good.
Great work.
I can immediately think of 2 providers of networks beginning with V, so that was very good and ambiguous. Right, Reading A getting balked a little bit in the traffic against the 21 of Southampton A. And there's the, is there an opportunity there from UClan B? What is going on around me here?
Very quick note. Big thank you to Luke from Alpha Live. He's got the DMM stream going again. He doesn't have to do that.
No,
that
he
is
doesn't.
the great
Thank you,
working
Luke.
relationship that we have to ourselves here in Alpha Live. We're always grateful for it. One very good piece of news I can tell you, mate. Birmingham A confirmed as qualified.
Lovely stuff.
As expected. It's still very much all to play for. A lot of permutations will shake out in this race.
Yeah.
Because I've been running around trying to make the internet work, what has happened in this race?
Everyone's got penalties at the front, so it's Max O'Shaughnessy in the Exeter A kart who's leading this one.
Good stuff.
He's the only one. I mean, he's been passed by
Well,
Nottingham Trent A.
top 4.
It doesn't matter because Nottingham Trent A have a cone penalty. So Exeter A probably don't know, or Max probably doesn't know it. Exeter, if you're listening, you're leading the race net. Don't get a penalty. this is spread out just a little bit now between Reading and UClan B in their fight over 9th place. As definitely the light is fading. One of the things I quite like is that we are in a position today, mate, where we've got a window in front of us, so I can see the light levels, because obviously, you know, Alpha doing their best to make sure they can cover the action out there, have cameras that are set up for particular light conditions, so you can't always judge, as there's a cone penalty for Bristol B and a cone penalty for UClan A.
Very quickly, mate. Sorry, mate. Reading A are putting themselves in a real big fighting chance of qualifying with this 9th place. Having started 17th, they're moving themselves upwards from that 145 benchmark from yesterday. What are Leeds B doing?
Leeds B have had a tough one.
This is good. They're going to leave themselves. They're going to be in the Leicester position from yesterday of hoping that other drivers don't do as well.
I want to say that Leeds have. I don't want to do them a disservice, because it's been a lot. There's a driver off to driver's left coming out of the final corner. This is the last lap, and here are two drivers who are at the front of a field. And they're pushing to, hey, there might be a pass here actually of Kieran Harrison on Henry Jackson, but it won't bag either of them the win. They both have penalties hanging over them. It's been a bit of a penalty-laden race, this one. We'll see what race control has to say about that, if anything. Henry Jackson will cross the line for Nottingham Trent A, but he knows that he hasn't got the win there. Leeds A in second. Then it'll be a bit of a gap to the number 2 of Cambridge A, but it's Max O'Shaughnessy in the number 4 of Exeter, who I think is shaking his head a little bit, as if to say, oh, it didn't go well, I didn't get a chance to catch up onto the back. Max, I'm pretty sure here in the box, you just won a race. UClan A, there, what a battle all race long between UClan A's Alex Bomberg and Amy Jurger of Sheffield A. Great little battle between those two, albeit Sheffield A does have a cone penalty to be applied. Cardiff A next. That was all karts on various different laps crossing the line there on our shot. Reading A, though, holding on here, and there they are, holding on to 9th place ahead of UClan B. I don't know if Cardiff A might be the next university after Exeter A not to have a penalty. So I don't actually know if Reading will gain anything from the penalties. I know that Nottingham A gained, I think, 2 contact penalties, so 8 positions to be added to them by my count. UClan B rounded out your top 10 either way. Bristol A, then Surrey A, Exeter C, Birmingham B, Imperial B in 15th, then Sheffield Hallam A, Imperial C, Leeds B, Southampton A, and Leeds D to round out your top 20. Birmingham C were next with Cambridge C next after them. Sheffield B, Reading B, Bristol B in 25th. Then it was Cardiff B, Birmingham D, Liverpool B, Southampton C and Bath C to round out the top 30. Then Sheffield Hallam B, Manchester Metropolitan A, Cardiff C, Bath B, Sheffield E, and Surrey B, who got a black flag for rolling back. Please put your foot on the brake if you spin out, drivers.
Very quickly, before we pass down to Jacob, a couple of key results in that one. Leeds B finished 18th. This is all pre-penalties, of course. I reckon that leaves them on 1-4-1. That might not be enough for Leeds B to qualify. Slightly different story, though, for Exeter C. Big result there, 13th place. That puts them on 1-4-6. That would have been enough to qualify yesterday, but we'll just have to wait and see on that front. Sheffield B, they're, of course, on the flip. They're one of the late runners in this almost golf-like championship. Where did they finish in that one? That was 23rd. That was moving backwards, so they've got work to do in the last 2 races of the day.
All getting interesting here for qualification. Let's head down to Jacob.
We still really don't know who won that one. I'm told it's Kieran Harrison, who's still over there. I don't think he knows that because he had a cone penalty. Sam had a penalty. Do you have a penalty? You had a penalty, didn't you, Sam? Henry won on track. We'll have a quick chat with Henry. You had about 5 penalties, mind.
Three, apparently. Three.
What did you do?
One, the guy braked on the outside coming out of Zulu 1 and I was behind him, so apparently I'm meant to be able to read minds and not make contact. Second one, yeah, that was my fault. It was a late move. The kid outbraked himself. I hit him in the quarter. Third one, going into Zulu again, I was alongside a guy. Apparently that's contact. We hit side pods. You can watch it on the replay. It's like whoever's on that Marshall post, terrible.
All right, well, we'll see where you end up with all the penalties applied. Dante got shafted at the start, though. Dante, what happened to you?
Oh, as I said to you at the beginning, it's too unpredictable. What could I have done to avoid that? nothing. But it's the way it goes. I don't know why I got a penalty during the race. I would like to know.
I think everyone got one. Just to be fair, we thought we'd give one to you.
Fair enough. I mean, if you're dishing them out, you must dish them all out. But no, to be fair, it was a really good recovery. So
it was. I was very impressed. I'm just going to double check with Mace. Mace, do you know who won? We still don't know who won. I'm going to grab Kieran. We think he's Kieran, so I'm going to go grab him. Thanks, Dante. Kieran, we think you won. We're not 100% sure. Literally everyone got penalties, and when I say literally everyone, I mean like I'm not just putting it on. You had a cone, but then I think you might have just had less, or someone else top 10.
Cambridge, I saw they got a penalty, and then I think it was Nottingham won.
Oh, so it's you. Sorry, it's Max who's running away over there. We did think it was Max. Max O'Shaughnessy, who was in Exeter. I think he finished 4th on the road. He's being pointed back over now. So yes, you did have a penalty, and therefore you didn't win.
Presumably the order of penalty application that I've lost out there.
Yeah. So Max, it turns out you actually won. It took a while for us to figure that out.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
I can't tell if I'm joking or not, honestly. Kieran didn't win, apparently. Did you have a penalty at all in that race?
Well, it doesn't sound like it.
Oh, you've won then. You've won, because everyone else and we have heard over the radio that you are the winner of that race. Congratulations, Max.
Well, that's redemption for being loaded off the track on the first lap, so I'll take it.
Obviously, a tough race, that one, based on the number of penalties dished out. How did you manage to stay out of trouble?
Well, I didn't cause any trouble. I didn't manage to stay out of it, but I didn't cause any. Worked with Dante to fight back. We were pushing each other down the straights, helping each other get through back markers, which helped a lot. I wasn't aware that anyone had a penalty. I was fully convinced I was 4th, but yeah, I'll take it.
I think the 3 in front of you had a penalty and the 3 behind you as well. So congratulations on a great recovery drive.
Oh, thank you.
Shaughnessy there, who we have confirmed won that race of sorts. Right, on to something that's hopefully a lot easier. And who's on pole here? I think it's Ben, is it? Ben, you on pole?
Oh, yes.
Another pole position for Cardiff.
I know. With Fraser's edition of stonking debut, yeah, we can do really well this season.
Can we have Cardiff as our first double winners of the day? Although Exeter technically... wait, Fraser was B.
No, Fraser was A.
Fraser was A and you're A?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'd be the first team to win 2 in the day, Exeter First University.
Well, I know Charlie's quick and he got a penalty, so I should have been on 2nd. But I think A team's already qualified, so I'm not going to do anything too drastic.
What you do is just going to...
Keep it on track.
keep calm, finish about 10th, is it?
Exactly, yeah.
All right, then. Well, I'll leave you to that. That's pretty boring. I'm going to talk to Charlie about winning or something. Charlie, what are you doing with the 16 on the front of your car?
We didn't have a great year last year, especially by our standards. Usually comfortably in the top 10, but last year was a bit of a disaster all round.
Henry in that race with the 16 plate got 3 penalties. Can I trust you to be a bit better behaved?
I'd hope so. Maybe only 2 penalties for me in this race.
I mean, in that last race, if you kept it below 1, you were probably like up there on the podium. Yeah. So Ben Healy-Smith, he reckons his team are already qualified, so he's going to take it easy. Are you going to take advantage of that?
Yeah, I think so. I'd like to win a race today. So that'd be good. I mean, we'll have to see how it goes.
All right, then. I'll let you jump in. We're nearly ready to get going. Let's try and find... I want to try and find Surrey and the other team that I haven't spoken to, Imperial, but I can't remember which numbers they are. So I'm going to have a look for some familiar faces from those universities. Diego Martinez is looking very, very relaxed. Diego, you've missed a couple of BUKC rounds in the last few years. Where have you been?
Working.
Sorry?
Working, pretty much.
Okay. Are you here to return Southampton to the glory days of Kirk Langley and co?
I mean, we got a P3 today and then a black flag. So I think we're back to not very good Southampton. But hopefully I got a good race today.
Yeah, you can do all right here, I reckon.
I'm sorry for the back, but it should be okay.
I have faith in you, Diego.
You've been talking a bit to my shit about me today, though, so I'm not sure.
No, I have not.
Oh, come on.
No, I don't know who's told you that.
Old apparently or something like that, I don't know.
No, I love having you around, and I'm glad to see you again for the 15th year in a row.
Eight.
Well, 8's quite a long time in BUKC too.
It was the last one, so it should be a good one, yeah.
The last one, yeah. Make it a good one. Make it the last last qualifier for you, make it a win.
Hopefully, yeah.
Diego Martinez, if you look at of Southampton A, can I see any of my Imperial or Surrey friends? No, I can't. JV telling the back of the grid to behave themselves. I won't interview them until he's finished. He has finished. Let's jump in with the 114. Who have we got here?
Name?
Name, team, anything else?
Ollie Phillips for Nottingham C.
Okay, and we've spoken to a few of the Nottingham A drivers today. Just in a word, how are you doing?
They're better than me. I'm just going to not crash, you know?
Try not to crash. Perfect for this back of the grid. He's obviously listened to that mini briefing JV gave them. Andrew and Howard, back to you guys for the penultimate race of the day.
Here's your grid for race number 6. Cardiff A will start this one on pole with Nottingham A alongside them. Cambridge A and Cambridge C are on row 2, with Sheffield B and Imperial A on row 3. Liverpool B and Cardiff B are row 4, with Leeds C and Cambridge B rounding out your top 10. Row 6 is Southampton A and UClan A. Row 7 is UClan C and Nottingham Trent B. Surrey B and Leeds E are next up on row 8, with row 9 occupied by Cambridge D and Nottingham Trent C. And it'll be Nottingham C and Nottingham B making it an all Nottingham 10th row. Bristol C and Cardiff C are next. Bristol B and Imperial B are row 12. Then it's Manchester Metropolitan A and Reading B, Bath C and Sussex A, Southampton C and Nottingham Trent D to round out your top 30. And then it'll be Coventry D, Imperial D on row 16. Row 17 is Sheffield C and Sheffield E, Sheffield Hallam B and Imperial C round out your 36 karts on the grid.
Very, very quickly confirmed as qualified for the mains. We have the following teams: Imperial A, Cardiff A, Nottingham Trent A, Exeter A, and we have round winners already. Birmingham A's 177 points cannot be beaten by anybody with these 2 races left. That's kind of good news, because it means we can focus on the situation around those crucial positions in the 20s. Out confirmed are Leeds D. They cannot qualify. Sheffield B, Bath B cannot qualify. Imperial D, Cambridge D, they are all mathematically out of the equation, unfortunately, for the 2022 main season.
Sam Cobb, we've got a full start sort of showing here, but that was Sam Cobb making a late call to go for a kart change. And I think that's experience showing there, Andrew, because as far as I'm aware, that is entirely okay. You are perfectly entitled to do that. And he would sooner do that than not have the right kart to do qualification. So heads up driving there from Sam Cobb in the Cambridge A kart.
Hugs all round in the Birmingham squad. That is a very, very good effort. Confirmed winners of the rounds. It's a bit of pressure having those first 4 races. You've got to go out there and do it, even if it's for a round winner qualification. And after a very difficult qualifier 2 years ago for Birmingham, where they nearly didn't make it for the mains, that is a fantastic result for the squad ranked number 7 going into this season.
Yep. They've absolutely nailed those first 4 races as Sam Cobb emerges into the pack. I'd imagine will be good this time around. One thing that concerns me about this, Andrew, having spoken about the experience of Sam Cobb, for drivers at the back, it's not easy to know why the pack is being held, and what it causes you to do psychologically is just build up and build up and build up to the race start. So I'm hoping we're going to see a clean one here.
Other karts that we need to look out for in this race, because this is big ones for them. The number 36, Trent C, starting 18th. The number 48, Imperial B, starting 24th. And Sheffield B, the number 68, starting 5th. They're all teams looking to move forward to improve their scores, because at the moment they're on the outside of the top 27, looking to defend their positions in this race. Cardiff B, the number 65, UClan the number 47, and Cambridge C the number 62. Those are the 6 teams that are around the bubble. 3 on the in, 3 on the out. May not be the same way for them in half an hour's time.
One that stands out to me there is Sheffield B. If they fall down on the first lap, that is going to be a significant drop on their. You know, they've got to try and
They've
convert
got to
that spot.
they've got to get a top 10. They've got to get. Strangely, in a way, they can afford to lose a couple of positions, but they've got to make sure that they're up there in the top 10.
Here we go then. Ben Healy-Smith for Cardiff A in the number 18. Charlie Lamb alongside for Nottingham A. Away we go for race number 6 and into oblivion for the first time. Sam Cobb jostling for position there into, and it's not going to work for him. He's going to be hung out to dry on the outside in the distinctive flame helmet. There are no yellow flags showing on Marshall Post 1 outside my window, so they've all made it through that part of the lap cleanly. As it's jostling, but there's a spin from quite high up there. The number 68 was involved. I think that is Sheffield B. I think that's Sheffield B, and there's an absolute mess here at the top of the hill at Christmas Corner. The number 94 is involved. I can see that. That's Bristol B. Oh, we're going to have to take a look at timing at the end of this one, mate, because I think honestly, I think some people's qualification dreams might have just died up at Christmas Corner.
Not enough carts off to warrant that as a false start. That's why the race continues. End of lap 1 then. Let's count them through. Black flag for Cambridge A already. ABC multiple, way too aggressive.
Sam Cobb.
At the start from Sam Cobb means he's going to have to come into the pits and serve a stop-go penalty.
And Sheffield B are dropping down the order, Andrew, massively here. The 68 is dropping down. We're going to watch it here. So it's the 68. The 25 goes into a spin.
I'm afraid to say that's an absolutely spot-on call from race control. That was triggered by the number 2 loading into Christmas Corner.
Yeah, and it's the 25 is Imperial A who went into that spin. So they've also dropped down the order. In fact, who has? So Imperial C, Imperial D, Bristol B.
Oh, Collins on his holidays.
Sheffield B, Cambridge D, Manchester Met. They've all had costly first laps there where they've dropped down. Cardiff C as well. Has had a costly one there. Imperial A in the end, I say only, dropped down to 15th place. Where did Sheffield B drop to? 30th place.
Cone penalty for the leader. Cardiff A have got a cone penalty. They cannot win the race.
Charlie Lamb.
We should celebrate, actually. Cardiff A have made it through the qualifier.
Yes!
Properly for the first time in, what, we reckon 4 years?
I want to say 5.
5 years. Cardiff A have qualified. They can't win the round. As we say, that's already gone to Birmingham, but Cardiff A could be back on the podium here.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself. 4 years.
4 years.
4 years.
2017.
Yeah.
Or November 2017 ahead of the 2018 season. And they had quite a fall from grace, were seed number 10 going into that qualifier. And as I say, didn't even make it into mains. It was quite a shock. So it's good to see Cardiff University returning to where they really should be. A university their size in this competition. 2.5 minutes gone. Cardiff A leading, but have the penalties. That will give Nottingham A the lead. Looking okay at the moment. They've got 96 points banked in already. Nottingham A are in these last 2 races, so
it was, to be clear, we are talking November 2016 for the 17 championship.
Oh, okay, so it is 5 years.
Just double check that.
It's 5 years since that shock result. But Nottingham, it's not winning in. It's top 10 in it, I'd say, for Nottingham. It's a very good start for them.
Yeah.
Cardiff B. You were talking about Cardiff B. Just remind me of their situation. This is their last race.
Yeah, this is Southampton A, by the way, that we're looking at the moment. Diego Martinez chasing Cambridge B, and he could do with putting in a decent result for Southampton. As you were saying, I was asking whilst we were down with Jacob, as he lines up a move here for Cambridge B, or against Cambridge B, and he's passed through on Alexa Brett, and up into 7th place. Cambridge sees Jack Hepworth running well in 4th place. Who's next for Diego to try and catch it to? Plan A running well. Max Mooney at the wheel in 6th place.
You were asking me earlier about the Southampton A situation, mate.
Yeah, your response was that if they keep it clean, they'll be all right.
Yeah, I mean, they're sat in 37th place at the moment in the league table, but that is with 2 races in hand, including this one. If they keep on projection, they'll finish on 156, which will be more than enough. But you are right, they need to keep it clean. They cannot afford at this stage of the evening to get something that's 20th downwards because they get a black flag. So Moving forward is Diego, up to 7th place now. Don't get too aggressive out there. Don't get too greedy in this situation.
In a recovery drive to be watching, you just saw the number 121 of Sheffield E being chased by Cambridge A. That is Sam Cobb now doing a recovery drive, effectively, on behalf of Cambridge, and that is the number 51 out stationary at the side of the road.
I'm going to throw this in there as well.
That's Surrey B from quite high up, actually, from 14th place.
This result's put Cambridge A under pressure now because, well, you've got a projected 173, but that really drops dramatically now. If I put in their current position of 28th, that drops all the way down to 156. They would need to finish well in the last race just to qualify. I mean, we've been talking about it with Birmingham winning the round today two years ago. They were in this situation. It was a do not get a penalty, do not get a black flag, otherwise you will not qualify. And I'm afraid to say, last year's runners-up are in that position now.
Yeah, very much so. Battle just swept through on screen, the 49 versus the 80. That's Leeds C versus UClan C. Good little battle there for who gets into the top 10. There it is, just going out of your shot. And then behind them, this battle here, the 36 of Nottingham Trent C and the 113 of Nottingham B. Bit of a city rivalry here going on between your 36 and your 113.
Fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Nottingham A, 45.182. Number 64 a bit wide.
I think the 113's got a bit caught up in... Oh no, sorry, the 113's ahead. I'll have to check that on timing as they come round, actually. Got quite a bit of traffic already developing in this one. But I think the gap's just pulled out between Trent C and Nottingham.
So our team's needing something in this race.
Oh, sorry, Nottingham B have dropped down. That's why I couldn't see the 113. I think Nottingham B has fallen off.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
Our team's needing to do something in this race. Cardiff B, brilliant. Very much doing what they need to do. And up in 3rd place at the moment as the 114 looks down the inside of the 122. This is over 15th place.
Yeah, Nottingham C on Southampton C.
Thank you very much, mate. UClan A, how are they doing?
Well,
proper
7th.
good.
7th, they're doing well.
Properly
just had a very interesting race in that last one after a race-long battle with Sheffield A, and they're having another strong result here as Diego Martinez gets the Southampton A kart up past Nottingham Trent B and Ed McDade in the number 33, so that's a pass for 5th place for Southampton A.
In fact, I'd go as far as to say if UClan can hold this position, they don't even need to worry about the last race. They won't be mathematically confirmed, but they'll have more than enough points on the basis of what we've seen so far and all of yesterday to be in. What are Cambridge C doing? Oh, of course, they're up in 4th.
They're having a great
race. This is similar actually to the last race yesterday, where we were saying, yep, all the teams that are in that top 27 are all just nailing it and doing what they need to do, and there's no opportunity at the moment for the likes of Imperial B and Sheffield B and Nottingham Trent C to overhaul their point scores. I mean, Trent C are giving it a good go. This is their last race of the evening. They've got a 5th and a 15th and a 31st on their scorecard at the moment. A 12th would put, well, that would put them up to 151. That may be enough as well. We may need to look a little bit higher for the teams under threat. Looking to the likes of Birmingham B, perhaps. They may be in a spot of trouble now. What are Imperial B doing so far in this race? As we have a look at the 68 going down the inside of the 122, the 64 is in trouble. That's Sheffield Hallam B. We've already had a couple of spins this race. 25 working their way through. That's Imperial A. They've had a great day. Oh, look at this. This is a bit of a conglomeration. It's like an M1 Friday night out there at the moment. Cone penalty for Liverpool B. Imperial A just about squirmed their way through it. How are their teammates doing? So Imperial B are currently in 14th. Right. Team job time. A team for Imperial. Help your brothers through to try and get them into the top 27. And to be fair, Imperial B have gone forward in this race. They qualified 24th, but gained 10 positions. We may have to revise the number here for how many points you need, because there's a lot of teams improving. There's a spinner there. Whoa, as the 114 nearly, well, does get collected. That's Nottingham C. Gets half collected by a spinner there. What is Sheffield B doing out there. They are in 15th. See, and ooh, that's going the wrong way. That is going the wrong way for Sheffield B. They're falling down too far.
You were saying that UClan are looking strong here for the qualification.
Yep.
I don't think we've really spoken about this, but by my reckoning, that would be UClan's first ever qualification into mains. Our intermediate champions from last year.
No, I think they've been in before. I wanted to say they got in on their debut year, and they had 2 stellar teams. They didn't complete a full main season.
Okay.
I want to say it was something around 2018. They got in.
I will double check that one. It's.
I have a distinct memory. It was like, what are these lads from Preston doing? Who are they? Rocked up here, and
I will double check.
Well.
I do not have a UClan showing at any round of the 2018 championship.
Might be earlier. We're getting old, folks. All the years. Just
Either
merge
way,
into one.
it is at least. Well, they are our intermediate champions from last season anyway. And they have not been in the mains for a good few years.
I'll put it this way, it was a qualifiers when we were still in the old box.
Okay.
That's how far back it was.
I'll see what I can do. Either way, it's highly impressive because they haven't done it.
Some year BCB before comms box.
Either way, they're our reigning intermediate champions, and it would be the first time they've got into the mains for about 4 or 5 years. So I think it's noteworthy, and I'm going to stick to it.
80 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Nottingham A now leading the outright. I don't know if we've mentioned that. We should have mentioned that because it's happened out there. That's the number 30. Whoa, is that a spin for the number 36? He's having a go there, trying to get through. It's Nottingham Trent C, I think it was. Yes, Nottingham Trent C have dropped it. Trying to get past Liverpool B there in the number 67, following them down through the Zulus. They've got Leeds C just ahead of them. Let's have a look at the Leeds situation. The teams from West Yorkshire. Well, at the moment, I think they're only getting 2 teams in. Leeds A should be comfortable, as long as they don't do anything silly in the last race of the day. Leeds C, they just need to keep circulating here. If they get the 11th place in this race, should see them at least a good way onto their way. They'll still have to do something in the last race and bring a result home. Leeds D cannot qualify. Leeds E are looking on the outside at the moment as well. Team who love being in the mains. Great characters in the Clubman Championships in years gone by. We seem to have at least one team in that part of the competition. Cardiff C have got a track limit warning. Nottingham Trent C, we saw them having that off. Oh, big moment there. Is that going to be a save? Well done. Brilliant save from Manchester Metropolitan's driver there in the 81. Have we got the driver list still? That's worth a name call. Well, there's an official qualifiers Go Brown moment, but Manchester Metropolitan just about held on to it. Just caught a glimpse sight there of Diego Martinez. This is a good drive for Southampton 8, up to 3rd on the road now.
81 driver is Jamie Ram.
Jamie Ram, well done. That was a good save. Black flag for Sussex A for a rolling back after a spin. And presumably nearly taking somebody out. Sussex A have had some good results today. They had a top 10 earlier on in the day. It's not quite going to be enough to be in the top 27. You'll see them most likely in intermediates. Just saw Cambridge A there. Where are they up to? Is Sam Cobb pulling this one out of trouble? 15th. That would leave them, okay, on a counting 145. So again, it would be fine because they've got 4th place on the grid for the last race, but they would need to just be sensible and not put themselves in danger. Of course, every position that they can gain between now and the end of the race is another point closer.
The number 68 is not too happy though. That's Sheffield B, who've just been overtaken by Cambridge A. I think they were feeling a bit aggrieved. It's a frustrating race, this, for Sheffield B. I can tell that that's a driver who could just feel they're slipping away for Sheffield B. Started the day, started the racing part of the day on the inside. But, I feel that 29th in the race we've just seen, where they started 15th, really has put them on the back foot. They have 5th on the grid for this one. They needed to capitalise on the top 10. It's not going their way.
BT, there they are. Car number 78. Black suit and orange arms. PB last time around, 45.954. There is a position penalty post-race for Bristol C. Apologies, I'm not quite sure what it's for. There we go. So a summary of how Bristol have run today. I think they're going to be a big presence in the intermediates. And their A team's still got a chance here. They've got work to do in the last race. In fact, no, we're all right already. We've already got 153 points booked in. So on the basis of yesterday, that's already good enough. Well into the second half of this race now. Oh, there was a clang there. It sounded like a sprocket going over a curve. There was a yellow flag out through Christmas. Contact warning for Imperial A. Now Sam Cobb, using all of that experience, making amends. The black flag earlier is up to 13th. Now trying to find the number 80 out there. It's the 1-2-1. Has just gone by. Sheffield E, currently in 26th place. Imperial A passed Cambridge B on that last lap. Cambridge B racing themselves into the mains championship as well, so it's looking pretty good for Cambridge to at least win to two teams actually, maybe three actually. Now, when it comes to if Cambridge A can sort themselves out, Cambridge C are hanging around in there, up in 4th place of course. We always say each year that having a squad of teams can be beneficial for a team with championship aspirations. A B team or a C team being able to help the efforts of an A team, either by working with them in an endurance race, for example, or being a blocker to a rival squad also going for the championship. I've seen Oxford Brookes and Loughborough be particularly good with that kind of thing in the past. Here we're just having a look at the 65 and the 62 going through your screen. Heading up towards the hill. On the inside there's a yellow flag out, I think. Oh yeah, number 48's not too happy about that. Fields has just been overtaken. Oh, shot, couldn't see the yellow flag. I don't see there's a yellow flag there, so not quite sure what the 48 had his hand up there. That's the 48 of Imperial B and 20th. These are all actually not pole position, they're all different laps. It's been a quite chop and change race here. What's happened to Nottingham Trent C? Lost 3 places on that last lap, still circulating. 11 minutes to go then. Nottingham A still leading this race then. There's a penalty out there for Leeds E. Here we're having a look at the fight for 4th place. Cambridge C and Cardiff B. Oh, forced onto the grass there. And the number 33 of Nottingham Trent B trying to close in here. Nottingham Trent have had a really good day. Solid scores already in for Nottingham Trent B. In reality, they don't even need this last race to qualify. They're improving their score further by being up here solidly in the top 10. Keep your comments coming in on both the YouTube streams on Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media. Once again to Lee Henderson, one of our Club 100 Sprints drivers, says, Sam Cobb ever not to be a student? No, it's against the laws of time for Sam Cobb to ever stop being a student. Lots of support coming in for Leeds. Question from George Sanderson, how are Hallam getting on? We can give you an update for that. Okay. We've got the ticket still going on the DDMM, so every 5 seconds we change. I can tell you it's on Liverpool at the moment. So head across to our channel to keep an eye on that one. But just for you, I'll give you an update live off the sheet. Sheffield Hallam A are done for the day. They have got 129 points, which sadly I don't think will be enough to get into mains this year. Sheffield Hallam B have 94 points secured. They're out in this last race, currently 33rd, which would improve it by a couple of points. I think it's going to be inters for both of the Hallam teams. Highlights of their day, a couple of top 20s along the way for the A team. It has been an exceptionally hard qualifiers, with there being more teams here on each day, 63 teams per day. We've seen the average position that you need to qualify across your counting races go up. It used to be about 16th place. It's now more like 12th place. Doesn't sound like a lot, those 4 positions, but over the course of 3 races, that's a lot of positions to fight for.
Have we covered the fact that Cardiff A has accrued
Yes, right, quite early on in the race.
Nottingham did so early on in the race. Cardiff have just got themselves another one.
Ah, okay. Oh, and contact there. That, I think, was Cambridge A with a back marker. Just to get a replay of that once again, if we can. There's a driver off in... Oh, it's getting to that qualifiers time. However, it's dark. They just see random Kart in the grass.
Yeah.
I'm getting Yi Ding feelings. Black, yeah, I'm sorry, that's spot on again.
Whoa,
black flag
big.
for Cambridge A, and all that hard work that's been done has been undone, and will shuffle Cambridge A back. They're going to have teams in mains, but the A team is the one. Let's have a look at this again. This is going into increments, yeah, pushing on the rear, right. That is a slam dunk for me.
Yeah. On Liverpool B. Actually, what does that do for Liverpool B, mate? Because they were a team that I've been...
Liverpool B,
because they had their first race, they dropped down the order, and I seem to recall in another one of their races.
I think they had a very small chance, and it is pretty much gone now.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to have had enough. Yeah, they've had... Oh, I'm typing numbers in the wrong box there.
Do you feel they were already a little bit out of it before that incident?
They were already out of it. They needed to do something remarkable in this race, like get a top 3. To get their way in there. Change at the front of the field on the road. There it is. Cardiff A back ahead of Nottingham A. Now, are we saying, mate, that both of these have got cone penalties?
Yeah, so
now?
I was just clarifying that. So Cardiff A has 2 cone penalties and Nottingham A has 1.
Okay. Diego Martinez. What were you so worried about Southampton for? They're chill.
Well,
it's all good.
I've seen a lot of black flags and penalties across the board today, mate. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think on some of these, but yeah.
Got Mikey B coming up as well.
I think it was also the fact that where did Diego start this one? Down in 11th.
Yeah.
Contact warning for Cardiff A. Got to be careful out here because it could get much more costly than a couple of cone penalties at this rate. Here is your quote-unquote lead battle. Not actually your
Charlie
lead battle.
Lamb goes down the inside.
Yep. And they're going to be side by side into the Zulus. Ben Healy-Smith will seize the advantage, so the battle will go on, but it's actually some 17 seconds down from this that the actual race leader is running.
It seems to be whenever Cardiff A are at the front today, they just have the pace so high. We saw it with Fraser Brunton earlier in, I think, the very first race of the day. They've lapped everyone up to 9th position. There's still 5 minutes of this race to go.
Double checking penalties here, making sure Southampton haven't had one.
I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure they've got a cone penalty.
Oh, come on.
They got it very early on in this one.
Right, we're going to move to Cambridge C then.
Okie dokie.
Cambridge C got a penalty?
Bear with me. Yes.
Yes?
Yes, they've got a cone penalty.
Okay, let's keep going. Cardiff B.
Stand by.
Hang on. Do we know somebody in Cardiff B?
We do.
John, you're on for a win.
John.
Oh my goodness. John Ratcliffe, do not hit a cone.
Hang on. I've got to check he hasn't done it already.
If you can hear me, what would you rather have? More commentary or a race victory? Because I think you're going to force a bit of a question in the Cardiff squad with this performance. What a shock result this would be. What of DDMM's own?
He's had a contact warning.
John, don't do it.
He's had a track limit warning.
No, don't do it. 4 minutes to go.
He's had another contact warning,
Hey.
but he has not had any penalties.
Someone turn that PA up. Been doing a good bit of commentary with us this year. This is rare. Commentators are not meant to be good at racing. That's why we're in the comms box. This is not allowed.
I'm gonna... Right. Do you know what? I'm gonna double check all of those because I don't...
Well, we saw it with X-Terray in the pre... Oh, no, for goodness sake, there it is! There it is! DDMM, comms box, cannon, boom! Straight into Cardiff B, and one of our own has got a penalty. He was sat on a win.
I've lost it.
Right.
Who are we on now?
Trent
Cambridge.
B.
Who?
Cannonball's coming for you next. What are you doing
He has
out
just got
there?
a pass on Cambridge C, to be fair.
Oh.
Who am I looking for now? Trent B.
Trent B. 6th place. The
Hang
Super
on.
GT position. Is that going to give us a race victory today? Oh, goodness.
I'm going to say I'm going to try and paraphrase a quote here. We're in this slightly ludicrous situation that we've got a race, so everyone's waiting to see who's going to win it. No one wants to win it.
No one wants to win it. Answers in the chat as to which race that is a reference to. 2.5 minutes to go. Can anybody get home without a penalty?
Can anyone do this?
By the way, there's been a change at the front on the road. Charlie Labb has got back ahead of Cardiff A.
I'm going to do a fresh sweep. So we know that Cardiff have got a penalty.
Yes.
We know that Nottingham have got a penalty.
Yes.
We saw a Southampton penalty not too long ago. No, we saw that near the start of the race. Apologies.
John's just let us all down.
Southampton. Cardiff B.
We know Cardiff B have got a penalty, we've just seen it.
Yeah, it is confirmed on time.
Cambridge C. We said earlier that they've got a penalty.
We did, didn't we?
So now we're down to Nottingham Trent B. Curb warning for Southampton A and Diego Martinez. I mean, nothing much is changing in terms of qualification, everybody. As status, as we said earlier, for the likes of Imperials and folks like that, are all still going pretty well. It'll be all to play for going into the last race. I mean, that's the one consolation for Cardiff being Cambridge C. These performances, penalties and no penalties, are more than good enough to get them in. Clan A still circulating well in 7th place.
I think Cardiff may have just got a third cone penalty, by the way. So,
yeah, that's not great.
Edward McDade in the number 33, Nottingham Trent B, running in 6th on the road, is the highest placed kart that I can find that has no penalty.
Edward, don't do it.
And another thing, although they have just got a contact warning, I don't think I've seen the penalty for Clan either.
It was harsh on UCLan because they're all like 1s and 2s, aren't they? UCLan are sat in, UCLan are like one position between finishing 7th or winning the race. Welcome to the BUKC, everybody. Here are your leaders on track.
No penalties against UCLan A currently.
Charlie Lamb comes around the final corner. Is just okay. 3 seconds to go. All good.
So this is definitely going to be one where we're going to have to sort of, well,
I'm so glad we have the script working now.
We'll get back to you with regards to the scores coming into race number 7. I mean, it's strange. It's actually been a very good battle between Nottingham A and Cardiff A at the front of this one. Brilliant battle between these two, between Charlie Lamb in that Nottingham kart and Ben Healy-Smith in...
Bit of new and old as well.
Indeed.
Charlie's been around for a few years.
Indeed.
Has always been quick. And Nottingham A, seed number 16, looking to move themselves back up the order. That's the kind of drive that will do so in 2022. Nottingham A take it on the road but have penalties. Cardiff A really finishing a great day for them. The 94 comes over the line. We're waiting now a long time for Diego Martinez to put Southampton A very much into the mains. Needed to deliver the drive. There it is, a mature drive from Diego. Very happy with that. Where are Cardiff B? They are going to qualify. John Ratcliffe comes over the line, qualifies, but has a penalty. Is still very happy with the result. Cambridge C are going to come over the line. They've qualified. There is Nottingham Trent B. Edward McDade, well done. Don't get a penalty, get a win.
Provisionally.
Provisionally
we are stressing that one. John looked quite happy.
Well, so he should be. It's a top 5.
He should be very happy. But, we're being told they're doing a weigh-in.
And there's a weigh-in. Oh, here we go.
Right. Well, hey, John, there's hope for you yet, buddy. If you're...
Everybody else gets disqualified.
Oh, my goodness me. We're going to have to go and do some maths, I think, ahead of this last race. We're going to hand over down to Jacob, appreciating he might not quite be in position yet, but we're going to hand down... We're going to take a break on comms either way, because I think we're going to work out the maths for this one and prep ourselves for the final race of the weekend.
Drivers, if we can have you on the scales, please. Everybody on the scales. Get yourselves weighed. Grab your number plates, transponders and ballast and seat inserts. And make your way to the scales, please. Thank you.
Down here in the pits, we are weighing all the drivers. We're just waiting for them to come weigh in and apply all the penalties. Race control will be in touch as soon as they confirm who's the winner of that race. Charlie Lamb's making his way, well, he hasn't taken his fuel cap off, so he's making his way back to the kart now. But we will grab Charlie as and when he gets weighed. We got Diego coming forward first. I think he's the first contender to have potentially won, although he definitely got a penalty. We'll grab Charlie as well, who's just slotted in behind him in the queue for a weigh-in. All good so far. Diego Martinez Luca, who spoke to on the grid for Southampton A. A strong drive from him, but Diego, penalty I think rules you out of contention for that one.
I don't think I got a penalty.
Yes, you had a penalty. Charlie as well, if you wait there. Oh, we got some drivers breaking the rules.
Where did I finish?
I'm pretty sure you got a penalty. If not, we'll find out on the radio that you've won. So you don't know what it was for then, I take it?
I got banned at the beginning, so that'll be a surprise. Okay.
We'll find out. It's a strong drive anyway. Charlie, we'll come to you next. Penalty for that one as well. Do you know what he did?
Yeah, bit of a silly mistake. I hit a cone very early on, so I ruled myself out right at the start. Yeah, I don't know where I'll end up. I've only got one penalty, I think.
Another man who's got a penalty and could have potentially won that one is John Ratcliffe. John, do you know what you did wrong?
Oh, mate, I got stuck on a back marker.
There's no reason to pent them out of the way, John.
My front bumper and their front bumper got a bit torn together, so I got spun, but I managed to keep the engine going and got it back together. And I couldn't believe it at the first corner. They all went off, and then suddenly I found myself in third. I was like, wow, I was just trying to keep my head in the game, but lost it a bit.
Did all right, yeah. Ben Healy-Smith's another Cardiff driver who could have won that one, but you also had a penalty, Ben. What did you do wrong?
I had like 4. I mean, you know.
I'm not going to interview then, in that case. If you had 4 penalties, this is for well-behaved drivers only. You can both get out of my face. I'm going to quickly try and find out if we've heard over the radio. Mate, you heard yet? No, still don't know who's won this one. No drivers underweight so far, though. We will bring you the official result as and when we get it, although the result won't be issued until everyone is officially there. We're just hearing now 65. I'm not sure who 65 is. Let's try and find out who 65 is, shall we? Let's have a wander through, see if he's still in the queue. Anyone 65? 65. Cardiff B, it is John Ratcliffe. We've already spoken to him, and he's disappeared into the crowd. Let me try and find him with a big... That wasn't as stable as I thought. John, come back over here. Now, this isn't 100% official because we haven't finished on the scales yet, but we think you've won that race.
No way.
We think so.
No way.
We think so.
So how? I didn't even know where I got my penalty.
You got it towards the end, last 5 minutes, I think.
Yeah, because I just it was on the board, and I was like, I don't know.
A few warnings for everything, but I don't know if that means it gets applied first. Wait, no. Well, we're going to shake the hand. This happened last race. I asked race to confirm who wins. They tell me a number. I think they just pick it out of the hat, if I'm honest with you, John.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Or maybe Russell's just saying that we're waiting for the... No, it's not this guy. 33. Sorry, John.
That's all right, mate.
This isn't an
I
April
enjoyed my
Fool's or
extra
anything
screen
like
time
that.
anyway,
Yeah.
Cheers,
Okay.
buddy.
Well, that's how John would react if he won the race. So now I'm looking for 33. Anyone know who 33 is? Anyone? 33? Anyone? Who's 33? Well, I'm getting a me from somewhere. I don't know who and where. When we find out who Team 33 is, Trent B. I'm trying to pick someone from Nottingham Trent out of this crowd now. I think that's Sam Pooley, is it? Yes, it is. Guys, who was Trent B in that race? Ed, where is he? Wow. 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 I don't know about that. I don't know. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, well, the teammates don't know where he is. He doesn't know where he's finished. It could be first place. They're digging him out. He's gone. That's it. He wins a race, he retires. He's just gone straight home. That's it. His BUKC career has peaked. Ed has won. The result has been issued. No one in Nottingham Trent knows where he is. I don't know where he is. The next race is starting. I got to go do a grid walk. Yeah, Ed has disappeared. Can you guys send him back out when you find him? I'm gonna go get on with things. He's upstairs. He's in the cafe already. He's in the cafe already. Sam, send him out on track. I gotta get on with things. So we've got race 7 to get on with. Ed will join us momentarily. In the meantime, we'll go out on track and have a chat to the man on pole position. Who have we got here? I think this is a newcomer for me. Cambridge, is it?
It is.
And remind me of your name, sir?
Dom Cousins.
Dom Cousins. I did know that. Pole position for race number 7. Can you finish the day with a flourish?
We'll give it a go.
Which have had a so-so day so far. A lot of good qualifying results, some not so good race results.
Yeah, the A team aren't doing very well in the races. A couple of black flags we need to sort out.
But a strong performance nonetheless.
Yeah, I think so. Doing better than the A's.
Well, we'll see when the results are announced in the race. That's certainly a win from you would help.
Yeah, I think it'd go a long way.
Dom, all the best getting that together. I'll let you carry on preparing your kart. Have we got our winner from before? No, he's lost in the cafe. He's lost in the cafe. Someone's pointing at him. Oh, no, Sam Pooley has arrived, presumably escorting his teammates. Ed, you changed already.
I am changed.
This is the first race win interview I think I've done with someone when they're completely changed, but you won that race.
I'm ecstatic. Like, That's mega. Absolute mega.
Congratulations, your first BUKC race win, obviously. You're just as quick in the changing rooms as well, evidently. But yeah, penalties applied. You are the winner of race 6 today.
That's amazing. That is. Just thank the team, thank everyone. Stellar job. Well done.
Ed, congratulations. We'll probably see you again when you win your next race. Wow. He was so unprepared for that, he went and got changed. Let's see who else we've got here. I do want to find a member of Surrey, Sussex or Imperial, as I've mentioned. I'm going to have a browse through the grid. I think Rory Cuff actually is here, and I haven't seen Rory in a while, and he's got a lovely race on. Rory, you for these occasions, and it's good to have you back.
Thank you very much. It's been a while, probably about just over a year. Hopefully I'm not too rusty for the first corner. First practice was a little bit rusty, just I kind of got lucky with other people's penalties. But yeah, we'll see. Most people in P3 off the earlier starts have all ended up crashing at the start. So hopefully, well, we'll see how it goes.
It's a half-an-hour race. Just keep yourself in contention. After those first few corners, you should be all right, Rory.
Yeah, that's the plan. We'll see how it goes.
Good man. I'm going to go look for some teams that we haven't spoken to so far because we've already had enough of Exeter, but have a good race. Right, someone from Imperial. Jump. To hear a number for one of those teams. I've got a feeling I can't hear you though. Nevertheless, we'll jump in here because I'm pretty sure I've not spoken to Liverpool either, and this man's racing for Liverpool
Liverpool C.
How are Liverpool getting on today?
Very well. I believe we have the A team in mains, from what I've been told, and apparently C is on the verge of mains.
Okay, so you're the man that's going to bring it home.
Apparently, so.
What can we expect to see from you in that regard?
I don't know. If this was like at 4 o'clock, I'd say I want to move up, but I've been hearing from the other drivers that it's really slippery, so I don't really know what to expect. So fingers crossed we move forward.
Yeah, well, you may have noticed the temperature is very, very low. You'll warm up nicely going around the track. I'll warm up nicely in the comms box, but it's going to get slippery and slipperier as the track temperature drops, and certainly maybe a bit of moisture in the air as it gets darker.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, at least it's not raining, so.
The best thing you can do is keep it on the straight and narrow and bring home a good result, get the C team into mains, as you say.
That's the plan anyway.
All right, all the best for that. I'll speak to you later. That's Liverpool, ticked off my list. I've got someone making a big show over here, and I want to say this is someone, a team I haven't spoken to so far. Who've we got?
Max, representing Bristol.
Bristol? I've had Bristol. I thought you were one of my guys who hadn't spoken, but still, Max, I'll keep talking to you. I like your race suit. This is quite nice.
Thank you very much. It's your own, actually.
It's my own.
Well, it's the it's the building.
It's borrowed. Oh, I do recognise it now. Actually, it's quite not.
Yeah, that's not very much.
Yeah, well, I'll keep that one as a premium one next time. Where you can pay £5 to upgrade to a better race suit. Is it worth a couple of tenths a lap, do you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon. My dad says it makes me look like a wasp, so that's at least a couple of tenths per lap. Yeah.
Is your dad watching at home?
Yeah, I've got the whole family watching, mum, dad, and everything. So lots of love to you guys, and I'll do my best.
Big shout out to Max's mum and dad back at home. What can you do for them this race?
Win. Push on.
Okay. Max's mum and dad, I want to see likes, comments and subscribes on the stream if he wins this race. Right, Max, I'm going to grab one more interview real quick before we go, but good luck.
Cheers.
Okay, let's go for this. He's not sat in his car. I'm going to have to go over here to the 100. Who is in the 100 car?
Jasper Fryer.
From?
Coventry D team.
Coventry. I think I've spoken to Coventry D team before, but I don't think we've got time for another interview, so you're in luck, Jasper. Back of the grid. Can we improve on this?
It's going to be a difficult one, but I'll see what I can do.
Just keep the man for the job.
Probably not, but we'll see.
I trust you. I believe in you. Coventry D team captain's obviously put his faith in you. You weren't here yesterday in the E team, so that's a bonus. You know, you're not the man for that job, but here we are today. See how it goes. Sounds about right for me. I think I've got time for one more interview. So Jasper, good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you.
Let's go. This man in the nice black and gold Arai helmet. Who have we got here?
Alex Wood, representing City.
I got City. City is one of the ones I've been missing. Alex, good to chat to you. You're the team captain, aren't you?
Yes, I am this year. Yeah, I'm doing my second race just now.
Good. Oh, you're ineligible for this one.
Yeah.
How did you get on when you won? You put score points in?
Not bad. I could have done better, but lost some positions because of penalties. Definitely an improvement from where I started a couple of months ago, though. Very happy with that.
And your team as a whole, how is City getting on?
Not bad. Would do with a few more drivers, but at the moment, just developing rookies, really trying to get them up to a good Inters level.
All right, well, all the best for that. Good luck for this race. I shall hopefully see you again in Inters next year.
Hopefully.
Alex Wood, there, captain of City University. This is the last race of BUKC 2022 qualifiers. It's the last chance for some of these guys to get themselves into the championship they want to be in next season. Andrew, Howard, back to you for one last time.
Thank you, Jacob. Right, one last time. We're going to try and go through this grid nice and quick so we can talk about the permutations for qualification. Cambridge B and Imperial D are your front row. Exeter A and Cambridge A are next. Then it's Sheffield A and Leeds A. Bath A and Leeds C on row 4. Then it's Exeter B and Liverpool A. Nottingham A and Surrey A are next, followed by Southampton A and Southampton B on an all Southampton 7th row. UCLan A and Birmingham B are next. Then it's Sheffield B and Birmingham C. Liverpool C and Cambridge C to round out your top 20. Next up is Coventry B and Coventry C, then it's Surrey B and Bristol A. UCLan B and Cardiff C are next, followed by Coventry D and City A. Reading B and Sheffield D to round out your top 30. Then it's Birmingham D and Bath B. UCLan C and Nottingham C and Cambridge D and Bath C. That's how they line up for the last race of the day. Mr. Mather.
Right, qualified. Listen out for these. Already in are Birmingham A, Exeter A, Cardiff A, Trent A, Trent B, Imperial A, Southampton A, Nottingham A, Coventry A, Cardiff B and Surrey A. And there's a good number as well that are mathematically yet to qualify, but pretty much good in. We are going to have to revise though. It's 147. That's what you need today. It has been a higher scoring round than yesterday. We'll track who needs what as the race goes, because 30 minutes are on the clock and we're way to go for the final race this weekend at Whilton Mill. Very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Quite a few drivers lagging behind at the back. Who's going to lead it up to turn to Christmas for the first time? See the number 4 trying to go down the inside there.
Yeah, Rory Cuff trying to go for the lead on Dominic Cousins in that Cambridge B kart. And it's still battling, still not sorted out as they go through Inkermans. And I thought one of them was going around then in the light. It looks to me like we have got a yellow flag. There's a couple of karts that have gone stationary up at Christmas Corner. There they are getting recovered. We'll call them through as they finish the first lap. It's Rory Cuff to the head of the field though. He said he hoped he wasn't a bit race rusty. Well, that's a pretty good way of blowing off the cobwebs. You've got yourself up into the lead of the race as you finish lap number 1. So it's Exeter A who leads in the darkness here at Whilton Mill. Cambridge B in second place, Sheffield A in third, Bath A in fourth. Who's dropping down the order there? Imperial D had a bit of a costly first lap there, but they're not eligible for points. Looking for who else is falling down the order. Southampton B are tumbling down the order, as are Cambridge C. So Southampton B, Cambridge C, Coventry B, UCLan B, all with some kind of incident on that first lap.
Did you mention Cambridge C there, mate? Because
yeah,
that's one of
Cambridge
the karts
C,
that are right on the bubble
Cambridge
as things
C
stand. Needed to hold 20th or improve to finish on 147.
They're down to 34th. That is huge for Cambridge C. Black flag for Cardiff. Black flag for Cardiff C.
We need to keep an eye on Cambridge A in this race as well. They're under real pressure here. They cannot afford any penalties at all. A black flag and they could be going home here, which would be a real shock. They've only got 99 points on the board. As I say, we think any team, no matter who they are, needs 147 to qualify. 5th place would give them 155.
Apologies, mate. Which team was that just about?
That was Cambridge A. Basically, Cambridge A have to finish in the top 10.
It's got Sam Massey.
Finish in the top 10.
We've got Sam Massey in the kart, which is a pretty good, stable pair of hands. Currently chasing the Exeter B kart with Ryan Luscombe at the wheel. It's experienced. They've got 2 quite experienced drivers, therefore, in Exeter B and Cambridge A's effort here, battling over 4th place as they come up their hill. They're having a solid day, but they're doing well there in 6th place. And then it's Nottingham A.
If you just joining us and you're wondering what the situation with the round is, Exeter A are looking to secure second place in the round with this drive.
They have fallen down the order there quite a bit. 4 positions lost on that last lap. Or is that just time now? Okay, they've dropped down a little bit there. Birmingham B running in 12th, I think, are doing about enough at the moment, by my reckoning, because they started a little lower on the grid than that.
Yep, they need to hold there. They are a team that cannot fall off the road here.
That's Max Wade at the wheel of that Birmingham B effort, the number 32. We're here with the battle, which has swapped round. Sam Massey has got Cambridge A up into 4th place. Cambridge B running in 3rd. Have Cambridge B got on?
Cambridge B are comfortably in.
So if you're Cambridge right now, should you switch your carts? Well, I suppose to be fair, Cambridge A are doing enough right now. As Leeds A starts to back at the heels of Bath A here.
You possibly want to switch them if you wanted to use the B cart as a rear gunner. Oh dear, the 114 is off. That's Nottingham C.
UCLan A have just improved up to 14th, getting past Birmingham C.
How's Sheffield A doing?
Sheffield A are fine. Sheffield A are okay at the moment. Callum Barnett at the wheel of that one. Haven't mentioned him too much. That's because he got by on Dominic Cousins in that Cambridge B kart a few laps ago. So that's another close battle through the darkness. There's not a lot of field spread here. 41 of Exeter B.
Southampton B, have we mentioned, they are in a bit of danger here. They need to improve from 26th position. It is a counting score 26th position. And I reckon they need about 5 places.
Okay.
So Kart number 61.
Julian Zhao we've got showing
yeah,
as the driver there.
Needs to be patient here and start to move through the order, otherwise they are going to fall out of that top. They've got a top 27 position on projected at the moment, but they're not converting what was a 14th place grid start into a good result. There are other teams out there. Liverpool C are doing a good race here. They've got forward 1 position, and that may be 1 position enough to get them in.
One of the things to note in this race, I've got to say, is we noted it in the qualifying session this morning. These conditions, obviously, it's dark, very different to what these drivers were experiencing earlier when they qualified. They actually qualified at about 12:30. So sun was as high in the sky as it's going to get. As oh, that's been a change there. Bath A have got by an Exeter B. So that's another position gained for Paul Simmerd in that Bath A kart. Exeter A leading this one by some 2 seconds. I think they're about to come into shot here, in fact. Yeah, they are. There's Rory Cuff in the number 4 kart, picking his way through some of the traffic. Sheffield A and Callum Barnett are closing down, though, in this traffic. So as Callum hits this traffic, that's going to be the question. There is the 27 of Sheffield A, the orange helmet with the grey suit. And then there's the 15 of Cambridge B, Dominic Cousins, running in 3rd place. He was our pole sitter for this one, so he's got good pace. Cambridge C are on the move. It was 61 of Southampton B you were talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah, so at the moment...
They're up to 24th place.
Yeah, in this situation at the moment, Southampton B are the ones dropping out of the top 27, and they're being replaced by Liverpool C. So it turns into a bit of a cat and mouse game at this point, because all the different teams out there, they just need to keep, moving up the order.
So Liverpool C are your 111. They're currently running in 18th place, and they're in a battle with Surrey B, the 51, at the moment. So that's one to keep an eye on out there, the 51 versus the 111. And Liverpool A Actually, yeah, if Liverpool A are behind Liverpool C, but Liverpool A are sort of gaining. They've got some decent pace at the moment. Could turn out in the fullness of time that Liverpool A may want to help the C team here. Birmingham D are out of the race, by the way. Showing that officially on timer, which is fairly unusual. Extra A lead by 1.5 seconds. Rory Cuff still at the wheel of that one. Callum Barnett chasing hard through the traffic in the 27 of Sheffield A. There's just been a cone penalty for Sheffield B. But Rory Cuff, excuse me, Callum Barnett there in the 27 is safe for now. The 15 is next, and then it's a gap of 2 seconds back to the number 2 of Cambridge, and then, oh no, Cambridge is dropping. Why is Cambridge A are dropping?
And this could be danger. We've not seen why this is. It may be an incident out in the darkness. Where has the number 2 gone?
I've not seen a black flag for them.
Have they had an incident
They're still
out there?
dropping.
Hopefully it is just a transponder issue for them. If we can see on the cameras, the number 2 kart, it may be stationary out there. But this could be a real shock if Cambridge A...
There's not been a black flag issued for Cambridge A.
No.
There's been 2 black flags issued in this race, and they're for Cardiff C and for Birmingham D. And Birmingham D is out of the race outright now.
I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way, mate. I'll be back in a minute.
I was going to say. They've still not come across the timing beacon. We're watching the battle still between X to B and Bath A. It's an entertaining battle going on through the traffic here. Birmingham B we just saw into the top 10. Okay, so Cambridge have now crossed the timing line. They posed a lap of a 1:42.2. But I've seen that's a very odd one for me. There's no evidence of any contact. There's no evidence of any contact because there's been no bump and pass or penalties of that nature. I can't tell you what's happened to Cambridge out there, but they have certainly dropped down, and they're down in 29th place. This could be a huge upset here for the BUKC qualifiers. They are circulating again. Mate, it's difficult out there to see anything, but did you find anything out there?
I saw a Cambridge A kart circulating round, but as you see, it is now down in 29th place, and that is a long, long way off where they need to be. This is actually quite sad in a way that a team of such great drivers, genuinely great drivers, could be going out here.
What's the situation for the sister teams?
The sister teams are looking okay. B team is already in. C team, actually, yeah, they're looking wobbly as well. Yeah, Cambridge could be down to 1 team here. Cambridge could be down to 1 team qualifying. As you know, we've got some issues on the DDM end.
The 40, number 40 here is Surrey A. Remind me, mate, Surrey's situation.
Surrey's situation is qualified.
Good. Congratulations to Surrey.
Done. There's a penalty for Cambridge A. This is, I mean, we've been talking about Cardiff a lot today and referring to their top 10. I think this is an even bigger one.
In all of this, mate, Southampton B have made it up to 21st place.
Okay, let's have a look at that, what that does.
They've just got by on City A. 61 up to 21st spot. Penalty for Cambridge A. ABC bump and pass. It gets even worse. So they're going to have 4 positions applied to wherever they finish will Cambridge A. Bath A gets past Nottingham A, but also collects a cone penalty. And UClan A have just got past Birmingham B. And there's no penalties to talk about there. Good clean racing for the most part from UClan today. We're looking at the 37 and the 21, which is Birmingham C and Southampton A having a good battle there. This is over 12th place.
So you're asking about Southampton B. They are now doing enough, and fortunately it's Imperial B who are now facing elimination from the mains. Now they're not in this race. They finished on 143, but at the moment they are being scored as 28th. There's a penalty for Exeter A. Bump and pass. That's a big one, Howard.
Yeah, that's 4 positions to be applied to Rory Cuff, and it means that Sheffield A inherit the race lead net. Callum Barnett in the darkness racing for this one. I will do a penalty sanity check in the last 5 minutes, because last race it was rather important to do. As UClan B has just got past City A. Still plenty of battles going along in the darkness here. Bath B have just had a very slow lap, but I think they'd already hit some kind of drama, because they don't appear to have dropped positions as a result. Southampton A getting past on Surrey. That's for 11th place. That was the number 2 that just went through your shot of Cambridge A. What's the closest battle there? Closest battle in the top 10 is between Leeds A and Imperial D. Imperial D are not eligible for points in this one, so we'll not spend too much time worrying about that. Actually, the gap has just opened up quite significantly. Bath A and UClan, though, still having a great battle out there between the 47 and the 42. As there's a cone penalty for Leeds A. Can't see it coming up to a new lap. Surrey A in the number 40 is one of them. Birmingham C in the number 37 is another. Who else have we got? 49 and the 80. So 49 is Leeds C, and the 80 is UClan C having a lap put on them. Oh, was that the battle going on there between Leeds C, Surrey B and Liverpool C? That looked like a very odd angle that the 111 turned into Inkermans. There is a yellow flag out in that part of the lap. Stand by, folks. I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Black flag for Surrey B. I'm just going to keep an eye on this one. What's happened to... No. Breathe a sigh of release, folks. The 111 has got by on Surrey B, so they will execute the pass. They just went out of shot as a very odd angle. There they are, getting lapped by Exeter A, but they're fine. No one panic if you're a Liverpool C fan. It's all right. It's one of the teams that are on the bubble here. Penalty for Southampton A. So they're running in 11th. My experience and guesswork tell me that that's for track limits, based on the fact that when we've seen some penalties shown without a descriptor, that's been for track limits. So I'm going to presume that for Southampton A. Gap between Sheffield A and Cambridge B is some 10 seconds. Dominic Cousins running a bit of a quiet one, really. He's got 10 seconds between himself and second. There's 7 seconds behind him back to Exeter B. Oh, and he's got a black flag. Black flag for 3rd place, Cambridge B. ABC takeout. Here's the question. Who did he take out? Cambridge D have just had a very slow lap. I'm hoping for Cambridge's sake that it's not that. Were Cambridge B in securely, mate?
Yeah, they're fine.
Okay, so this black flag will not have a bearing in that sense.
We'll come back to the guys on the DDMM stream. Apologies, we've had some connection issues, but hopefully you're back with us for the last 11.5 minutes of this race as we close out BUKC qualifiers for 2021-22 season.
Southampton B have improved to 20th place, by the way, which means that they're doing that little bit more to keep themselves into the mains.
Yeah, that puts them on to 148 now. They're past Exeter C, who've been in the clubhouse for a while, on 147. Liverpool C, how are they doing?
Liverpool
they're doing
C are
better.
fine. They're all right.
15th. They're going to move past into the 150 zone. Cambridge C.
Cambridge C are
Cambridge C are now at a point where they are going to start improving their score every position they go further up.
Yeah, so they're in 21st and they want to try and move forward.
Yep.
But if at the moment, if they do so, it's at the expense of Southampton B, funnily enough.
Coventry D. Where are Coventry D?
They've just got past. Oh, well, they've just dropped down 2 positions to 20th.
20th, so they're dropping away. Coventry Bravo.
Up to 22nd, just got past
at the moment
B.
this is counting as a dropped score for them. Sheffield B.
Sheffield B
moved.
Yeah, running in 17th. Bit of a quiet one for them now. There's big gap in front and behind.
So as it stands, counting upwards, Cambridge C, Southampton B, Liverpool C, Exeter C, Trent C, Birmingham B, Leeds C are all qualifying with late efforts here.
Cambridge A are challenging City A for 25th place now.
The trouble is they are so far off. They are some 10 positions from where they need to be.
And they have a 4-place penalty now.
And a 4-place penalty. So it's more like 15 when you start taking all of that into account. They're currently scoring 135. You need to be scoring 146, ironically, the score of their Cambridge C team, to be going in here.
Absolutely. I'm just watching UCLan B, who've just had a bit of a costly lap. But Birmingham B and UCLan A have just got up past Nottingham A. UCLan B have crossed the timing beacon, so I think UCLan B just had a spin. But I think they were one of the teams that we've already determined either way on. Home penalty for Coventry B, which is another position for the sister team of Coventry D, if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to support the sister team, just let them through. Don't start knocking cones over. That's not the way to do this. Not at all. Change for 3rd place out there. Leeds A has got past Exeter B. I still think that your net race leader is Callum Barnett in that Sheffield A car. I've not seen anything come through to tell me otherwise. But I think it's time that I start doing a sanity check on some penalties. I've just got that feeling.
Yeah.
This is the battle between Leeds A and Exeter B, between William Stacey and Ryan Luscombe.
Southampton B have gained another position and another point, crucially, to Kart number 61. The ones arguably in the trickiest spots, and actually it's Cambridge C behind them. So there's 2 carts, the number 61 and the 62, line of stone on the road, 19th and 20th, that in the interests of each other, if they meet each other on track, work together to push yourselves through the order, as off there up at Christmas Corner is a driver, unidentified driver in the dark. Clearly been a tiring day. Should be able to get that back round and going again. There's a contact warning for the number 27 of Sheffield A. It may be City or City A have just dropped 2 positions.
Something interesting has happened for the 42 out there. Penalty for Bath A.
Coventry D. It's Coventry D falling down the order. So Coventry D.
Yeah.
Sadly, that is going to put pay to their chances. This will become a drop score. They will not be able to qualify. It's been a sterling effort, though, from Coventry D. In fact, let's have a look at what the overall squad is doing here for Coventry. And how many teams they're going to get in? I suspect it's going to be... Oh no, it's just going to be one. It's going to be one. Only the A team, Coventry, are going to get through here. Change of position, UClan have got past Birmingham B. Here we're looking at on the screen the 98 and the 42. That's not for position. Bath A are having a good finish here in that number 42. They had to go out and do something.
Slightly
simpler. More points, get them over the line.
Sorry, mate. Slightly simpler situation with penalties at the front at the moment. Exeter A and Leeds A both have penalties. So Sheffield A is your race leader, and I'd say Exeter B is net on for second at the moment. Imperial D running 5th are ineligible for points in this race. So, Bath A have got a penalty a few minutes ago for unusual on this, racing under yellows, not spinning or anything like that, but presumably
having a go at overtaking and not making it
in a dangerous way. I think is the critical one there. You know, potentially not backing out when there's a stationary cart or some such there. So not overtaking under yellows, but still being a risk to other people out there, which means that Bath in 6th aren't running. So I think UClan A, are sort of, I'd have to work out how many cone penalties Exeter have, but yeah. There's a black flag for Reading B. Oh, dearie me. Black flag, 119, Reading B, rolling back and taking out another driver. Hit that brake pedal.
Overall podium, at the moment, it's looking like it's good. Well, we know Birmingham A have got the round victory. Exeter A, remind me of Exeter A's penalty situation, mate.
At least one. I'm just double checking actually how many they've got. They've got one cone penalty at least.
Okay, well, it's looking very, very tight out there between...
Oh, bigger penalty. They've got a bump and pass. They've got 5 positions worth of penalties of Exeter.
Okay, so that is strengthening the potential for Cardiff. What a day Cardiff have had. They've had a rotten run of luck in qualifier events over the last few years, and at the moment they're sitting on an overall podium. What an effort. And so the B team's been very strong today as well. It really has been a return for Cardiff, which we do see.
Yes.
We see from year to year a team that's been in the doldrums for a while, a bit of a sleeping giant in BUKC terms, wake up, and that is definitely the case today for Cardiff. Exeter, though, I don't think they can be too disappointed. They've got, as I say, got a very strong squad. There's the Exeter B Kart, the number 41. Still with a chance, actually, of being on that podium. In fact, those penalties for Exeter A might switch the Exeter team that's on that podium. It would put Exeter B up to 173.
Coventry B improved to 20th place past Cambridge C. That happened on the last lap. Nottingham C as well, up past Sheffield D into 30th place. We are entering the last few moments of this one. I'm going to be a bit... Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'll keep that. Fastest lap of the race, currently with Sheffield A, at 44.659, which in these conditions, well, it's been cold all day though, to be fair, but it's surely still the coldest it's been out there.
Cambridge C have fallen a position, but it's okay. They're still on 146. 146 is their secured result.
Yep, that was Coventry B getting by a moment ago.
So it's really reliant on other teams to start moving up the order. Ironically, one of them being Coventry B, but Coventry B's 20th place at the moment is the driver facing the wrong way going into the Zulus. They need a lot of positions to start improving the score. So Cambridge C may have done enough of a job just to hold them there for a while.
Coventry C have just dropped a couple of spots.
Coventry C are long gone, unfortunately. They haven't had a top 10 all day.
Oh, yeah. Penalty for Southampton B.
Now that might
could
change
be critical.
things. How many places is that going to be?
Well, it's not denoted on timing, which so far today has meant a TL for track limits. So I'm going to assume it's 2 positions until I know otherwise.
2 positions. Oh, this is almost a repeat of Bournemouth yesterday, as there's a spinner there into Inkermans and a frustrated driver. So that come back to me. This is getting very close again.
I don't. We saw John Radcliffe get in that last race when we were going, has John won it? He had got a penalty that didn't have letters denoting it, and it turned out to be track limits. So I think it's track limits for Southampton B.
Which helps Cambridge C, reaffirms their position. The number of teams that we've got on 147 here is ridiculous.
Southampton A have just got by on Birmingham B. I mentioned that one. And Leeds C have just got past Birmingham C. Cambridge A, yeah, they're on the tail of Southampton B. Now this is the interesting one, Andrew. Cambridge A are now getting to the point where they're chasing some of these critical qualifiers. So Cambridge A are trying to get past Southampton B at the moment for 21st place out there. The number 2 is trying to get by on the 61.
Yeah, but they are so far behind where they need to be.
But this is the point. In their effort to do it, are they denying those who are on the
No,
buffer?
they're not knocking enough points off them. At the moment, those qualifying have a 4-lap buffer. We are on the last lap, though, and looking for the leader, who we think is heading up to Christmas Corner now.
Yeah, the on-the-road leader and the actual leader are quite close together. There they were. They just flashed through shot there, the number 4 and the number 27. And the reason why I talk about both of them is because Rory Cuff has a penalty in that number 4 Exeter Kart, as far as we're aware. So it's looking like it's going to go the way of Callum Barnett, who, was right in the middle of some traffic there, and I'd really like to see him emerge cleanly and safely from the Zulus, because I didn't see that go quite as well as one might have thought. Rory Cuff is going to come round and take the win on the road for Exeter A, but it is not theirs to have, I don't believe, because he's had a penalty and he knows it. Where is the 27?
Not as close as they were. There
he
they
is.
are. Still going to be second place.
It is, but he lost 10 seconds on the last lap. And that was coming out of Inkermans. So Sheffield A and Callum Barnett take the win, as far as we're aware, so long as there's no penalties, because we haven't seen those have a bearing tonight, have we? Leeds A finished 3rd, but I believe they have a penalty. Exeter B finishing 4th. As far as I'm aware, penalty-free. Imperial D were 5th, but they're not eligible for points. Bath A finishing 6th. I'm pretty sure I saw a penalty for them as well. I'm not going to try and keep track of the penalties. Let's just read it out. Then it was UCLan A, Southampton A in 8th, and it was Nottingham A, Birmingham B in 10th. And it was Cambridge B, Liverpool C in that 111, finishing 12th on the road. That should be enough, we think. I think. Actually, I don't want to prejudge that one. Surrey A.
Liverpool C.
12th. Surrey A in 13th, and it was Leeds C, Birmingham C, Liverpool A, Sheffield B, Coventry B in 18th, 19th for Cambridge C, Coventry C rounding out the top 20. It was Cambridge A in 21st, and with penalties to be applied. This could be a big upset here.
Yep.
At BUKC qualifiers. Southampton B were next, Surrey B in 23rd, Bristol A in 24th, and it was City A in 25th, Coventry D in 26th, UCLan B in 27th, Cardiff C in 28th, 29th was UCLan C, Nottingham C round out the top 30, and then it was Sheffield D, Bath C, Bath B, Cambridge D, Reading B and Birmingham D both, well, Reading B, I think they took on an issue because they were 4 laps down off of everybody else, and Birmingham D were out early on. Well, that is that for the racing. I do just want to take my usual opportunity to say a massive thank you to everybody who's A, made the racing possible, and B, made the streaming possible. So massive thank you to Club 100, to the marshals, to all the circuit staff here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Racing couldn't happen without all of those aforementioned people. The circuit staff more widely as well. The CAF here has been cooking up a storm this whole weekend. On the Alpha Live side, thank you to Adam, who's been our producer, and thank you too, and I'm going to try and remember them off the cuff here, but Joe, Jack, Josh, Emma, Emily and Harry, who have been our camera crew this weekend, they've done a fantastic job out there, and it's been very cold for them today, so really appreciative of that. I've been Howard Mitchell, he's been Andrew Mather. We are Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you like what you've heard, please check us out, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and check us out on Facebook. We're on Twitter. If you can't find any of the social media links, double-mm.com. And I think that's everybody that I wanted to say thank you to, other than it's been a pleasure once again, sir, to be alongside you to call the shots on this one. And I've now finished my awards speech, so I'm wondering...
I'm going to have one more.
Go for it.
For myself. Next week, Sunday, Whilton Mill Kart Club, we're back here, but I'd like to thank you, mate, for all of your efforts this year. It has not been an easy year. It's been up and down, but ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap on Howard Mitchell commentary for 2021. Claps in the chat, please, for his efforts, because I say it's been a tricky year organisationally today. We'll be back Sunday for WMKC, but I think we are good to head down to Jacob and for him to talk them on the grid.
We're not.
No, we're not going
We're not ready
no,
to hand over to Jacob.
That's fine.
Forget we said it. Forget we said it, Alpha guys. I think we're trying to get hold of the camera down there, yes, it's been an interesting year. But I have to say, I'm really excited for how this qualifiers has teed us up for a fascinating 2022 BUKC season. I really like the phrase you used of Cardiff a moment ago. I think there are quite a few sleeping giants who are reawakening for this season. There have been some shock results across this weekend as well. And hopefully we're going to be able to bring you the confirmed result. In fact, we are able to bring you a confirmed result. Are we signing off for our part then on this Alpha live stream? I think so. From us here in the comms box, it's goodbye and take care until you next hear from us, or we next hear from you. Let's head down to Jacob and the results of the qualifiers for Sunday.
And race kick.
Here we are then with the last race winner of qualifiers, Callum from Sheffield, and it's the first win for Sheffield in God knows how long.
Must be 3 or 4 years now. In my first year, Aidan won, I think, if you remember.
Yes, I do remember.
Last race. Yeah.
His very last race. Now that you've mentioned it, it's all coming flooding back. But a fantastic performance from yourself.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it. Started 5th. Qualifying wasn't as good as I thought, but the penalties put me up. Then I got a really good start, up to 3rd. And then I just sort of held on to the guy in 1st. He got held up by back markers, and I managed to get him.
Sheffield A in general, are we looking at premiers? Are we thinking clubmans? What are we looking at?
I think after this result, we're on the cut-off between them. So we'd like clubmen for a few trophies. It would be nice. That's what we did in our first year. Got extras.
Yeah, and the four other teams in Sheffield, how are they doing?
They're doing relatively well. We think most of them will qualify for Inters. We're not sure if B team will qualify for the mains, but hopefully they do.
Well, it's a fantastic achievement considering about a year and a half ago I was on the grid at Clay with Amy and she was saying we've got 2 drivers for next year. The shout out clearly worked then, and they brought in some talent as well.
Yeah, definitely, and Ami's been a real big part in getting everyone, just got everyone off the course to do it, and a lot of people, they've started in BUKC. And now they've actually become pretty good.
It's exactly what we like to see, people skiving off their course and getting good at motorsport. That's what the B exists for. Callum, congratulations on your first win.
Thank you very much.
And I'll see you at the podium. We have got the podium coming up, so we're going to wander over that way now. I think that gate shuts. We'll go out the same gate as Callum as he gets congratulated by his teammates. Let's hope the camera signal works well. Excuse us, guys. Oh! Come step into the light. Come on, guys. Come step into the light. We've got Imperial, who I've missed all day. We're getting a bit of light. I don't want to interview you in the dark because that'll look like I still missed you. Who's the captain this year?
Race suits, gloves.
Oh, he's upstairs. Never mind. Well, first and foremost, tell us about the Pepsi.
I got it for free. I filled out a form, and they sent me like nearly 1,000 cans of Pepsi. So if anyone wants any Pepsi, please send the Imperial Motor Club a message, because it's on my driveway and I need to give it away.
There we have it. How did Imperial get on today? Fueled by Pepsi Max.
We were okay. The A team got a second in one race, and then the other three of us all had a spin on lap 1 and had a comeback. So I think, yeah, I got an 8th. No, I got 9th, and the other two got 2 8s. So we have a second and 2 8s. So that'll get us something. We'll be in mains at least. Don't know which class, but and then the B team we think will probably be in mains as well in Clubman's, and we reckon our C team will be somewhere in the Inters field.
Sounds like a reasonable day for yourselves, and I have to.
The D team. Don't know where the D team are going to end up. Hopefully not in the bottom 9, but they may be.
Well, fingers crossed for the D team then. And before we sign off, I do have to ask: do you work in Sainsbury's, or are you just a massive fan?
I used to work in Sainsbury's, and it was the only warm item of clothing I had left in my bag.
It's understandable. I'm absolutely freezing, and I'm kind of jealous that I don't have a Sainsbury's hat myself. So
I've got a spare one.
Well, I'll come find you after this, because I'd love a nice bright orange number on my head.
Okay.
All right, then. We're going to go to the podium, but thanks for chatting with us. And sorry I missed you up until this point. If you see anyone from Surrey, send them my way, because I've also missed them, and Sussex as well. But let's make our way through the paddock now. After you, Mr. Gallagher. Right. Let's get around here. Excuse us, guys. We're on our way to the podium. Let's squeeze our way through this mighty crowd. I will stop if I see anyone from Surrey or Sussex, as I said, or even a university that I've completely forgotten. I see a gap through here. Here we go. And we've made our way to the front. We're a bit early by the looks of things. We're a bit early. So let's find someone we haven't spoken to. We haven't spoken to Bath yet. Who's coming for an interview from Bath? Scott, you're closest. Come on over. Apologies for missing you guys on the grid, or at least I can't recall an interview. How did you guys get
on? Well, disgusting. We don't, so okay. It's been a bit of a mixed bag, but we've got quite a lot of new drivers, so we're just getting them used to the BUKC, really. There's only, I think, 2 or 3 of us out of 12 that have done a BUKC round before at all.
Well, it's good that you got that many, considering the inexperience. You know, some people have 2 or 3 drivers and struggle to even make one team. So the fact you got 3 down here is a good achievement in itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Fingers crossed for mains, or are we thinking intermediates?
Our A's, yeah. Hopefully we get in the mains with the A's, and then intermediates for the other, hopefully.
All right, then we'll wait and see what JV comes up with. I didn't hear what you just said, because I was talking to you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, have the final results. So we'll get to it. Thanks for talking to us.
No worries.
Okay, that's Team Bath, or Scott Van Breda from Team Bath, at least. The others were a bit shy. JV should be making his way over to us momentarily. These are the trophies that are on offer today. 6 gold medals for our race winners. Sorry, 7 gold medals for our race winners. I'm too used to it. As for the first, second and third team. I'm going to sign off now. Hasn't qualified, and most importantly, who's won?
Did you have a good time?
John.
Sorry, I've got to hold 2 microphones here. Right, okay, listen, do you know what? It was started off good, and it got really crap in the middle, and then it ended pretty good, guys. So give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you. We got through the day. That was the main thing. We got through the day, and we all survived unscathed. And we're moving on now to the racing proper. Now, obviously, as you know, we ran this event yesterday, where how many teams went through? 52, I suppose. I don't know. Yeah, there was some qualified, whatever crap teams we got rid of, and yeah. So the second half of all the qualifiers we're going to announce now. But before we do that, we've got some medals to give out, and it's for the race winners. Okay. And the writing is so much clearer now because my Molly wrote this instead of Willie's crap writing it was yesterday, and I just couldn't pronounce the names, couldn't read them or whatever. So winner of race 1 from Cardiff A, come and get your medal, Fraser Whilton. And it is hug time now. We're allowed to hug. Well, Jacob is. of race 2 from Exeter B, Ethan Brooks. Oh, winner of race number 3 from North. There you go. See, Birmingham still cheer. You got to cheer, guys, for your university. A winner of race number 4 from Nottingham Trent A, Sam Pooley. There we go. That's good. I like that. Well done, Notts Trent. Winner of race number 5 from Exeter A, Max O'Shaughnessy. Oh, Nottingham Trent have done well. Winner of race number 6 from Nottingham Trent B, Edward McDade. Oh, Birmingham, you got some competition this year. Nottingham Trent are on it. And finally, winning the final race of the weekend here from Sheffield A, Callum Barnett. Oh, Sheffield have got a voice this year as well. Like it, like it. Okay, here we go. Should we announce the teams that haven't qualified? Yeah. Willie's ripped rubbish here. Oh dear, that's not fair. They're lovely. We love you all, guys, but you haven't qualified at all for next year. You will, however, go on our waiting list for when we do get cancellations for the intermediate class. So hope he's not lost. You will be on our waiting list. And in reverse order, finishing Stoned Bonkers last and not qualifying, Cambridge D. Bath B, not qualifying, guys. Imperial D and Sheffield D. Sheffield Hallam B, not qualifying. Bristol C, unfortunately not qualifying. Imperial C, finishing 57th and sorry, not qualifying. Oh, look, Surrey B did not qualify. And the team just missing out by 1 solitary point and not qualifying our team number 121, Sheffield E. So, ladies and gentlemen, the team that have scraped through by 1 solitary point and will compete in the Inters, probably at the back. That is Leeds D. And I'm going to run through all these other Inters teams that have qualified very quickly. Nottingham C, Nottingham B, Nottingham Trent D, Bristol B, Sussex A, Bath C, Cardiff C, Sheffield C, Birmingham D, Southampton E, Manchester Met A. In the Inters, City A, UCL, UClan C, UClan B, Reading B. Hang on, I've got to turn the page. Here we go. The remainder of the Inters are Sheffield Hallam A, Coventry C, Liverpool B, Cambridge A. Runners up in the championship last year, ladies and gentlemen. In the Inters. Sheffield B are in the Inters. Birmingham C, you're in the Inters. Coventry D, Leeds B, Leeds E. Leeds E, far better than the rest. Coventry B, you have qualified as well. And here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. The team qualifying for the Inters, first qualifiers for the Inters, but just missing out on the mains by 1 solitary point. And that team is, in the Inters, Imperial B. So, ladies and gentlemen, if I haven't mentioned your university or university letter, you are all in the mains. Who's in Clubman's? Clubman teams are as follows in the mains. Southampton B, just by the 1 solitary point. Massive points gap then to Exeter C, Nottingham Trent C, Cambridge C, Birmingham B, Bristol A, Liverpool A. Hey, oh. That was wrong, wasn't it? It was A. Leeds C. Reading A. Cardiff B. There's loads of Leeds teams, aren't there? Cambridge B. And, oh, there, yay. Liverpool C have made it. Tied on points with Bath A. And, ladies and gentlemen, there is a tie-break for the lower Prem's qualifying spot and the highest finishing clubman spot. And 160 points, both of them scored, went to tie-break. And top of the table in clubmans are Coventry A. Champions of 2020. Sorry. Okay, guys. So, if I haven't mentioned your name, you're in the Prems. And scraping in the Prems on a tie-break, that was Surrey A. Sheffield A. Imperial A. Southampton A. Nottingham A. Nottingham Trent B. Nottingham Trent A. UClan A. And here they are again, Leeds A. Fourth place then, just missing out on this podium here. And that went to Cardiff A. And it was a tie-break, by the way, for third place. Both teams scoring 172 points overall. So, but taking it on the tiebreaker, finishing third today. Let's see the team on the podium with that 172 points. Team number 4, Exeter A. Well done, guys. Well done, guys. And to our runners-up, ladies and gentlemen, with 174 points and taking the runner-up spot. Oh, team number 41, Exeter B. Wow. Wow, the B team beat the A team. The B team beat the A team. The captain cocked it up, chose the wrong drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners today, and a comfortable margin of 3 points there, 177 points. And runaway winners today, congratulations, team number 7, Birmingham A! Well done to Birmingham A. Well done, guys. Well done, well done, well done. Face the front, guys, for photos. Ladies and gentlemen, while these photos are being taken, I'd like you just to put your hands together for our marshals today out there. It's been a long day. I'd also like you to put your hands together for Jacob and the Alpha Live team for the live stream. I'd like you also to put a big cheer out to my daughter Molly, who's administrated all this and put it together. Thank you, Molly. And medics as well, of course. But my team, Club 100, do a great job. Thank you very much to my team, Club 100. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That concludes the day. We're going to see you in February. Round number 1 proper, let's say, Butmore Park. See you there. Take care. Happy Christmas.